What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Hello, this is CB Ultra 768, and welcome to a new type of video I want to try and make called Reviewing Reviewers. The way this is going to work is I'm going to make videos talking about people and their review of a movie, game, etc. that I feel I have some feedback on, to see if they're actually good at their job or not. I figured I would start with a reviewer who I just don't understand why they even review games, and that would be Synthetic Man, and his review of Insomniac's Marvel's Spider-Man 2, which I saw his review a long time ago, and ever since then, the idea for this video has been in my head, and I wanted to make this because I have a lot to say about his review. Also, when my dad saw him while I was working on this project, he said I look like him, saying he is my doppelganger. Here's a side-by-side, you be the judge. Anyway, let's get started.
Maybe MJ was right. Why would the city need me when it has you?
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great.
Yep, starting off strong with not liking the passing of the torch to Miles, which I'll get into how I felt about it once we get to that section. I imagine he doesn't like Miles in this game, due to his ethnicity being a big part of it.
Another year, another Sony cinematic slop game that everyone's gonna pretend is a masterpiece.
You do know people are allowed to have their own opinions on the game, right? Why do you think a lot of people will pretend that the game is a masterpiece? I don't think it's perfect, but for me, I enjoyed playing it with characters from the comics reimagined to tell their own story, which is what I liked about the first game as well. And I will admit, I prefer the first game's story more, but I still enjoyed the story of this game, which I will get into later as well. But let's continue.
At the time of recording this has a 91 on Metacritic. Now, if you still trust Metacritic scores, you're probably an idiot, but still, the point stands that this game is obviously getting the Sony hand job from all the critics for pushing for social change.
Well, I don't use Metacritic, so I have no opinion on that site, but I wouldn't tell people they're idiots for using it just because you don't like it. Also, what is wrong with having some social change? From what I've seen of your videos, you could really use some.
Even if you do agree with the politics, it is far too similar to the last game gameplay-wise. It really makes very few, if any, improvements.
It doesn't make any improvement on gameplay. Huh. I'm interested to hear more on that.
It has some of the worst pacing I've ever seen in a video game. Despite having significantly fewer cutscenes than God of War Ragnarok, it's actually worse because it interrupts the gameplay every 10 minutes. Fine, okay.
You're not turning tonight. These hunters must have a death wish. First the stone, now the lizard.
Seems like they're just doing their boss's dirty work.
Their benefits must be crazy.
Now look who's joking at a bad time.
Their benefits.
My god, I hate millennial humor.
MJ, move ahead but stay low.
Got it.
Alright, I keep forgetting that disables abilities.
Got some hunters blocking our route.
They even brought some animals from home.
Not looking good. Almost there, Doc. Focus on breathing.
Okay. Stay upright. Get out of the way. Clear. Let's move.
Jeez.
There's the lab.
That one crossbow guy was like a Giga Chad.
You doing okay?
Not good. We better clear these guys out fast. Just hurry. Shoot him.
Don't let him hit you.
We won't let you through in a master's life.
What? Not enjoying this?
Right? appreciation for plot twists these days.
Your boss is so impressive.
No appreciate. Please, for the love of God, tell me that's not like people being butthurt about subversion, like in The Last Jedi or some shit. I would not put it past modern writers. No one appreciates plot twists anymore.
Get to work. We'll cover you.
But it didn't take you 10 minutes for that section. It only took you 2 minutes and 58 seconds to get through that, making your pacing argument invalid because not all cutscenes start after every 10 minutes of playing the game. The only way it could take that much time would be if the player took longer to clear the level, which in this case, you did not. I'm surprised you didn't make an argument that the time of play is too short before a cutscene, because what you're saying makes it sound like there's a lot of playtime before a cutscene starts.
And even when you are playing it, you're either solving a brain-dead puzzle or playing some other mini-game, or you get a walking simulator mission, or you're playing as a spider bot. Basically anything except swinging through the city and fighting bad guys.
Yes, in the story, they do have you play a few of the mini games to get you used to how each one works before you find and play these games throughout the city with the EMF stations. But it is not like they are forcing you to do all the mini games. The ones in the city, you can decide if you want to do them or not, and I imagine you decide to do them just so you can get the rewards, since, as you stated in the past, you like loot.
There were way too many puzzles in this game. Yes, some were just optional Norn chests, but do you really think I'm gonna ignore this loot right in front of me? No.
Is everything okay? Hi, old friend. Just looting Nornier chests. We'll be right along.
My dad likes loot.
My dad likes loot. Who doesn't? Who doesn't like loot? That's not funny.
Also, you call the puzzles brain dead, but the puzzles in this game are not challenging but fun and easy to do, in my opinion. But every person is different. You make it sound like you want the puzzles to be more like this. Why the hell would you want to extend your time with the game since you don't like it? For the walking segments, you show Peter and Harry riding their bikes. Why not just show a section where they were actually walking? But for these moments, the story wants us to spend some time with Peter and the other characters to show us what they have all been up to since the first game and Miles' game. I'm sorry. I thought you played this game for the story as well and not just for the Spider-Man action. Though, to be fair, we are dealing with someone who doesn't care what characters and NPCs have to say in games.
Please, you have to save him. You have to. He can't.
Like I give a shit.
You
Ron McCrum,
can't.
thanks to $2. We're not credit.
I know what you've done. And I forgive you.
I'm supposed to be.
Stop.
Can I sleep here tonight?
He needs to sleep with his daddy. He hasn't grown up.
Spider-Man! Save us!
What if I don't save you? What are you gonna do about it?
A crystal? I'll check it out.
You gonna give me tree fitty? You gonna give me tree fitty if I save you? Die, civilians.
No more excuses.
Oh my god, the
Your
principal,
job
wow.
is to protect these students, not to abandon
I'm a
them.
Spider-Man, bitch.
You're fired.
Okay, where's the part where I bitch slap this chick into the nearest building? Harry the cripple.
Doctors haven't cleared me for MJ.
We should push him over.
Harry.
Take his cane out of his hand, dude. We need Bully Maguire to spice this shit up.
So sorry.
Fucking seriously. Just trip him.
So how
Kick out his shins. Actually, I probably should have seen if I could get blended up by the fan. I already know the answer is no, but that would be awesome.
Old backpack. Forgot I put that here. Gotta start keeping track of these things.
Shut up, Peter. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking.
Gotta distract.
No, Miles, don't kill him. Actually, if Miles killed him, that'd be based. I'd actually like him if he did that. But Miles isn't supposed to be likable. He's supposed to be boring. And then you're supposed to accept him as the new Spider-Man, despite him being unlikable.
Insects should have stayed out of this.
Common misconception. Spiders are not actually insects.
Excuse me, actually, Spider-Mans are insects,
Wow. Good dialogue. Good fuck you, game. That's actually gonna make me play worse.
He's such a bitch.
Come on, Miles, kill him. Actually kill him, please. I will gain respect. That was so close to being cool. So close. Please, at least one of those people has to get blended, right? Come on. They should have died.
He's still breathing, but I'll get him to a hospital.
Why can't I kill them? Why can't I throw them off of rooftops? Oh, do we get to see her girlfriend? Can we kill her?
Spider-Man, thank you for coming. I'm looking for my grandpa Earl. He kept talking about meeting someone here, and now he's gone, and... Can you please help me find him?
Any clues on where he might be?
Just this picture. He was staring at it all morning.
Oh, this looks familiar. Some kind of exhibit. Looks like this was taken 60 years ago.
I wish.
Around the same time of year.
Into her eyes, and it's like I'm home. I was so
Why am I
nervous
listening to this?
Almost didn't even
Naughty
ask.
DJ Aftershock, thanks to $2. How is your Indian street food? Eat with your left hand. I'm left-handed, so if that's
Said
a...
my granddaughter
If you're implying, like, you're supposed to eat with the opposite hand to which one you wipe your ass. Wait, actually, I do wipe my ass with my right hand. That's a good point. I guess I could still eat with my left hand. Boy, the controller.
oops, oopsie, whoopsie, I bumped into you. Oh, I'm so sorry.
God, he's such a fucking cuck. Kill him. Hit him. Die.
Oh, hi!
Okay, wait, what's the quest? What am I doing? Beat her ass, Mouse. Don't let her get away with it. Don't let her do that.
God, I've talked this much and we haven't even gotten to the main review yet.
So it makes absolutely no sense how this game is up there with all the greatest games ever made.
And what is your definition of the greatest games ever made? I would be curious to see that list. I'm surprised he didn't list any at all to support his claim.
Now, reviewing this game is going to be difficult because I am so utterly frustrated and tired with all of the political virtue signaling that is in modern video games. And this is one of the worst cases I've ever seen, by the way. If you tuned into the streams, you know exactly why already.
Yes, I have been hearing a lot about this due to Baby Inc. Studios and other parties' involvement with the game. Though I don't think he even mentions their name once in this review, which is very important information to discuss if you are trying to explain why you say the game is bad and promoting, as he would say, woke propaganda. He is wasting time by putting this here instead of starting the review, and says a lot of this is in modern games. Now, when I play games, I don't go looking for political propaganda in them, and I'm not saying there aren't any in games. I would describe myself as someone who looks at a story at face value. I usually let myself get immersed into the story and gameplay, and I actually pay attention to what is happening in the game. I didn't even know much about Baby Inc. Studio until I saw Drinker's video about it, and even if I did, I still don't regret buying and playing this game, because I had a good time with it. So, if I do get many things wrong during the video, I do apologize for my lack of information on the subject.
So it's going to be hard to actually try to give this a fair review because this game really pissed me off. I mean, I don't think I've been this mad at a video game, well, at least in Starfield, which really released not that long ago, but you might have thought that I was reaching on some of my points with God of War Ragnarok's story.
Oh no, you definitely were. No question about that.
And I'll admit, I was barely paying attention half the time because that game was so unbelievably boring.
Even though your job is to be a game reviewer, you found the game so boring that paying attention to the story and game mechanics was too much for you to do your job? Also, do you want to explain why God of War Ragnarok was boring? Which we all know is a lie. You don't like the game because you said the game assassinated Kratos by turning him into a man who wants to do the right thing and be better for his son and the people he cares for around him.
What's wrong, Atreus? I was wrong. Open your heart. Open your heart to their suffering. That is your mother's wish. And mine as well.
Fucking Kratos, of all people, says this. That is possibly the most defining moment of character assassination. I'm actually kind of annoyed at myself that I brushed over it. So thanks for reminding me of another horrible scene from the end of the game. And then immediately afterward, we find out there was a secret second prophecy that Kratos was to become the new revered god of the Norse realms, effectively tying him to this place, meaning this is the end of his story. And thank God for that. I don't want to see Sony butcher Kratos anymore, but I absolutely promise you, I will not buy a God of War game starring Atreus, so they better either reboot this shit, or just let it die. But Insomniac's Spider-Man 2 is not just almost as equally boring as God of War, but also twice as woke, undeniably so. It'll be interesting to see the usual suspects try to pretend that this isn't clear political propaganda being shoved down our throat.
Well, I'm interested to see what you show me that this game is just as boring as God of War Ragnarok. For woke culture, I honestly don't follow it, but every time I hear that word used, it is always for the dumbest things. Like zooming in on that hunter lady beating up that guy. What does that have to do with wokeness? Instead of zooming in on that scene, why don't you explain to me why that scene is woke to you? What you just did explains nothing.
Now, because this review is going to come out over a week after the game's release, anybody who decided they wanted to purchase the game has already made that choice, so at this point, I'm just giving my thoughts, because clearly, a lot of you want to hear my thoughts on this game.
Who cares if your review didn't come out during the game's release? There are still people out there who may have not bought the game yet and come to your video to get an idea if they should buy it or not. Even though I don't know why they would want advice from you out of the many other reviewers on YouTube. Hell, Mahler, with help from his friends, made 5-hour videos on both Doctor Strange Mom and Ant Person 3, and he wasn't worried about rushing it out. He took his time and made sure everything he wanted in his video was how he wanted it. You could learn a thing or two from him.
And man, I'm finding it difficult to really drudge up the anger that is required for a game like this. I'm honestly more depressed than anything. I've said this a few times in the past, but Insomniac used to be one of my favorite video game developers. They've quite literally made my favorite game of all time, Spyro the Dragon.
Other than both games being made by the same company, what does this have to do with your review of the game? Also, what good does it do you to compare these two games, which have completely different gameplay styles, other than just to say old is better than new?
But it wasn't just Spyro. Those of you who've been on this channel for a while know that I really enjoy the Ratchet & Clank games, which was also made by Insomniac. The first 4 games in that series all have their place amongst my favorite games of all time.
This still has nothing to do with Marvel's Spider-Man 2, buddy.
They're really fun, actually kind of funny games too. The humor is aged surprisingly well, and they're just a good time all around.
I mean, I played a few, and yes, I could say they were fun as well, but Everything you have said has to do with Insomniac and nothing at all about Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and what is wrong with it.
But fast forward 20 years and Insomniac is nothing like the company that made those games. It's happened to pretty much every video game studio that was big in the late 90s and early 2000s. None of them have maintained the same level of quality, which I guess shouldn't be surprising.
I like how he says all this, but doesn't bother to show any examples of this at all. Instead, he just keeps playing Ratchet and Clank gameplay. If you want us to know what you're talking about, why aren't you showing us anything to prove your point right here?
But Insomniac at least used to understand what made a game fun. This game is not fun 80% of the time.
Really? 80%? But what is this percentage for? Is that for the gameplay or the story? It would help if you said what that 80% represents instead of just saying random numbers, since we already know you're not good with numbers from your God of War Ragnarok review.
So fuck it, let's just talk about the gameplay.
Oh. Okay, I guess we can move on to gameplay. I really did want to know what that percentage was, though.
Now, unlike most of my other videos, I'm actually not going to talk about gameplay all that much because it's very similar to the last game. Chances are, if you're interested in this, you've already played the game that released back in 2018, and even a few of you played that Miles Morales game, though not nearly as many, judging by sales numbers. So you basically already played this already.
Whoa, okay, pump the brakes. What the hell are you talking about? Yes, in some ways they keep the same combat structure, but they add to it with all sorts of new ways to lay the smackdown on your foes. But we'll come back to this as we go on.
So just sticking to the gameplay and not talking about the story or anything, I think it's perfectly competent, but as I've said multiple times, especially on the streams, I have never been a huge fan of Arkham-style combat.
So you're saying the only reason you don't like the combat in this game is just because you suck at it?
I do like those games, and I also like Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, but I'm not particularly good at that combat system. I just have kind of slow reflexes in general.
Yes, that is exactly what you're saying. Okay, got it. Just wanted to make sure.
And unfortunately, I played about half of this game while I was tired, so this gameplay isn't particularly great.
Well, here's a solution. Maybe don't play the game when you're tired. Why go into a game that you're going to make a review on not fully energized? Since this is your job, you should make sure you're ready and awake to stream.
So I'm going to try to not hold that against the game, though I did have a lot of frustration with some of the boss fights specifically.
What do you mean not try to hold that against the game? You said you were tired, right? It's your fault if the gameplay footage is bad, not the game itself. Also, can't wait to hear about the bosses and point out how wrong you are.
So what's different this time around? Well, now we have a block/parry button, which really is probably the greatest source of my complaints with this game, because the muscle memory is so beaten into me from playing all these Arkham-style games to press one button to dodge attacks.
Yeah, but in the Arkham games, when you push the button, you counter the enemy. You don't dodge them by pressing a single button. To dodge with Batman, you have to double tap the A/X button. In the first Spider-Man game, everyone compared it to the Arkham games, even though you never counter in that game. You only dodge until you get an upgrade where when you did a perfect dodge, you would web your foe's face and then finish them off when prompted. So, in this game, you can still dodge like the last game, but now you can parry, which I would compare the parry more to God of War and its sequel than the Arkham games.
But most of the time it wasn't a problem, as long as it was an enemy that you're specifically supposed to parry, like the big heavy guys. That's pretty intuitive.
Actually, you could parry all the enemies in the game. Yes, there is the big parry symbol, which can actually be dodged as long as you're not on the ground or far enough away. But you can do the parry to regular enemies as well. As long as your spider sense turns red and you're facing your target, you can parry them, unless they do a blue attack.
Really, what I had a problem with the parry system was with the bosses, because the style boss fight has been shifted to be something much more similar to a Souls-style boss, where you're trying to memorize the boss's patterns and dodge or parry accordingly.
I mean, isn't that what you do with most bosses depending on the game? I also wouldn't go that far as to say it's similar to a Souls game, because As I read here, it is actually very dangerous to parry in a Souls game. But in Marvel Spider-Man 2, I would definitely say it is more forgiving with the parry and is not as punishing. But I am someone who doesn't play any Souls games, so I could be wrong.
Now, where I fucked up in particular is that I didn't pick up on the fact that a lot of these bosses are easier to parry than they are to dodge.
Well, no fucking shit!
Because if an attack just has the white spider sense symbol, I assume I should be able to dodge it no problem.
Or parry, but he doesn't know that. Also, just because the spider sense goes white doesn't mean you will dodge. I have been hit plenty of times while trying to dodge due to being too late or too early on my dodge. And when I say early, I mean I see the spider sense and dodge before the enemy even attacks, which, for me, results either in a hit or a parry if I time it right.
But there's a lot of ending lag on the dodge, and so it's actually faster and more reliable to parry them like you would in Sekiro or some other similar game. But I fucked up a lot on these bosses because of the parry system, and ultimately I'm just not a big fan. I'm not going to say it's bad game design, because I don't really think it is, but it personally made the combat less fun for me.
He doesn't even mention you can stop an enemy's attack by using webs, gadgets, and abilities, which is even shown in his own gameplay clip where he webbed up Peter and used an ability on him before he could attack. But, alright, overall, the parry just wasn't a mechanic he enjoyed. Anyway, let's continue to more of the gameplay.
And it's not really worth explaining the rest of the combat mechanics because you should already be familiar with them. It plays like an Arkham game with a heavy emphasis on air combos. In fact, air combos are just better than ground combos, but with the downside being that if there are any ranged enemies in the area, they will immediately target you as soon as you knock an enemy into the air.
Wait, what? That's it for talking about the gameplay mechanics of the Spider-Man. You didn't even cover the new moves Peter and Miles get, or the gadgets and abilities. You're just gonna skip all of this. What the fuck? You didn't even talk about what combat is like when you're fighting with an ally on the streets. You could have talked about all of that. And what is this bullshit that air combat is better? Why would you think like that? Because as Spider-Man, you should be able to multitask fighting enemies on the ground and in the air at the same time. And if you get really good with the combat, you can pull off some fun combos. Also, stop comparing this to Arkham. Look at this gameplay. Do these games seem similar at all? They couldn't be more different from each other. But let's continue.
Now, to talk about the enemies, I was a little bit disappointed on this front. The enemy variety is somewhat lacking. It's not as bad as it seems on paper, but in practicality, you're fighting the same handful of Craven goons about 75% of the time.
The only enemies I would say don't have much variety in the game are the street thugs. They pretty much act like they did from the first game, but with Craven's guys, when you hit them on the ground, they will sometimes counter and push you away, just like the Roxxon soldiers did in Miles' game. There are also the ones with blades, which are tougher than normal hunters. He will mention brutes and the robot animals later on in the video, but moving on to the flame and the symbiotes, he doesn't mention the flame, which, yes, has some regular mooks in there, but adds some of them using branding tools and one guy whose favorite character is Pyro. These are the only enemies in the game where you can't even disarm the ones holding branding irons without webbing them up first. The symbiotes come in different colors to indicate what they are all about. Yellow are the first ones you meet and are the standard mook of this group, but they are much more aggressive and attack faster compared to the other groups of enemies. Green is too fast to hit with your fist, but is very weak to web shots, gadgets, or using an ability. Pink is the ranged attacker, but he can also drop living mines that will crawl towards you unless you stop them with web or get away. Red has a long tendril that can grab you from a distance if not dodged or parried. The big blue ones are known for charging or leaping distances to get to the player, and in my opinion, are much more aggressive compared to all the other symbiotes. And other than the big symbiote, when you hit enemies into the air for too long, they will stretch themselves back to the ground to escape your air combos, which no other enemy can do except for bosses. And hunters actually have a way to counter you on the ground and in the air as well. In the air, they throw a device to get you out of the air, while on the ground, they'll lay down poisonous gas, forcing you to play differently. Also, symbiotes can get out of your webs faster than any enemy, since webs aren't super effective against them, except the green ones. And that is how you should be covering the enemies in this game, so it doesn't sound so half-assed. Now, with that out of the way, let's move on to brutes and the robo-animals.
And you've already fought most of these enemy types in the previous game, with the exception of the new brute enemy types now all having an undodgeable attack that you have to parry instead. There's also a robotic panther that can shoot out a wave that temporarily disables your abilities. That was a pretty good idea. I like that.
Well, you can dodge the brute's attacks. You aren't forced to parry. Like I said before, if you're far enough away or you're high enough in the air, they can't hit you. And you've got to mention the robo birds that you fight, but I guess he just does not care to mention those enemies because then he says this.
But that's pretty much all I have to say about it. If you played one of these Arkham games, you've fought all of these basic enemy types before.
Really? I have? I know I fought Wonderbots in the Arkham City DLC, but you can't compare that to the robot birds and dogs you fight in this game. Also, Batman has never fought symbiote-like monsters in his games. I am really surprised that you could call these enemies basic and compare the enemies in this game to the ones from the Arkham games. That just doesn't make sense at all, since Batman never deals with enemies that go into the air. And yes, I know in Arkham Knight there are helicopters, but I mean as Batman in general, and not using the Batmobile. Anyway, continue.
Now, the combat is usually somewhat fun most of the time just because of how fast-paced it is. It is a little on the brainless side because of you constantly spamming one of your 4 abilities or one of your 4 gadgets.
Which, as I showed, he could have talked about how each of the gadgets and abilities work, and he could have gone into more detail about them, like which combos work together. But whatever. For combat, you don't have to spam your gadgets and abilities if you don't want to. But everyone plays differently, and that is just how he decided to play the game. That doesn't mean everybody should consider the game brainless based on how you played it.
But it also lets you take out a lot of enemies fairly quickly. So while it certainly doesn't have the skill ceiling that the Arkham games have, especially since it has a little bit of a jankness factor to it, it's hard to describe, but the game doesn't always do what you want it to do.
Again, that is your opinion. You say there is no skill to the game, and someone else, including me, could say there are a lot of creative and fun ways to engage with the battles. You make it sound like everyone should think your way, even though you should let people have their own opinion on the game and not force your ideals onto them.
Whereas in Arkham, it pretty much works perfectly. Every button press is important. This game, it's much more mashy.
Yes, the Arkham games have great gameplay and mechanics, but Spider-Man is different from those games. They want to make it to where you can juggle enemies and do all sorts of crazy things while in combat. I would agree that it is a bit janky in some places, but other than that, I thought the combat was very much improved upon from the first game, and I really enjoyed it. I also wouldn't call it mashy, since that all depends on the person playing the game, and if they actually try to engage with the gameplay.
Again, except for the boss fights. The boss fights are a significant challenge, and if I wasn't really tired while playing this game, I might have actually enjoyed them.
Ah, here we go with the tired excuse again. Hey, I'm tired sometimes too when I stream, but I usually do it to help me wake up and brighten my day. Sorry that it doesn't do the same for you, I guess.
With one small issue, maybe not a small issue actually, I would say it's a big issue, that the bosses have way too much health, and every single boss has multiple phases.
Oh god, I hope you didn't pull another God of War Ragnarok again.
Okay, I guess I can level her up, I guess. Oh, she can go Valkyrie mode? Man, that actually might have helped me. If I had upgraded her, that might have actually helped me a little. Yeah, look at all these fucking activities now that are all over the map. So, it doesn't matter that the story is 10 hours, which, you know what? 10 hours is fine for a story. Okay, I'm not shitting on it. But look at all this fucking shitty sandbox open world activity bullshit. I'm not even going to go in detail in the review, because I'm not going to play it. I'm just not going to waste my time. You think I'm going to waste my time doing this? I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing it. Can't make me. Can't make me. Half this review is going to be me talking about propaganda, I feel like. I'm not even going to talk about the fucking... I'm not going to talk about this bullshit.
Now you say it has too many phases, is that right?
Now, normally, a boss having multiple phases is kind of cool, but in this game, a lot of bosses, in fact, over half of the bosses, have 3 phases, and 2 of them have 4 phases. That's too fucking much, dude. There's no reason that an Arkham-style boss needs to take 10 minutes to defeat.
Okay, can you stop comparing these boss fights to the ones in the Arkham games? They are nothing alike. I didn't mind the phases and how they were done in this game. Once you beat a phase, you get a cutscene to help change to a new location and to show the progress of the fight. After that, it changes up how the boss attacks you in each phase. But you only had a hard time because you only upgraded a few things, not bothering to make yourself stronger for the battles. And you never bothered to learn how each phase works and study your enemy's attack pattern. It is your own fault for making it harder on yourself and not even trying to engage with the combat mechanics at all.
You're not giving me a choice.
Oh boy, summon minions. Summoning minions, my favorite meme. Fucking hell.
Stay calm. Take them out one at a time.
I get it, but these green ones, I hate the green ones. I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do. Sometimes they just dodge. Oh my god, this is bullshit. This is horseshit. Fucking is the only move he uses a parry cocksucker move now? Because at least then I'll know to hit L1 every time he comes near me. Anyway, god fucking fuck you, Venom, you cock. These are the most annoying enemy type in the entire fucking game. I'm glad that they threw a bunch of them. And that just... You stole my goddamn move that I built up to get... Ha! I'm gonna smash my desk. I'm gonna smash my fucking desk. Let me explain what's going on here. So, since, you know, you're just watching. Those green guys dodge. So, the one thing that's actually somewhat satisfying about Arkham Combat, which is that when you do a long distance attack, it locks onto the guy and it hits him. Oh, he dodges. Okay, then what do? Do you hit triangle again? Because square doesn't, like, fly over to him like it does in Batman. Like in Batman, when you build up a combo and you hit square every time, right? If you don't mash it and you hit it when you come into contact with an enemy, Batman will fly across the screen and hit the next guy. When you hit triangle, the sound device one hits the greens. Yeah, that's true, but I don't know, I might need them. Maybe I just waste them. Web the green ones. Whatever. I was just wasting. I'm guarantee I'm gonna need them. I'm gonna need them, and then I'm not gonna have them.
Stay calm. Take him out one at a time.
There's too much shit happening on the screen. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Why are this many things happening on the screen? Okay, do over. This is retarded. I'm actually mad. This is retarded. They didn't. This is fucking stupid. Minute World, thanks $5, bro. Use your sound device on the green ones to put this boss to lower difficulty. End the shit game. End yourself, Minute World. I'm not lowering the difficulty. Only homosexuals do that. No, actually worse than homosexuals. That's a tranny move. A tranny move is lowering the difficulty. Especially since this is the type of game where if you sort of lose the flow and start fucking up, you can very easily die and then have to restart that phase over again.
That sounds like a you problem.
Another issue is that some of the bosses can be stun locked with your abilities and gadgets. I'm not entirely sure if this is intentional, and it might just be given the overly inflated health bars.
I mean, the whole point of using your abilities, gadgets, and webs is so you can create an opening to attack without having to wait for a parry or dodge his attacks until you can strike. Also, there's the part where he jumps on the wall. Without your webs and other stuff, you would have to wait for him to come down to attack.
But normally, you're supposed to dodge or parry the 4 or 5 attack sequence, and then you get your 4 or 5 punches in.
I don't know where the hell you are getting sequences. I usually use the tools to stun him and get in there and get a few hits in. And if you run out of your gadgets and abilities, you still have webs as well, which can stop most bosses, so you can hit them.
But you can then use an ability and get another 4 or 5 punches, then use another ability. Though usually they'll have a combo breaker at some point and then start attacking again, which in and of itself feels very jank because they can attack almost immediately after they do their combo breaker. In later bosses, this strategy doesn't work at all.
I mean, they have to have a way for the boss to fight back, or would you rather just have them stand there and just take it with no resistance? Yikes. That didn't sound right.
And I don't think I need to tell you why it's a problem that it's not clear when it's the boss's turn to attack, especially when the game relies on the player's reflexes for half the challenge.
No, you should explain because most of us don't think like you. Also, you could tell when the boss is going to attack. Remember, the characters have a little thing called spider sense. You could just look at your character's head and know that you are about to be attacked. It's as simple as that. Also, they usually move away from you to prepare an attack. This is just more of you being bad at the game and blaming the game for your mistakes.
Okay, that's pretty much all I got to say about gameplay. It's probably the best element in the game. I'm not going to say it's bad. It might not be my thing, but I can certainly acknowledge that it is fun enough, and it's the only reason why anybody actually enjoys this game, if we're being real.
Yeah, I could tell you like the gameplay so much that you compared it to the Arkham games and said it plays just like the first game. And don't even mention the new moves, gadgets, and abilities that change the gameplay at all. Also, I like how you say people are only going to like it just for its gameplay, even though most people would be buying this to play the story as well, but
Whatever.
let's move on.
Okay, well, what about the sandbox? Again, this is much like the first game. There's a lot of repetitive activities where you're basically just making your way to some rooftop or some alley and beating up a bunch of dudes to progress some side quest. Those are completely fine because at least you're playing the game during those times.
Let me guess, because those are sections where you play the game, you probably didn't even really care about what the story was for each of those sections, since for you, it was just beat up stuff and leave, without thinking about what is happening and what the characters say after completing them.
One thing I will say is I completed the Sandman questline, and the conclusion was incredibly disappointing and pointless.
Really? I mean, we start the game with Sandman and have no idea why he was attacking. And during his side quest, the Spider-Man learned he has a daughter and was trying to find and protect her from Kraven. How does that not have any value toward Marco as a character trying to change for his daughter's sake? And the fact that Spider-Man are willing to help him. During this mission, I like to go as Peter because of the conversation he has with Marco.
Spider-Man, sorry for my welcome mess. Thank you. You helped me get my mind right.
I'm sorry for not listening. Guess I never got to know the man behind the sand. But I think Kimia's at her mom's. On my way there now.
If she's there, do me a favor. Give her those crystals. Something to remember me by.
Of course. Take care of yourself, Clint.
And after delivering the crystals to his daughter, I like he mentions the lawyer friends to try and help Marco visit his daughter.
Who is it?
Yeah, so I think the mom is Hispanic. Race mixing. I guess white. I guess that's the best race mixing you can hope for is white and Hispanic. Because then, unlike most other race mixing, you would be making something more white, usually. But, I guess, I don't know. I guess it depends.
Overall, for me, I thought it was a very sweet side mission. But you were too busy wondering about Marco's wife's skin color to even pay attention. Great job!
There was only one major side quest line I actually liked, and here I'll give you your one and only spoiler warning for this video, because I'm just going to spoil basically everything from here on out.
Well, you already have been with a lot of the clips you decided to show in your video. Also, why didn't you say this in the beginning? Why the fuck are we 10 minutes into the video and now you're warning of spoilers?
You're a bit late for that!
I like the build up to Carnage with this whole Cult of the Flame thing. You guys saw how it looked a little red in the light? Yeah, Carnage. Yeah, there it is. I don't know, Carnage being a cultist instead of, like, a psycho, I don't know, it's kind of boring. I should have soy face, too late, damn it. I don't have the energy for soy. But we'll have Venom in the next, we'll have Carnage in the next Spider-Man. Isn't everyone excited? Please be excited. I like the build up to Carnage with this whole Cult of the Flame thing. Now, the thing that I absolutely despise, that you could probably guess, is that Yuri, the cop from the first game who works with Spider-Man throughout the game, has now become a vigilante akin to the Punisher. She's a mall ninja dressed in purple with a fucking chain sickle. She had a gun as a cop and is now downgraded to a fucking chain sickle and swings around kinda like Spider-Man.
I like how he doesn't even explain why he hates Yuri, which is not for her character, but just because she is a woman. Also, I like he complains about her not using a gun and doesn't even give the reason why she would not have a gun. I'm assuming he did not play the first game's DLC to have the full details of her having to leave the police on administrative leave and the origin of her becoming Wraith.
And it's implied that she kills people, though we never see her actually killing anybody.
Well, you would have if you played the DLC, where we see she did kill, and in this game it is implied that in her early career she was sloppy and wants to go about it in a different way by wanting to only kill the leader of the Flame. That is why I feel she doesn't kill members of the Flame, because most of them were brainwashed into being a part of the cult. Yes, she does leave those few to die when you first meet her in the game, but Spider-Man was there, and she knew he would save them to give her time to escape. At least, that is how I saw that scene. Anyway, let's continue to hear his complaints about Yuri.
And there's multiple things that are cringe about this character. First of all, she acts like a try-hard edgelord. Another case of a strong female character basically just embodying toxic masculinity traits. And she talks shit to Spider-Man the whole time, despite being buddies with him in the last game.
I guess I just never saw her as toxic. I just saw her as a woman who has lost her way and thinks this is the best solution to solve her problem. Especially what happened to her in the first game's DLC, where she led an operation against Hammerhead to arrest him, and her men died on her watch. Later on, she trusts Spider-Man to make sure that Sable equipment doesn't get into Hammerhead's fins, but Spider-Man gets tricked and is led away on a wild goose chase, leaving the police station vulnerable. And she starts to blame herself even more and decides to hunt down Hammerhead herself. Later, at the bar with no name, we see she killed a bunch of people to find Hammerhead. And way later, after we find Hammerhead first and beat him in a boss fight, Yuri shows up, traps Spider-Man, and tries to kill him. But Spidey stops her, and she is forced to leave the police, where then we get a side mission revealing her change to becoming a vigilante.
Yuri.
I know what you're gonna say, but just hear me out. The system works most of the time, but there are times when it doesn't, and to me that's unacceptable. Some people put their trust in fate, or karma, or whatever, but I can only trust me.
You can't kill people, Yuri.
Apparently I can. And you know what? It felt good.
You need to turn yourself in.
For what? I just dispensed justice. True justice. And I restored a little bit of balance to the world.
You're my friend, Yuri. I don't want to come after you.
You do what you have to do, and I'll do what I have to do. Goodbye, Spider-Man.
So of course she talks shit to Spider-Man. She thinks his way of dispensing justice is too soft because she is not in a good place right now after everything that has happened. Jeez, why didn't you at least watch a story video about what happened to her and how she is like this now, you lazy fuck?
And it's implied that a normal human with no powers, no real training, at least it's not shown on screen where training is a match for Spider-Man because she has her own two-phase boss fight most of the way through the quest line. She got punched 10,000 times, she's completely fine. Are you fucking joking? Is gameplay canon? Is gameplay canon in modern games? I really have to wonder.
Well, technically any human in this game and other media could kill Spider-Man. I mean, yeah, he has powers, but one shot to the head or a fatal wound, and he will die like anyone else. And I know you're saying, how can she fight him with, as you say, no real training? But Yuri used to be a cop and has combat training. Again, go look at the DLC. But you probably mean, how is she even standing a chance of fighting Spider-Man? Well, I imagine he is really holding back because she used to be his friend and he doesn't really want to hurt her in a way that could critically injure her. Because we all know this Spider-Man could do that if he wanted. But that is not the kind of person he is.
So really, the only reason why I like this quest is the final mission where Spider-Man has to defuse a bunch of bombs and then derail this train. The train ends up nearly killing him. It crushes him up to his neck. And Cletus nearly burns him alive while also obtaining a piece of the Venom symbiote. And he literally even says the word carnage, if it wasn't any more clear at this point.
No shit.
It's not like they were trying that hard to hide it, but for people who didn't know right away, it's a nice little surprise. Though you only found out because your chat told you. You didn't even try to figure it out on your own. For me, I liked the 4 missions as a whole. The fact they took the time to tell this separate story alongside the main story was really fun. And I'm excited to see what they do with Carnage by either putting him in the next game or maybe as a DLC in the future. I guess we'll see.
Now, before I devolve into just talking about all the various aspects that I hate about this game, I guess I'll give a very quick mention of the web swinging. Now, the swinging physics are still inferior to the original Spider-Man 2.
Okay, I'm listening.
If you saw my last video, you'll know I just played Spider-Man 2, so I can absolutely verify that the swinging was more satisfying in that game because it took more skill and had much better physics. It just had more momentum and felt faster than this, though in reality I don't think that's actually true. I believe people have done the tests before. And by default, in the settings, there's a swing assist feature that is maxed out that makes it pretty much impossible to fail at swinging. It will actually alter the momentum and the angle of your swing so that you don't hit the ground. Now, of course, about halfway through the game, I turned this off to see the difference, and it does feel a little bit better without the swing assist. But now with the addition of the wingsuit, it's harder to fail anyway, because as soon as you jump at the height of your swing, you can just break out the wingsuit real quick and glide, keeping most of your momentum. And then once you slow down, you start swinging again, so it's even more brainless.
Man, I need to replay PS2 Spider-Man 2 someday. It's been a while. That game is fun to play, but you can't tell me it is not fun as hell to swing around the city and even glide great distances with the web wings in Marvel's Spider-Man 2. I love it. I thought the way you travel around is great, even with the swing assist on. But why do you think it's brainless? Is it because of the way you swing? I mean, did you even experiment with how it all works in different ways? Again, you say this is what the game is and just want everyone to think like you do, but every person will play differently. Some might just swing in a way just to get to point A to point B, while others may experiment with the swinging mixed with the web wings to see what they can pull off.
And Spider-Man with the wingsuit just feels wrong.
They're called web wings, but what is so wrong about the Spider-Man having web wings?
And man, I'm just really sick of wingsuits in general. Maybe because I've played so many modern games in the past decade, but I think the only time I legitimately enjoyed one was Just Cause 3, and even then, I enjoyed said wingsuit even more when you purchase the first DLC and it turns into an Iron Man jetpack with a machine gun and missiles.
These are 2 completely different games. You have one where you can glide through the city while mixing swinging in as well, while the other one makes it to where you can blow shit up from the air. Because that is really what you want in all games. Just gameplay, no talking, and gunning down / blowing people up in games. Very mindless of you.
Ultimately, I just don't really like wingsuits that much anymore. It was a cool novelty in that game and in Far Cry 3 and 4, but I've already seen it way too many fucking times. It doesn't belong in a Spider-Man game.
The suit's last software patch wasn't stable, but here goes nothing.
Oh my god, a wingsuit. Wow. A tiny wingsuit, too. I know Just Cause did the same thing. But what is it with half these video game wingsuits being like the tiniest wings that wouldn't, catch any wind?
But each of those games had different ways to use the wingsuits, just like Spider-Man 2 does with the web wings. And I wouldn't say it doesn't belong. I mean, in the comics, he used to have the web wings, or web arms as they were called, but they were never used as a tool until Spider-Man Homecoming. So it's a homage to the comics and the films that use them. And in the first game, they are in one of the backpacks where Peter says,
"My underarm webs. Thought they might help me glide short distances, but they never really worked. Looked cool, though."
And what do you know? He did. But I assume you didn't even know that, since you're only an expert on Norse mythology, right?
Yeah. I'm sure this... What was she even the god of? I already forgot.
I'm I'm glad they added them, and I can't wait to see what they do with them in the future.
That said, I might be a little critical here, but I do think swinging around the city is still fun. Just not as fun as the original Spider-Man 2. Okay, that's pretty much everything that I even vaguely liked about the game. We're only going downhill from here. I pretty much have nothing else to say positively about this game.
Just like before, he doesn't go into detail about the new swing mechanic, so here we go again. Okay, now, let me get a good stretch in since, we're about to see what he says is bad. Oh boy, this is gonna be rough. Alright, let's go.
I honestly don't even know where to begin. I guess we can stick with the sandbox for now, and we'll cover the story later. There's a lot of story-based side quests in this game that are tagged with the superhero app that this fat Asian kid named Genki made for you. I never played the Miles Morales game for obvious reasons. Chuck Flea, thanks $2. Just admit you dislike Miles because of his skin. I will tell you, I'm tired of basically blackwashing or black replacement characters. If he was a completely original character with original powers, that was an original idea, it would not be half as annoying. It probably wouldn't be a quarter as annoying, but given modern writers, it would probably still not be good. Let's be honest.
Mr. Parker, I need your help to get the app back.
Oh my god, fat Asian. My favorite Spider-Man character, fat Asian guy? Whoa, dude. I don't even remember Genki from the first game. Was he in the first game? I don't fucking know. Maybe. He could have been. It was in the Miles game. Oh, that game nobody played. Okay.
Local network should be online. Let me notify the app users.
We have an app?
Reports should start coming in any minute now.
Spider app? It's time. You know what? When are we killing millennial writers? Now? Today? Can it be today?
Back in business.
Can it be yesterday even? Can we go back in time and kill some millennial writers? I'm done with their shit. It's an app, dude. Isn't that so relatable? No. It isn't. Okay. Shared skill tree. Each hero has a unique skill tree. Guess who's not getting any skill points? Guess who's not getting any fucking skill points, dude? So I had no idea who the fuck this kid is, and I really don't care if he's been featured in the comics. He's a lame character. I don't like him. Spider-Man is a genius. He can make his own fucking gadgets, okay? Stop taking shit away from him.
Starting off strong. You didn't play Miles' game just because of his skin color and race, which is no surprise coming from you. But because of that, you miss out on the origin of the app in the first place. As for Genki, just because you don't like him doesn't mean others couldn't like his character as Miles and Peter's guy in the chair. Also, as you said, he only made the app. But then you say, stop having someone else build Spider-Man shit. Let him do it on his own. But that's exactly what both Spider-Men do. Genki has nothing to do with their suits and gadgets. Hell, in this game, Peter makes the web line tool just by looking at one of Kraven's crossbows and makes it on the spot. Who do you think is making their gadgets when you swing around the city to get tokens so you can build and upgrade the gadgets for Peter and Miles? I shouldn't have to tell you who, so try to get your facts straight next time.
Oh wait, this whole game takes shit away from him, but we'll get to that. Hold on.
Can't we just get to it now instead of you wasting my time? No? Okay, fine. What do you have now?
So through this stupid superhero app, instead of Spider-Man solving real problems like supervillains robbing banks or killing people, he decides to help randos who have some kind of trivial issue they could easily solve themselves.
What the hell are you talking about? They do both, because when you are swinging through the city, you will get crime alerts from people using the app, and you can go stop them or not. It is your choice. And what is wrong with Spider-Man helping these people? I feel many people forget that he is a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Being a superhero shouldn't just mean he has to go punch bad guys all the time to help people. I really like that they have the Spider-Man just helping people out when they aren't fighting crime. And besides, for the requests, you say they all could have just done them by themselves. That is just wrong. Most of them definitely needed the Spider-Man's help. I mean, the one with the fireworks, Spider-Man was the only one who could get Mike to the hospital in time and stop the bad guys who sold them the fireworks. The lady who is blind says there's a monster in her backyard, but you expect her to go back there and handle it herself? What the hell is wrong with you? And imagine if some regular person tried to help and came across Fido and it killed them. Thank God Spider-Man answered that call. It could have been bad.
For example, you help some black woman find her grandpa who's gotten lost in Central Park or something, and you legitimately waste your time walking around the park, finding some random evidence, doing a fucking god-awful mini-game.
Why do you have to emphasize that she is black? We can see that from your clip, and yes, she could have had anyone else help find her grandpa, but she probably knows Spider-Man's reputation and trusted that Pete or Miles, who you could pick for this mission, can find him. Which is also something else he doesn't mention, that you can choose which Spider-Man will help with some of the requests, giving slightly different dialogue for each character. Anyway, she probably figures that Spider-Man could find him faster than anyone else. Moving on to the minigame, it didn't look so bad to me, and also if you didn't want to do it, you can pause the game and skip them.
And this game's full of shitty mini-games, by the way. They're just straight up padding. They add nothing. They require no brain power. Though I say that, funny enough, I did get stumped by an incredibly easy one at one point. Guys, I'm feeling dumb. My dumbness is activating. God. Retard mode engaged. I guess that's another moment for the Son of DSP compilation.
In this game, honestly, there were some that took me a bit, but were still easy. But the hardest for me was the last one you have to do for the EMF stations. But overall, I don't mind the puzzles in this game because I prefer simple than overcomplicated puzzles. But it's sad that simple is hardcore for him with puzzles.
I can't believe that EMF is making these GMOs open source. Profit shouldn't be part of the equation when it comes to basic human necessities.
Yep. I agree, Spider-Man. You should give this shit for free to all humans.
Let's see.
Turn everyone to a fucking mutant. Oh no, I fucked it up. Fucked it up, guys. I did a bad. Yeah, I know. Hold on.
Can't wait to see this grow.
I love soyas.
This works. These plants will be growing fast.
Why do they keep doing these shitty puzzles? Can we make it stop?
Just imagine what Feast could do.
Oh, I fucked it up again because I need 2 plants. God damn it. Okay, fine. I hate this. Why are you making me do this? You're embarrassing me in front of the whole world. I don't care at this point. I don't even give a shit. I want to numb my brain forever.
I can see why the puzzles feel like padding to you, since puzzles really aren't your forte. Also, you don't need to call it a DSP moment because, believe it or not, there are many people out there who do the same thing in other games, with me included, to where I lose track of where I need to go sometimes in a game, even though it is actually very simple. We all have brain farts once in a while.
But of course, at the end of this quest line, you find the grandpa, he talks about his wife, and that's it. That's the whole point of the quest, is to listen to some old man reminisce about his wife when he was younger.
No surprise here that you hated it for trying to have a moment of being human. You don't even mention after talking about his wife, he says he knows he will die someday, and is scared but feels his wife is still with him when he visits that bench, and wants to make the most of his time on Earth by spending it with the ones he loves. And it's thanks to Spider-Man for taking the time to listen to his story and talk to him that he improves his relationship with his granddaughter. It was a very sweet moment. But you just treat it like a wasted side mission all because you didn't get to punch something. God, I hate your narrow-minded view on things. It really is annoying.
But it gets much worse than that. There's another quest where you help some old black guy free his pigeons because he's about to die, and so they need to find a new home. And all you do is just swing around the city with pigeons flying around you while a copyrighted song plays. That's the whole fucking mission. And oh, big shock, he's dead when you come back. Ooh, how sad. Couldn't make the game, like, it would still be a woke, scumbag, piece of shit game in other ways, but if you just threw other superheroes in it, it'd be better. Ooh. Sure.
Sure. What did you need?
Sometimes I just sit here, take it all in. Fairies coming in. See it?
It's Lee from the Walking Dead game.
Yeah. You and Pidgey getting on board?
Think I'll skip this one. Wait for the next. Used to love the ferry. Felt like I was sailing off on an adventure.
Howard?
See that yellow skipper?
I don't want to reuse Creatively Bankrupt this soon. Even though those videos do really well, the algorithm likes the Creatively Bankrupt subtitle, that's for sure.
Well, we're waiting.
Okay, get up. Get up. Peter, get the fuck up. Peter, you lazy bitch. Stand up.
Wish I could take that bumblebee out for a spin.
Hey, Howard?
Get up.
Ride it all the way across the river to those 3 pillars. An ancient city hidden in the clouds.
The hell is he talking about?
3 pillars?
Over to the right. Look for the red lights.
Okay, yeah, I see the lights.
Those 3 smokestacks? Why there?
I worked in that factory for 20 years. Laid off. Lost my purpose for a while. And then when my wife passed...
Waiter going to. Yeah, I could definitely title something that.
They taught me how to fly again. Especially little Pidgey.
I'm so sorry, Howard. What can I do?
That's one.
Never right. Thanks, $2. Multiverses are nihilistic nightmares in hindsight. Yeah. Yep, I mean, truly, in a sense, life would be pointless if there's just a million other versions of things that have happened nearly exactly the same. You know, infinite number of slightly different universes. If characters die, you can just replace them with an identical version. You know what? People shilling for Guardians 3, fuck you. It wasn't good. The Gamora side plot went nowhere. It was cringe. It was supposed to be like, oh, you need to move on. No, you don't need to move on. Get your waifu back. Eric G, thanks $2. It's good Stan Lee's dead. He was too good for this. Yep. True.
Try a whistle.
Okay, if you're sure.
Can I throw Howard into the river? What the hell? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Oh my god. This is what we get. All the things we could do as superheroes, and this is what we get.
Anytime, Howard. And you can still visit them. Take the train out. Gonna drop these birds off, and I'll be right back.
I have to... Don't... No, he better be dead when I come back. If I have to come back, I hope he's dead.
Okay, this is it. Your new home. Pidgey, you're in charge.
Oh, Pidgey. Oh, the heckin' Pokemon reference. Oh.
Howard, long time no see. How's Pidgey doing?
It's amazing how every time you open your mouth, you prove you're an idiot.
Oh no, Howard is dead? Oh my god.
Oh, hey, Spider-Man. Hey, sorry.
Let me in there.
Friend of mine.
I need to see him.
Take all the time you need.
Oh god.
It looked like he was at peace.
He was.
This whole game is a humiliation ritual, isn't it? It's a humiliation ritual.
Don't worry, Howard. The flock is free.
Who cares? They're gonna get like fucking aluminum can plastic rings around their necks, and it's gonna strangle them to death. What are you gonna do about it then, Spider-Man, huh? What you gonna do? You can't save every bird.
Oh god, now he's disrespecting Howard, which I'm sure he doesn't even know this character was introduced in the first game, where you have to find his pigeons as a side mission, and we even learn about his wife's passing and help him out in the end, showing how nice Spider-Man is to the people he knows. We also meet him as Miles in his game, where bad guys stole some of his pigeons to use for a heist, and we stopped them, which for me, when I first played Miles' game, it was a nice surprise to see him again. The reason it is a sad scene for most people is they got to know him as a simple character who was living his life and took care of his birds and wanted them to be free and not have to see their owner die. But to you, he was just some guy with birds that you didn't care about because you didn't know any of that. Though that probably doesn't matter with you being the heartless bastard you are. R.I.P. Howard, and go fuck yourself, Synthetic Man. You call yourself a game reviewer, but you couldn't even bother to learn why his death for the Spider-Man is meaningful to them. Just fuck right off.
There's another side quest where you help some blind woman because apparently there's a monster in her yard. It turns out it's one of these robotic panther enemies, and Genki reprograms it to be a dog, a heckin' pupperino, and you train it by shooting webs at shit in the environment.
Again, thank God Spider-Man took this request. Also, you don't just train it. At one point, we learned that the woman hunter who was the owner of it was murdered by another hunter, and the robo-dog cared about its owner and went rogue. And after hearing the audio tape of the murder, it goes wild and runs to go find and stop that guy, which, with Spider-Man's help, you do. Yeah, you kinda left out a lot of that story just to get here. Very lazy of you.
And of course you give the robot dog to the lady, which has a fucking rainbow painted on it for some fucking reason. This whole game's like that. That's just the tip of the iceberg for that shit.
Okay, so you're good with everything else painted on it to try to make it look nicer, except the rainbow. All because you believe it is promoting some LGBTQ propaganda, instead of just treating it like the other drawings that are just trying to make it look less threatening. I mean, why the hell would you jump to that conclusion? If they wanted to promote that, why didn't they just put the actual flag on it then, you dumb fuck?
Oh, but it gets worse. It gets much, much worse. There's another mission where you go to Miles' private school and help some Zoomer mutt, who I couldn't even tell was a woman until I looked closely.
I imagine you experienced the same problem in real life. I think it was more the character's voice that can make you think she was a boy.
I heard you lost a toy drone?
It's lost, but it's not a toy. I was using it to gather aerial footage for my senior project. I'd look for it myself, but it lost communication at 300 feet X and 140 feet Y. That's the northeast building. Can you help? Our senior projects are due Friday.
Oh, right.
Wait, you knew that?
I, get around. Hear lots of things. I'm Spider-Man.
Oh, okay then. So you'll look around for me?
I'm on it.
To me, she sounds almost something like a Timmy Turner voice or something like that. But still, if you just actually look at the character, you could see that she is a she and not a Zoomer mutt.
Take pictures around the school, including of their fucking esports club.
I don't follow esports at all, so I don't know what his problem is with it. Why don't you explain why you don't like it for people who don't know what that is? But, I mean, why wouldn't Miles want to help out around his school? Just like Peter, he is always willing to help anyone whenever he can.
And then, the quest all of you were waiting for me to talk about, where you help a gay kid ask this dude out to homecoming. Spider-Man is wasting his fucking time helping some gay kid ask out another gay kid. Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, Miles is human and has emotions, and like I said before, he just wants to help people no matter what the issue is. Also, you're the one making him do the mission. You didn't have to, but you just wanted to do it to complain and call this mission gay woke propaganda. Why would this be a waste of time for Spider-Man to do? I mean, at that moment, no real crimes are happening while he is doing this, except for the one in this request. These missions as well are good for passing the time before the next story mission and to show just how nice the Spider-Man are when doing these side missions. But of course, you just hate that Spider-Man is helping a gay kid in the first place since you don't like someone who identifies that way.
What the hell, man? It's not like this is fun. No, you just jump around some rooftops and shoot some webs at some shit. And the game forces you to watch. I literally tried to leave, and the game forced me to web back onto the lamppost over and over again. This is what I'm talking about. This is how you know it's propaganda. They're shoving it down your fucking throat. And no, it being an optional side quest is not an excuse, especially since you had no way of knowing what you would see what this quest contained unless you read it on the internet. It's just a random side quest called Homecoming.
You are not just shooting webs at stuff on roofs, because you are trying to help him after the generator he ordered got smashed because the guy who was supposed to deliver it was held at gunpoint and was getting robbed. But with Miles' electric powers, you help him with his special presentation. Fuck. Why do you keep leaving out all the details when talking about this, which gives you the reasons as to why Miles would help him? Also, if you didn't want to watch or play this mission at all, there is the abandoned mission option in the pause menu, which you could have done at any point, but of course you only wanted to complete it just to get the rewards and complain about it being propaganda. I'm just glad I don't think like you, because when I played this, I just saw someone asking Spider-Man to help with his homecoming project, to ask his date to a dance, and that's it. I know there are probably more people that think like Synthetic Man, but when I play a game, I don't go looking for this kind of stuff in games. I just play the mission and think about the characters in the scene and enjoy it for what it is, or critique something I didn't like in the story. Unlike you, who looks at this and goes, "Oh! Ew! Dude! What the fuck?" Which is the only reason you hate the scene, so shut up and grow the fuck up.
But arguably, that's not even the worst side quest in this game. Oh no, there's one even worse. There's a side quest where you play as Miles' deaf girlfriend walking around spraying graffiti on walls.
You don't even know who she is because you didn't play Miles' game where they met for the very first time, and later in that game, you even help her as Spider-Man in a side mission, and she gives you her scarf as a way of saying thank you. She only knows Miles is Spider-Man because at the end of his game, her and a bunch of residents of Harlem found out after he stopped the new form from destroying Harlem. It's hinted at in Miles' game, and in this game, they may get together, but they are not even dating yet. They don't even kiss until the end of the game, cementing their relationship. Also, during her mission, she is helping clean up the graffiti on the walls by turning it into something nice to look at after someone was tagging the walls before her. What is great as well is that she meets the person who is doing the tagging and convinces them to join her art club to help improve her designs, which I thought was very nice.
But what's actually hilarious about this mission, well, two things. First of all, you can actually turn on audio for this deaf girl that's being read by a real deaf person, which is very unintentionally hilarious, and I made the most lowbrow humor jokes imaginable here.
Black history and black futurism. The girl pink reflect better in person at Coney.
Yeah. Black futurism. I want black futurism. Wakanda forever.
Hey, Spiderman.
Hey, Miss, thank you for your services.
Anytime.
Oh my.
Wild story. Come on. I'll show you what happened.
Oh my god, it is so actual just in the game. I don't know why that was in the speaker section. Oh god, here we go. This is the fucking... I'm so glad I did this fucking side quest. God damn it. I knew I had to... Because I figured this would be a side quest and not in the main quest. Fucking get hit by a car. Come on, where's the cars? Bring them on. Where's another one? Fucking, everyone's on top of fucking hitting their brakes too well. Come on, can I jump out in front of traffic, please? Griffin Gaming, thanks for $5. Zoomers love how cinematic this game is. Plenty of time to scroll through TikTok. Yeah, it's funny, when I'm not streaming these modern games, I usually am, like, playing a video in the background, and if it's something I have to record and keep the audio for clips, I'll have something playing on my phone, because the games are so boring that, I mean, why even pay attention? Even though it is a criticism of, at least a couple of my videos, I don't pay attention to the story. Like, I wasn't paying attention to God of War Ragnarok at multiple times. But, that just shows the game sucks. I mean, if it couldn't hold my attention... I'll admit, the voice isn't as bad as I thought it would be.
I thought you were here buying flowers for them.
I was planning to,
but you know it's too long. I know you understand. See, my dubbing's better. It should have been me. But spoil me. Spoil me. I love you. That'd be way better. That'd be way better. Excuse me. What? Spray paint hurts symbiotes?
It was monsters attack, and I offered up the center for shelter.
The monsters!
Shouldn't you be out there fighting?
Don't you be fighting?
I was trying to save you.
This is the lowest brow humor possible. It's fucking hilarious.
New suit? I like it. It suits you.
Is that a yes?
I'm a world famous artist now.
I'm famous, so...
Check my calendar.
You know how important I am? Spider-Man is nothing compared to me.
So, what's the difference between wheat cakes, pancakes,
Done.
Nice.
I'm glad she got one more line in before the end.
I'm just glad you know that you are a disgusting sack of shit who finds humor in one's disability. Also, why wouldn't they have someone who is deaf read the lines? It would have been weird to hear someone who wasn't deaf doing it like you were just now. I like the feature because there may be people who don't pay attention to the screen at some points, and for those who don't want to read subtitles, they could put that option on, especially it is being read by Natasha O'Filly, who is the actual actress for Haley and actually is deaf. And she helped out a lot with making sure the portrayal and signing was accurate in the game. Which I think is really interesting, especially the fact they took the time to animate her lips to move while talking to help sell it that she is actually talking to Miles while still signing, like she did in Miles' game. But of course, you don't even point that out. You're too busy being an asshole to this character and actress because of her race and disability. Jesus, okay, what else do you got?
But in Insomniac's Infinite Wisdom, because they couldn't have this character talk to herself, at least out loud, because she's deaf, and this is a modern video game, so the protagonist has to comment on what's going on every 5 minutes, or the fucking soulless golem zoomers playing the game would get bored and turn it off, I guess. Instead of making her just think, emojis pop up on the screen. deaf people apparently can't think. They don't have words in their head. They can read, but they think in emotes. It's so woke, it circles back around to being like racist, sexist, ableist, whatever, you know.
Alright, where to start? So, instead of showing emojis that are quick and simple, that get straight to the point on how a person in the scene is feeling, you just want a shit ton of text to pop up on screen just to tell us what is happening, instead of just using the visual cues to figure out what is going on yourself. Also, just because we see emojis doesn't mean that is how the character is thinking right now. The emoji doesn't represent thought, they represent the emotion Haley and the others in the scene are feeling. You could see it with the flower shop owner when he is shown to be mad about the graffiti, and yes, a light bulb pops up on Haley's head before she paints, but that is still showing what she is feeling right now, that she has an idea on how to fix the wall. He also complained that in modern games, characters talk too much to themselves. Well, in the case of Spider-Man, that is something he does in all sorts of media. So I don't see the problem with that, and unlike God of War Ragnarok, I don't think it was as bad with the hand-holding with the puzzles in this game, but I could be wrong. Also, saying that it's woke for using emojis to communicate to the player on what is happening just doesn't make sense. And what did you say here?
Racist, sexist, ableist, whatever, you know.
That sounds like you were more describing yourself than the game.
There's another quest where some of the school members decide to throw a big prank, and they kidnap the school mascot, which might be a setup for an okay quest. In reality, you're just solving brain-dead puzzles the entire time, light reflection puzzles that wouldn't be out of place in a shovelware PS2 game.
Can't you say anything productive like, I wish the puzzles for this mission were a bit more challenging instead of simple and easy? But no, you have to go with brain dead. For these puzzles, this was built for the students of Brooklyn Visions to figure out, so of course Spider-Man could easily get to where he needed to go fast and easy compared to a normal person. You think he would have had that thought cross his mind about how the hell the students were supposed to solve these puzzles to where they would have had to have gone from one building to the next and make it back in time to prepare for the game tomorrow. Hell, they couldn't even do the first puzzle because they couldn't access the roof. That's why they even requested Spider-Man.
But of course, about halfway through, they have to virtue signal to you and throw in a mural saying how great BIPOC artists are and we all need to stick together. Because, you know, women think all minorities are the same, apparently. And you might wonder why I'm singling out women. Well, the lead writer of this game was a woman.
Are you sure about that?
That's a woman?
And we'll get into that a little bit more later because it's kind of important, actually, believe it or not, to the plot of this game, or at least one major mission in particular becomes pretty obvious.
I love how he says halfway through, but shows the first puzzle you do. You think he would have re-recorded to fix that simple mistake. Now, I don't know much about BIPOC artists, so I don't understand what he finds wrong with this message. When I looked it up, it is just a word to describe black artists, and looking at some of these pieces, they look very nice, which I need to take my time next time I play and look at some of the art they put in this game. But when I played, all I saw was a message to the next clue, telling me that is the next location near some art done by BIPOC artists. And now he rants that the lead writer is a woman, and that is why the game is bad. So are we about to go into another God of War Ragnarok rant saying the game's writing is bad just because women were on the team?
It's padding. Like, half this game is padding. So, to make this superhero video, I had to look back through a full game walkthrough of the last Spider-Man. And the last Spider-Man's better than this one every way. Except maybe the gameplay. Like, everything else is better about the last one. I was even kind of engaged in the story, watching some of the cutscenes, and I'm, like, skimming through. Like, there was, like, twice as many supervillains in the last one. The Sinister Six was there, fucking... You know, Tombstone, obviously we saw Tombstone in this, but he was a good guy, so it didn't even fucking matter. Silver Sable, Taskmaster, there's a bunch of fucking villains. What the hell happened in this one? Oh, Kingpin's at the beginning of the game? What the hell happened with this one? 70% women on the development team? That might have something to do with it. I hope that's true. I want that to be true so bad, because it would explain why this game is just a copy-paste job with nothing original.
Really appreciate it, man. No problem.
Is Peter meant to be gay in this? Yes. No. He's gay because women wrote this game, and I don't think that's a joke. I legitimately... There's a black woman who's on the main writing team, someone said.
Yep, that is exactly it.
And not long afterward, you go to some African art section of the city, and there's a whole other side quest line about retrieving stolen instruments from this black art museum.
Oh, we're just done with that mission. You didn't even bother to say what happens when you find the mascot. You really just wanted to complain about them putting BIPOC art in the game instead of actually looking at any real problems. Okay then, I guess he's gonna jump into talking about the Bebop side mission then?
My god, this game is full of shit like this, dude. This is actually part of the main story, but you meet a scientist chick who has the non-binary flag and the monkeypox flag on her desk.
Oh. Never mind. Instead, let's get sidetracked about him complaining about flags now. And saying just because they're in the game, it must be promoting something. I mean, take a look at what he says about this one.
There's a pawn shop with the Ukraine flag on the inside, which this is the fucking comic books. This is exactly why I made those two Escapism is Dead videos, because modern developers will not let you escape reality. You must support the current thing.
Why do you only look at it that way? I didn't even see the flag when I played because I was more focused on Spider-Man talking to the guy, and even if I did, I would just think, oh, the guy must be from Ukraine and has a flag up to remind him of home. I don't understand why you must look at this game with a political view like that all the fucking time. You also complain about realism in your games even though this whole game takes place in New York. Why aren't you complaining that the story should be taking place in a made-up city? And yes, I know this New York has an Oscorp and Avengers Tower along with other Marvel-related buildings, but it is still New York all the same.
And this is a more minor complaint, all things considered, but this Danica podcast with this purple hair feminist chick is so cringy and unbelievable. It's like the writers fundamentally don't understand what makes podcasts like Joe Rogan popular, and so they have this harmless, sterilized, likely self-insert character who gives the most safe, politically correct opinions on shit that's going on. I mean, J. Jonah Jameson's podcast would be 10 times more popular in reality, even if you don't agree with what he's saying, which a lot of the times what he's saying is absolutely correct.
Inflation through the roof, feckless government officials, and a country on the brink of a collapse not seen since the fall of the Roman Empire.
He just sounds way more interesting. He's actually giving a real opinion. He's enthusiastic. Danica is a face for radio, and she's boring as shit. There's no way anyone would ever listen to her.
Well, she was pretty much always like that, just reporting stories, giving helpful daily life advice, and just being a friendly podcaster overall. The thing is, you probably think this is the first time she has shown up in this game, even though she was introduced in Miles' game, where she actually helped in taking down the construction site hideouts of the Underground, who were the main gang Miles fought in his game. I admit, I do enjoy listening to Jonah more, but mostly for his viewpoint on how he thinks everything happens as the game progresses. And I mean, it's good old JJ. I honestly don't have anything else to say about these podcasts other than you think he would have some complaints about how the broadcasts work. Like, when you go into a battle, the broadcast will just cut off and you will lose out on that dialogue, which I don't understand why they didn't put the broadcasts you get in the collection section of the menu to listen to them again, like in the first game. He could have mentioned that, but maybe he didn't run into that problem or just didn't care.
Before we move on, I want to talk about bugs real quick. This might just be the buggiest high-budget Sony release that has come out in the past 10 years. Now, I can make excuses for a lot of minor bugs that don't really bother me that much, but there are a few here that are inexcusable. The first of which being that this game hard crashed my PS5. It actually overheated, froze, and then shut down the entire thing. It then proceeded to crash 2 more times over the course of the story, though luckily not quite as bad.
I can't argue with you there. There are a lot of glitches in this game, but it's not as bad as, say, something like Gollum Lord of Ring, which came out 5 months before Marvel's Spider-Man 2. I luckily only had one crash during my playthrough, which was when you collect all the spider bots, and after the cutscene ended, my game just crashed. Though your first crash wasn't even the game's fault. You said your PS5 overheated. That is a problem with your system, not the game itself. Also, the footage you use, yes, shows a unique glitch, but why didn't you show any from one of your streams?
All the things they could have done with a Spider-Man game, this is what we do. Look, I know that Disney are a bunch of cucks, so they probably were like, no, you can't use any other characters. You can maybe reference them. But, like, I don't know. Maybe because the 90s cartoon had a lot of crossovers. I remember. They even did the Secret Wars adaptation. Blade was in it. I remember Blade was in it. And he wasn't even... He didn't even really look that black. He looked like heavily mixed, which was kind of weird, but... I think I even saw... Nice. I'm glad we got to see that. Every time I see a bug in this game, I'm like, Sony... I love Sony. They're really good, dude. I also had a weird bug where the enemy AI would just glitch out and stand around and not even attack me at multiple times. There was also this weird bug where I was supposed to solve this laser puzzle by pulling down a bunch of chains to block the lasers, but if you pull down 2 of them, it creates 2 holes in the floor. So I thought, oh, maybe I can just jump in the holes? Yeah, whatever. Just go through the hole. Wait, what? What? I thought... Wait a minute, what? So that one was more funny than it was annoying, but I thought it was worth pointing out. And when Miles gets his final power in the story, the game just straight up soft locked. I couldn't press any button, but luckily a quick load checkpoint fixed it. But you'd think that one would have been pretty easy to catch, so I'd have to guess it was broken by the day 1 patch.
Yeah, for a AAA game, it shouldn't have been this bad with glitches, but over time they have done a lot to fix the game, and I could say so far they've done a decent job. Still glitchy, but overall still fun to play. As for the galvanized glitch, did it only happen to you though? You should really be specific about that. Just because it happened to you doesn't mean it happened to everyone else who got a day 1 patch. For me, that never happened at all, so good complaint, but still, you should have made sure this was something that happened to other people's games and not just from your personal experience.
And I know this isn't technically a bug, but this game has a really bad camera in certain boss fights. During the first Kraven fight, it would zoom in on his face, and I couldn't even see my fucking character model, which makes it a little bit hard to dodge attacks when you can't see the spider sense over your head. And there were a whole bunch of minor bugs that are not really worth going into, and there were some performance issues, but for the most part, I think the game ran fine. But it is definitely worth noting that this game was a little buggy. It's got much bigger issues, but I thought it was worth bringing up.
Well, if this wasn't a glitch, why didn't you cover this when you were talking about gameplay? This is something that should have been mentioned way back during your gameplay section. Why did you put it with the glitches? Also, in your gameplay clip, why did you put yourself in a corner? Instead of focusing on dodging, you should have just jumped in the air and web zipped out of there. But, whatever. Thank you for making that section to stall before getting to the story. You could have had an intro and then jumped into the story and then talked about the gameplay, glitches, and everything else that has been covered later on in the video. Why make the viewer wait so long just to get to the juicy bits? And in your video's story section, you go from story to talk about other stuff and then back to story. What the hell is up with this structure? Just do one section at a time. But after about 24 minutes of his video, we can finally start to see what he doesn't like about the story.
Okay, I think I've stalled enough. Let's finally talk about the main story and how Insomniac's writers, or at least the lead one, absolutely hates Peter Parker.
I never got that feeling while playing, but okay, let's see what he's got.
Now, this story was a bit of a convoluted mess, so much so that just 2 days after finishing it, which is the time I'm recording this, I basically already forgotten 80% of it, and I had to go back through my footage just to create this synopsis.
Oh my god, who the hell cares?
You really didn't need this. Why was this not cut from your video? We don't need to know the process of how you had to remember the story. Just
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it!
Which is really not a sign of a good story, and I promise you I actually tried to pay attention this time. The problem with something like this is, and this is really the problem with these Sony movie games, period, anyway. Ah, fuck. There we go. I wasn't in range. Is that, like, they know that punching Sandman doesn't do anything. I mean, he's made of sand. He can just reform. Peter is supposed to use his brain to defeat Sandman. The power of chemistry, right? You can't just punch the problem. I guess Miles' bioelectric bullshit plot device can hurt Sandman because, you know, I don't know. Who the hell knows? It just does.
Shoulder's already wet! Bet he's not a big fan of electricity then either! Read my mind! Felt that all right! We need more water though! I'll hit him with webs while I get Sparky! Somebody order some water! Bang! Give him today's forecast, Spiderman! 100% chance of rain!
What year is it? I feel like people have been trying to do like the God of War thing for so many years, and the only thing that's improved is graphics. The actual— oh, I was supposed to hit square there. That's my bad. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm already turning my brain off. Get ready for Son of DSP. This is how you don't play Spider-Man 2. I'm sorry if the games are so bad that I can't. Like, to preserve my sanity, I have to stop paying attention.
Something about going on vacation.
I love all these people. These are great characters. Oh, Jesus. Now I actually have to read the subtitles.
What? That's incredible, Haley.
Also, while you were gone, I found out that I got the Rand scholarship.
Are you serious?
Kill me, please.
Bro, that's like a full
I hate Sony. I hate Sony fanboys. I want them dead. Kill every Sony gamer.
Missing out. Oh man.
God, just fucking look at the PS3 shelf behind me. All those fucking PS3 games. They used to make good games. If I had most of my PS2 cases as a child.
Well, listen. There's an open photo call at the New York Bulletin. I just sent a shot in yesterday. It's not
I have a
much
few
money,
PS2 cases. I get some of those.
Robertson's paper.
Silent Hill 2. I'm just reminiscing. SpongeBob Al Bikini Bottom. That's a great game.
More shots too if I have time.
Bobby always said, don't show me the city, show me New York.
I can't even pay attention. I just can't. Like, it hurts too bad to watch what's happening on the screen. And that's definitely a valid critique against my reviews. No, I can't pay attention because it's shit. Well, I'll read that one. Agent Borange, thanks to €2. Insomniac has fallen. Billions must die. You know it. Captain Chuddy over here, me. We got to kill billions to cleanse the fucking poisonous mind virus of the world. But I know who I would kill first. Not that I could say it. I have to tidy up the house. I love, you know what, Spider-Man is such a good game. Sony games are so good, dude. You have to clean up houses. God, I'm so immersed. So relatable. So fucking relatable, dude. Cleaning up a house in a video game. Spider-Man 2 is better than this. Spider-Man 2 on the PS2 is a better game than this. It didn't make me clean up a fucking house. I can't wait for copers, seethers, and dilators to say in my review that, oh, he's fucking crazy. It says a PS2 game was better than this. Yeah, and you didn't even play it, you fucking zoomy fuck.
I won't let him fire me. I know how much this house means to you. We'll figure it out.
I don't deserve you.
I don't deserve it. I kill him. Where's the suicide button? Now, I'm done. Make it end. Make it end. Imagine all the suffering Peter Parker has gone through in his life. And this is what he gets. The fucking man-jaw disgusting creature. The whole reason MJ is a supermodel is because Peter had to have one good thing in his life. One. And he can't even have that.
I need to be in the city, close to where the action is.
But think of all the romantic dinners we could have here.
When was the last time you were home for dinner?
Fair point.
Hey, what's this? Is all this maze stuff?
Yeah, I need to donate it, but not just yet. What are you looking at?
Some pretty cute old photos of you.
I want to punch her.
Man, I haven't seen these.
Let me go chud mode. I'm gonna play the Punisher game again, and I'm gonna pretend everyone is MJ.
Balance. What does that mean?
What a fucking nerd. Fuck you! Oh my god. This is, I'm having flashbacks to the fucking, like, Zero Needs Coffee thing, where I showed, like, rowing the boat at 6 times speed. Every Sony game does this fucking shit. Stop. Stop. I want to play the game. I'm so done. Modern gaming is so shit. I want every Zoomer's head to be fucking shoved in the nearest toilet. Give them a swirly. And the millennials who wrote this are getting killed. Actually, death by firing squad for these.
I wish you'd been around.
Fire the ovens back up for millennial writers.
Gotta get him back in that elevator.
I checked this floor 3 times already. This is a damn goose chase.
Please just make it stop. Please. Look at this. Is this compelling to anybody? Anybody? Does anybody find this fun or interesting? How can you say a video game's a masterpiece if, like, this is fucking... I get it. You shoot the balloon. I get it. I don't care. It's still boring. Oh, yeah. Someone went in there behind you. Fuck off, retard. You fucking... Can I web him? Yeah. Oh, why would you take the elevator back down? That doesn't even make sense.
I checked this floor 3 times already. This is a damn goose chase.
Oh my god, another modern game trope where you see hallucinations of the past. Thanks, Far Cry 3. Love you, Far Cry, but you know what? This is horrible. It didn't work in Far Cry. It doesn't work now.
Sorry about that. Hey, just dropped Mike off. He thought I should check where y'all bought your fireworks from, too.
The dock guys? That's a good call. But watch out. I know I saw 2 of them with guns. Like serious guns.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
I'm fast. I wish... I bet you can't land on your head and die. That'd be fun.
You want to do this? Get back to checking the guns and let me work my magic.
I love how the illegal fireworks guys also have guns. Like, they couldn't just be selling illegal fireworks.
But watch out. I know I saw 2 of them with guns. Like serious guns.
Look at me now, Ma. Some guns and fireworks.
There's no stopping the prophecy.
Oh, are these guys like cultists? That's why they're burning shit.
deal with those guys. I felt like they came out of a cult. Better tell Pete about them.
Joy the.
She was grabbing something from that box on the wall.
Why does Miles need to interact with Black Cat?
But it's empty.
Why?
Lee?
Don't know. This list is extensive.
No, we gotta stop him from killing those horrible murderers. No. Superheroes suck.
Exactly.
Punisher would have helped Kraven. They would have teamed up. Punisher and Kraven team up. Where's that comic? Has that ever happened? Probably not. Right. 1 sec, my mom's calling me. Fuck.
So, what's up with that? Oh. The future of entertainment still has some bugs to work out.
Hi, Pete. Cool shirt. Cool shoes. Really cool shoes. Cool everything, really.
Hey, Miles. Thank you.
Guys, this is my best friend Harry. He just got back from overseas, and he's starting up a new research foundation.
You mean we're starting up a new research foundation? Hey, good to meet you.
New job, huh? Still gonna have time for tutoring?
We'll figure it out.
Shall we?
Actually, that thing back there really messed my head up.
Bad timing. Devin, check out the pot pie.
Nice meeting you, Harry.
Yeah, you too.
I hope he actually heard me. I couldn't comment on Mary Jane's lovely face. Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta talk. We sure do. Spider-Man.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, anyone can figure it out. Yeah, when you want to save that ugly face. Dun dun dun. Now let's see some retarded faggot use that out of context. Written by okay. Better pay attention.
Heard rumors for a while. They leave bodies in their wake.
Come on, Spidey, sleep with her, please.
Crimson Hour, whatever that is.
If you can't have Black Cat, take the Asian puss. Come on, get that yellow fever going.
Just hopped out there, huh?
I didn't even hear what he said. I thought this is
Who
my
says
bad.
stuff like that? Hey, the data
I know, I picked the wrong mission on accident. It's okay.
It's rebooting.
Awesome. Thanks. Well, since you're up there, would you mind snapping a photo of campus for us?
I can make that happen.
We'd like a shot of the sky bridge from the rooftop. Could you take it?
Actually, I already forgot what am I taking a picture of? Guys, I'm sorry. I'm finding it so hard to pay attention. And people wonder why it's like, oh my god, he got so many details wrong in the God of War Ragnarok review. Yeah, because it was boring and I couldn't pay attention. Because it was terrible. Future Slacker, thanks for the $5. If this is a drone club, why can't she just get them to take these pictures? Yeah.
You lost a toy drone?
It's lost, but it's not a toy. I was using it to gather aerial footage for my senior project. I'd look for it myself, but it lost communication at 300 feet X and 140 feet Y. That's the northeast building. Can you help? Our senior projects are due Friday.
Oh, right. Hey, the data's corrupt. Can't turn the camera on, but it's rebooting.
Awesome. Thanks. Well, since you're up there, would you mind snapping a photo of campus for us?
I can make that happen.
Hey, while you've been up there, I've been tinkering with the drone. Camera's still busted, but at least it still flies. One last favor. It's the last thing we need, for real. Could we get a tour of campus in one continuous shot from the air? You can meet us up on the rooftop to start the fly-through.
All right. I'll get something nice for you.
That'll do it. Thanks to you, this recruitment video is really gonna shine. Don't suppose you'd be down to do 10 hours of editing for me.
Better let the master cinematographer handle that part.
Magnificent, thanks $2. Bad news, he gave you the monkey. Yeah. Yep, he's infested with every disease known to man. He's Hitler. Yeah, well, can I help Hitler? Where's that side mission? Can I reincarnate Hitler with science? That's using the science, right? Redditors love science. I can clone Hitler. Guys, I hate this. I don't want to play anymore. I picked the worst fucking job in the world. Not true. Not true. It's better than doing any fucking wagey job. Sergeant Wotan, thanks $2. Hail the Synthreich. Anyway, what is this mission? I don't even know. What am I doing? Homecoming. I need your help, instrument. Fucking hell, it didn't even update the quest. What am I doing? Find a power source on the roof. Okay. Probably, I'm guessing not this roof. Maybe that roof. Sword of Sinister, thanks $2. Spider Cub. Ayo, what up, my F-Slur? Shit. Shit, my... I'm not gonna say it. I want to, but this stream is already probably gonna be age restricted. So I don't want to guarantee that it gets age restricted. You know what I'm saying? Where on the roof? Where? There's multiple roofs on this campus. Oh, okay. Go back to the mission. Just tell me where to go, please. Please, I hate this game. I don't want to think anymore. Make it stop. God damn it, just tell me. Just tell me where to go. Chat, please. Chat, please, where is it? Yeah, come on. Guys, you gotta know which roof it is, right? Please? Bail me out. What generator I scanned? What are you talking about? I didn't scan any generator. Magnificent, thanks to. Are you talking about the generator I scanned like a while back? I don't even know where that was. Underneath me? I thought it said on the roof. What is defined as a roof? You guys just spam DSP when you didn't even see it. I love this. Chat is a hive mind. They'll just say DSP because other people are saying DSP. If it's not highlighted, if it doesn't come up under the scan or something, then you're probably not even correct. You're probably wrong. What keep going where? Go where? What do you fucking... Yo, you guys are retards when it comes to directions. Okay, okay, this is... Oh, is that it? Oh, is that it? Oh my god. Oi!
This gunship won't quit! I'm right behind you! We'll take it down together! No time!
I feel like they fucked up. I don't know if we're missing a mission or they wrote themselves into a corner, but Peter wasn't like... he wasn't this symbiote corrupted, we'll put it at that. You know, it wasn't this like evil sounding just one mission ago.
Connor's his family. Heard his wife left with their son after the first lizard fiasco. Not that Craven cares. Craven's gonna pay for putting Connors and his family through hell. It couldn't hold him. Exactly how Craven likes it.
The beast could be anywhere.
You have no idea.
You are glorious prey, worthy of Craven.
Let me tell you how this is all gonna go down. You leave Connors alone. He doesn't deserve this. But if you or Craven keep going after him, you'll answer to me. This whole lizard hunt ends now. Bring it down. Does Craven even know what he did to Connors? Also, he could prove something? I'll get excited.
Say then!
Is all this just a game to him? Craven wants a hunt? I'll give him one he'll never forget!
Where are you going?
Seriously, how much of this game is hold forward and then thing happens? If I was autistic enough, I would figure out what percentage of this game is literally just holding forward on the analog stick. Okay. Oh, squeeze over here, I see. They should have put yellow spray paint there, like the Resident Evil 4 remake. I'm a dumb gamer, I wouldn't have been able to figure it out. If Peter's not here to tell him not to seek revenge, is he just gonna, through his sheer God damn it. I'm trying to make a joke. There's sheer POC power. Is he gonna fucking decide not to kill him?
We really gotta do this with the mask on?
Depends.
Relax. I'm not trying to get my ass kicked by my nephew again. Your dad used to give me that exact same look. Kid?
Martin Lee. Someone got him out.
I know what you're thinking, Miles. This is not on you. We can't let him live up here. It's just another kind of prison.
It's not that easy.
Never said it was. But sometimes you gotta push the past away so you can make room for the future.
This will make such a difference for the community. Thank you so much for your support. Okay, bye-bye. Miles.
Hey, Ma.
Ven, siéntate. I just wanted to check in. See how you're doing. ¿Todo bien?
Fine. Everything's good. Okay. It's just a lot right now. So much to take care of in the city. Super stressed about my college essay. Pete's busy doing other stuff. And Lee. Lee's still out there. Doesn't that bother you?
Of course it bothers me. But I'm committed to making this community better. I've got to let go of things that don't serve me and focus on where I want to go, not where I've been. ¿Entiendes lo que te digo? Spiderman! You're okay. What happened?
I took your advice. I let go of some things that didn't serve me.
I do everything for you.
I'm not listening. listening?
Yeah, I'm not surprised you'd say that. Because all
I love how
that matters
Miles
is
Morales already had his own game, and then they still have to pull shit like this. Like, shouldn't this have happened during his game?
I promise to do everything in my power to protect this city.
I promise.
That's it?
That oath a real thing?
Totally. Definitely didn't just make it up. See you in a few weeks, Spider-Man. New York's only Spider-Man.
I'm New York's only Spider-Man. I'm New York's only Spider-Man. Please don't screw this up. Spider-Man, thank you. I did this. My powers. I made it explode. When I got powers, and I thought I'll be able to fix anything. Do anything that Spider-Man does.
Whenever you say Spider-Man, you always mean the other one. You're Spider-Man. You can fix this. Your way.
What Krieger did to Rick? Roxxon needs to pay. Not like this.
This is the only way I can beat him. I need you to look the other way. Please.
I can't. I made a promise.
You could have died. No lo puedo creer. Why didn't you tell me about any of this? All those talks we had? How to keep yourself safe? But this?
I didn't want you to worry. And the other Spider-Man's gone. I just keep making things worse and worse. Now I screwed up things with you.
Miles. There is nothing you could ever do or ever be that would make me stop loving you. Nada. You give me strength, Miles. That's all a hero really is. Someone who's brave for the people they love.
Just a guy who doesn't give up.
Don't make me kill you! You can't win! Why do you keep fighting?
Because I'm Spider-Man. Man, I still can't get over that suit. So cool. Gotta be me.
Yeah, you do.
I learned how to be a Spider-Man from the OG. But I learned how to be a hero from my dad. The good I try to do every day is the good my dad planted in me. But it's been hard. Even with superpowers, sometimes we can't save the people we love, no matter how hard we try. A hero's someone who doesn't give up, though. And I don't plan to. I don't know, man. I can't talk about me without talking about Spider-Man.
Sure you can. You just have to... Yeah, why don't you just start another draft?
Lee is still out there. The city needs me. It's Spider-Man, right now.
I've been calling you. For hours. Nothing. You know Miles has been hunting Lee.
I'll find him.
I'm calling the hospital.
I said I'd find him. I've got this under control.
All Miles talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man. not school, not his friends. How to help you. Go help him.
Where is he?
Miles. Pete? You don't get it. I mean, I tried. I tried to teach you, to make you into a hero. I knew you'd always be second best, but... all you've ever done is let people down. Put people in danger. That's not Spider-Man. Spider-Man helps people. You just hurt them. It's not true. Hey, whoa, don't shoot the messenger here. It's not even me you're letting down. It's your dad. Oh!
So, your name is Miles. Who are you really, Miles?
Get down here, Lee!
Let's dig deeper.
What the hell, Miles? I know this is you, Lee! Yeah, of course it is. I'm always here for you. I do everything for you. I'm not listening! Yeah, I'm not surprised you'd say that. Because all that matters is you, right? All you do is take. You put me in danger. You put Haley in danger. But for what? What do we get? I know I'm left behind. That's all we get. Or we end up like Finn. Ganke! Ganke! I know I said it wasn't your fault, but I guess I just mostly felt bad for you. Didn't want you to feel responsible. Especially after your... Shut up!
Mijo, where are you?
No! I'm here, Mom.
I can't do this anymore, Miles. You're always gone. Always in danger.
No!
You're going to get yourself killed.
Won't!
And then what? You can't win, Miles. I should never have let you try. All it's ever done is make me more alone. Put me in more danger.
No! I want to protect you! I will!
Heard that before.
I mean it!
Not from you. On the day he died,
Mom!
Your father told me, just that morning, that everything he does...
No! No, no, no!
Miles, please!
Stop.
Hey there, big man. Man, it feels good to see you. Lots changed since I left. You became a whole hero.
But I couldn't save you. Or Finn. If Spider-Man can't protect everyone, who will?
Come on now. You're more than just Spider-Man. You can try and hide behind that mask, but I know who you are. And what you stand for. I've been watching you.
You have?
And it hurts. What happened to the boy that I raised? You're a coward. Stain on my family.
You don't mean that!
I do. We all do. You're a failure, Miles. Always will be.
No! You never say that! None of you would! I'm not...
It's time to give up. Give up, Miles.
No. Give up!
I won't.
Give up. Give up.
Give up.
You're done, Lee. I'm not doing this anymore. You wanna know who I am? I'm the kid whose dad you killed at City Hall!
What?
He died because you decided your problems were more important than all of those people's lives. Jefferson Davis was a hero who saved people from you.
Miles.
No.
done listening to you. Losing my dad? It's not what's holding me back. I was the one doing that. But not anymore. When you're out, find Spider-Man.
You should be proud of him. He reminds me of you.
These last few days... Miles, I'm sorry. Thank you for everything.
It's what Spider-Man do.
Spider-Man didn't save me back there. Miles did.
I feel like they almost did this out of spite, since only half the people who bought the first one bought Miles Morales.
He's a dog, I guess. Made of various metals. Very allergy friendly. He's also got a few hundred guide dog videos uploaded to his memory.
Oh man, there's a rainbow on him. Wow.
Everything I hope for.
The blind lady can't even see the rainbow.
The center, so he can be properly registered.
That joke doesn't work. She can feel him. He's robotic. She's feeling cold metal.
Helpful. Thank you, Spider-Man.
This game was written by retards trying to be funny. You can just tell. Being blind doesn't mean you can't feel touch. Like, this is fuck you. Fuck you, you quirky Reddit chungus homos. I'm done with you.
Made of various metals. Very allergy friendly. He's also got a few hundred guide dog videos uploaded to his memory.
Really? How much time does it need? Bro, you hear that? How much time? A minute? Maybe a little more? Keep your spidey sense sharp. This might get wild. Anything you really don't want to hear.
I was not aware I actually had to protect the thing. That shows you how little attention I'm actually paying anymore. I know they said it, but I just didn't listen. I mean, it's just that simple. I'm sorry, I didn't listen.
One of my embers told me about his work at Oscorp.
Wasn't Wraith standing right over there? Is she just waiting to slit his throat or something? I love Wraith is just letting this happen. I don't... maybe I blinked and missed it, but how did she get crushed by rubble? I guess I wasn't paying attention. I don't know.
This is my last chance to say anything to you. I won't forgive you.
You really think you would remember Jefferson Davis's son?
But I can't carry this hate for you anymore, man.
Why would he know who Miles is? Would he?
Enough! We have to leave now.
Oh, I got a new power. Another new power? Whoa.
who I am? I'm the kid whose dad you killed at City Hall.
What?
He died because you decided your problems were more important than all of those people's lives. Jefferson Davis was a hero who saved people from you.
You told him earlier? I guess I forgot already. I don't know. So he just took his mask off for no reason then? If he already told him, why'd you take the mask off?
If this is my last chance to say anything to you.
I spent years of my life consumed with vengeance.
And now I'm good now. I'm just good.
You two reminded me that that's not who I am.
That's not even what happened.
When you help someone, you help everyone.
He was suicidal the moment we saw him again. They're retconning what actually happened in the story.
Where are you gonna go?
There's no escape.
So how many people did you kill before I got here?
I didn't have a choice.
You always have a choice.
You'll never defeat me! Spider-Man doesn't kill.
I just hate this. A legitimate, sizable portion of the game audience that doesn't care if superhero games or any video game is actually like a game. People want to watch movies instead of play games. And the people designing the games, like, there's so many pointless fights in this game that add nothing. Like, how many times have I fucking fought these symbiotes? I'm getting tired of it. To the point where, you know, it's hard to pay attention to the screen. And because they are decently challenging, if I don't pay attention, then I die. Which, it's just really bad, you know. This is how I felt by the time I played, like, Arkham Knight. Where I'm like, it's not... Now, Arkham Knight had much tighter gameplay than this. But the point is, I was sick of the combat system, so I'm like, I don't really want to pay attention anymore. But if you don't pay attention, then you lose. So it's a really bad combat system for people who just want to chill. And I'm at the point where I just kind of want to chill. I'm sick of this. Am I the only one who finds it weird he's never referred to Venom as Venom, but he just keeps calling him Harry?
Harry! Venom! Venom! Please talk to me!
Thanks again for the donation, Peter.
He can't afford a donation. He couldn't even fucking pay for the Aunt May's house. Where'd all this money come from? Did Norman Osborn donate some shit? Like, what the fuck?
Is all this May's stuff?
Yeah, I need to donate it, but not just yet.
Go be Peter Parker for a while.
Are you sure? It's a big city.
I can handle it. As long as I can still call you for advice.
Oh, really? Have you ever... Yeah, I didn't even have to say it. I didn't even have to say it.
There'll come a time.
I'm here for you. Always.
Big bro.
So, what's this about?
Some guy in Harlem. Probably seen him volunteering in the city, helping out his city council mom, and trying to live up to his hero dad.
What, he wrote about himself?
Hey, Pete. I'm working on a college application, and it says I gotta tell them about myself.
More like sell yourself. It's the worst.
Wish I could just write about this for my essay and get into any college I wanted. Or Spiderman would. Right. Brainstorm later, Miles. Focus. My name is Miles Morales. And even I'm bored already.
Don't give me that look, Pops. I'm only taking a break.
Hola, mijo. How's the essay going?
It's going.
Of that person.
What? Unlike with God of War Ragnarok, where I was looking at chat for probably half the game, because once again, that game was boring as fuck.
Yeah, sure you were. Again, I love how he says God of War Ragnarok was bad because it was boring, even though that is not true at all. He hated the game for many other reasons. I would recommend checking out Mauler's 4-hour video covering Synthetic Man's God of War Ragnarok review on his Mueller channel, if you want to see what he was like during that game.
So the story begins with Sandman attacking the city. Why has he attacked the city? I guess his brain is scrambled. That's pretty much as far as it goes. It's explained later that he was being chased by Kraven.
Oh my god, he had a chance, but no mention of Marco's fucking daughter again. Are you kidding me? Yes, we learned Kraven was hunting him, but also he was worried about his daughter. Why are you leaving her out? She is an important part of Marco's character as Sandman in this story. But no, you just skip right past that, only because it was a side mission you didn't care about.
Good job.
But Sandman, a guy who's made of fucking sand, is afraid of some random Russian hunter guy who has a magic potion that makes him somewhat stronger than a normal person.
No, Sandman is concerned about his daughter that you don't mention. He doesn't give a shit about Kraven. He just wants to make sure she is safe. Also, Kraven, like any good hunter, probably studied him and would have a way to make it to where he could fight Sandman. Kraven in the game even killed Electro, a man who can control electricity. If he could beat him, then I'm sure he could battle Sandman as well. But we will never know if Kraven or Marco would have won the fight since he escaped.
Now, of course, because we needed a new villain faction in this game, Kraven also has 1,000 fucking goons working for him. I mean, seriously, why does he have so many badass hunters that are full of women and people of color? I mean, this is the most diverse group of villains I've ever seen in any video game.
I mean, he is a rich-ass motherfucker. It is no problem for him to get his resources. Also, it is clear that this Kraven has a reputation that people who live for this kind of life would want to follow and learn from a great hunter like him. Hell, they already did this in Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, which you say is a game you played and liked that you mentioned in this video, where all the mooks you fight in that game are his disciples that want to become just like him. Man, why did you not put a reference to that game for this? You also complain about a bunch of women, because of course you do, and that the group is too diverse, which I don't understand why you would be surprised that he has a bunch of people from different regions on his team. I mean, they come from all sorts of different foreign countries, like from Russia, Africa, they even mentioned Symkaria, where Silver Sable is from, and probably a shit ton more places around the world, just to hunt with him to prove themselves.
I guess on the bright side, you get to beat the shit out of women. Spider-Man hates women so much that he'll break every bone in their bodies. Spider-Man beats up women because he can. Video games are so woke that beating women is no joke.
I'm just glad to know that no woman in real life will ever approach you anytime soon. Also, yes, the finishing moves are very over the top in a way to where most of everyone you fight should be dead. But hey, it looks cool as fuck. But imagine if Spider-Man actually went full force with that kick. She would have no head, which shows how much he has to hold back just not to kill someone with that move. Also, doesn't matter what gender they are, if they are doing a crime that could hurt people, Spider-Man will stop them. Now, about your singing, I would quit while you're ahead. No one is going to pick up on your single.
But whatever, that's, I guess, a minor complaint in the grand scheme of things, because so many other games are doing it now. So after you defeat Sandman with Miles' bullshit Mary Sue electric powers, which are good against everything in this game, seriously.
The scene you are showing, Miles only charges Peter's arms so Peter could take down Sandman with his help. They worked together to take him down. It wasn't all Miles.
Anybody? I need your help. Mr. Morales, is it? Are you sure this isn't something you can handle yourself? I'm sure.
If Miles' powers are in the Mary Sue status, then why did he easily get captured by Kraven and his followers? Because the term for a Mary Sue is a type of female character who is depicted as unrealistically lacking in flaws or weaknesses. Someone who is perfect in every way with no problems at all and no personality. But both Miles and Peter are not perfect. They go through many events and never have an easy time, and both grow and learn from their experiences in Marvel's Spider-Man, the Miles Morales game, and in this game as well.
Spider-Man comes across some gun goons who are the least diverse enemy group in the game. They are not only mostly white, but they are pretty much all men, and they're jacked, which just made me like them more and want to be part of their club.
Oh, so you want to be a criminal who goes around robbing and hurting innocent people. I could just see you in the gang saying, "Hey guys, let's go beat the shit out of those minorities over there." Great stuff, man.
But we get a little piece of subtle propaganda in there.
I think I'm gonna start a petition. Replace all the gun clubs with something better.
You're right. Revoke the Second Amendment, Spider-Man. I agree. Now, I know people are going to debate this point whether or not it's actually woke, but honestly, I don't care. There's much bigger fish to fry here.
You are not even thinking about the situation Spider-Man is in right now, where they are stealing from a gun club, and he is making a joke saying this was a bad idea to have this kind of place in the city. Which, he's not wrong when you live in this kind of world with superpowered villains running around. You'd think they would make sure those kinds of places are more secure. Hell, the reason they even start robbing the place is because the cops are too busy helping people after Sandman's attack. It doesn't mean Spider-Man is saying take away the right to bear arms. He is just making a joke that maybe the gun club should be changed to something nicer, so this never happens again.
At the end of this mission, we end up rescuing J. Jonah Jameson, and he is one of the very few based characters in this game. Though obviously unintentionally, as he's just meant to be a right-wing caricature, which is actually hilarious because he's almost always correct.
That Mac Gargan, the Scorpion, has been found dead. His stinger removed like a trophy. One can only assume this was at the hands of the Hunters. Are they doing what the ineffectual Spider-Men won't and removing these dangers permanently?
Now, I don't really care about being left or right wing. I honestly just try to stay in the middle with that kind of stuff. But what happened to not wanting realism? Why are you calling Jameson a right winger if you don't want that kind of stuff in your games? Also, that is his opinion saying they should just kill the villains. But this game shows many examples of villains being reformed thanks to the efforts of the Spider-Men. It may be hopeless to try and save some of these villains, but that is a part of Spider-Man's character. He never wants to give up on anyone if there is the slightest possibility to help them and save them, because that is just who he is.
And shortly after this, we get to meet Miles' friends, Fat Asian Kid Genki, and his deaf girlfriend.
Yeah, I know. You already talked about them. Why are you wasting time introducing them again?
This is just fucking cringe, man. I got nothing to say about it, really.
What? Then what the hell was all that bullshit you said about Genki and Haley earlier in the video if you didn't have much to say about them? The section where you talk about them should have been placed here. I guess you just don't know what a segue is.
This is also where the pacing of the game starts to drop off of a cliff. I know you're probably familiar with this already, as it's a Sony game.
Just because cutscenes in this game are longer than usual for you, doesn't make it, as you call it, a Sony game. Didn't they publish this game? Wouldn't your problem with the cutscenes be with Insomniac instead, since they are the ones who actually made the game? They are only long because they want to get certain story elements across to the player before they continue to play the game, to try to get them invested. Which, for you, they failed since you were too busy looking at this game in a political propaganda way and hating on characters who you don't even try to get to know.
But I think specifically Spider-Man 2 is especially bad about this because even though in terms of the actual number of hours of cutscenes are not nearly as much as God of War Ragnarok, there's so many things that destroy the pacing, whether it's the walking simulator sections, which we'll get to soon, or the horrible mini-games and puzzles like I mentioned earlier.
Why soon? Just talk about those segments now. You're just making an excuse to make your video longer when you could just get it out of the way instead of saying this. And because of this, now you're making my video longer. As for the puzzles, like I mentioned, you could just skip them. That way, you spend more time playing as Spider-Man instead of doing the puzzles. Which contradicts your claim that the puzzles are padding, because as long as people don't feel like doing them and skip them, they can actually save a good amount of time while playing. Hell, I did that with the first game because I just wanted to get to the next segment of the story when I started a new playthrough on New Game Plus.
There's so many moments in this game where you're not just playing as Spider-Man, aka swinging through the city and beating up bad guys, which is the reason why anybody would want to play a fucking Spider-Man game.
Well, that, and, for the story, because when people buy a game, they usually pay attention to the actual story and try to get invested in the characters and see if they believe the story is good or not. And a lot of the stuff you do in this game, you do it as Spider-Man. There are only a few scenes where you play as Miles and Peter. You just don't like seeing Spider-Man doing different things other than punching and kicking people. Not even to help and save civilians. You just enjoy the violence of it. I mean, look at how he enjoyed playing the Punisher game.
Broken enemies can be released. Press E and E again to release them. I have a better idea. Yeah! Die! Die! Oh shit. Fuck. I did on accident. In the sense... No, I don't give a shit. See ya. Bye. You didn't tell me anything useful. I'm sorry. You know, I don't... Check out these piranhas. Oh, you'll get to see them real good in a second. Oh shit. Guys, I swear they did the PC controls like this on purpose. Yeah.
Jump surge. Like a manatee at a boat race.
Get in there. It's right in the oven. Now to find 5,999,999 more.
He is only happy when a game character is suffering a brutal death at his hand, because he is just so simple-minded.
And exactly why the original Spider-Man 2 is better than this game. The main storyline of this game is somewhere between 12 and 15 hours, depending on what you consider part of the story, which is more than twice as long as the entirety of the original Spider-Man 2 on PS2.
For a moment, I thought you were talking about the length of Spider-Man 2 for the PS2. Why the hell are you still showing this game? Why wouldn't you switch back to Insomniac's Spider-Man 2 when you were talking about it? Because I can't be the only one who got confused for a moment there.
But if you cut out all of the fluff, and I mean basically anything that isn't playing as Peter or Miles and swinging around the city or beating up bad guys, this story would also only be about 6 hours long. That's how much padding is in this. It is absolutely insane and inexcusable.
So I assume he is saying if you take out the parts where you walk around as Peter and Miles, saying it would have cut down on the game a whole bunch, which I will say yes, there is a way to cut it down if they wanted to. An example I want to give is Coney Island, by just making the whole thing a cutscene and focus on the most important stuff to show, like Tombstone, Harry breaking the strong arm, and then go to the Ferris wheel and then jump back in as Spider-Man. But they decided they wanted the players to run around and relax like Pete was doing before the hunters showed up, where he was enjoying a night of just being with Harry and MJ to develop their friendship with each other. And when you say beating up bad guys, if you're talking about random crimes in this game, doesn't PS2 Spider-Man 2 do this as well, which could be considered padding? Though the only difference in the PS2 game, you had to do tasks to earn points, then move on to the next story event. While in Marvel's Spider-Man 2, just like the first game, you have to swing around until the game tells you that you can continue the story. Yes, they could have done it just like Ultimate Spider-Man as well, but they opted for a more open world choice, so the player can get stuff done before continuing on their journey, and they could even decide if they want to do the story or keep doing side mission stuff. Moving on to the minigame stuff, he may consider padding. Even if it is padding, isn't it nice that it changes the gameplay a bit, because that is something I enjoy in a game, which is variety. So I'm not just doing the same thing over and over again like some games. You showed the section of the spider bots, but there are only like 2 spider bot sections, and one you can decide not to do as long as you don't do the first flame mission. Yes, they could have cut down on Miles' spider bot section by maybe only having him fix fewer security boxes, but for me, like I said, it was a nice change of pace in my opinion.
Okay, enough stalling, back to the story. So, soon afterward, Peter goes back home, and we finally get to see the new Mary Jane, and oh my god, she's hideous!
What's wrong?
Your face! Mary Jane, more like manly jaw. She looks old enough to be Peter's mom, and with a giant fucking man jaw. That is a man, dude. Look at that body. Wide shoulders, no hips, flat ass. That is a man.
This whole video is just stalling on the story, just so you can complain a whole bunch, especially since you were going to continue the story now just to stop and complain about how ugly Mary Jane is. Honestly, I will agree that she did look better in the first game compared to this one, but I think in certain shots she looks okay, but I focus more on what the character is about and not just their look. His complaints toward MJ in this game are mostly about how she looks, complaining that she isn't a big-boobed, big-ass knockout of a woman.
Little spider wants to play, huh?
Better than MJ, at least. Needs bigger titties, bigger ass. Needs cleavage. Cleavage like 8 to 12 inch, like a foot down her chest. Just like a foot down. But, you know, better than MJ.
I know in the comics and cartoons she is a bombshell, but for this MJ, he makes it sound like, oh, why is she not fappable anymore? I mean, I will admit that there are some female characters in games I see, and I think yes, they look pretty, beautiful, or even sexy, but not in a way that I would want to drool all over them. I also know that a lot of people don't like that she is a reporter, calling her a Lois Lane type character, which I agree, I never saw her as that type to report stories. I always knew her as a model or actress for plays or a soap opera. But I just accepted that this was the way they wanted to write this version of her for these games, to have her more involved in the story and actually try to help Peter physically and not just on the sidelines. To where I like that her character does reporting not just to make a living, but to actually get the truth to people about what is going on, to help them and possibly try to save as many lives. Because this is what she felt like in the first game.
Everyone is safe.
MJ, if it weren't for you and Miles, I would have been...
As dead as I would have been the last 8,500 times you saved me. Pretty sure I still owe you a few.
That's smart.
Hey. I'm sorry I screwed things up. It's just hard being the one who always gets saved, you know? Sometimes I want to do the saving.
I'm sorry I made you feel like you couldn't. Still partners?
Always.
She, just like Peter, just wants to help people. And she feels reporting stories and trying to get the truth is the best way she can do that in her own way. Also, calling her a man? Jeez, I only hold that honor to Abby from The Last of Us Part 2, if I was to say which female character from a game looks like a man.
I can't even hear her. Ah! You know what? Kill me. Do it! Get your revenge! Yeah, do it, Ellie! Yeah! You did it! Yeah! Yeah! I had to try it once. Ha! I dodged. There's something so fun about seeing Ellie just shoot her. I want Ellie to win. Why? Why do I gotta play Abby? I don't want her to win.
I get what people mean about the chin, but everything else I see, she looks like, let's just say, an average woman not trying to look sexy, in my opinion. She looks like a woman who is ready to put herself in danger and is not worried about how she looks or if her makeup is done right. She cares about getting the story and making sure people are safe.
And the worst thing is, we know she's a face scan model. We also know what her face used to look like in the old game. And this is what her model actually looks like, okay? Now here's the big twist. This is what the lead writer for this game looks like. Oh yeah, that's not a coincidence. Mary Jane is 100% a self-insert in this game, and that becomes very obvious near the end, but we'll get to that later.
That picture of Stephanie Taylor-Jones you're showing, is that her from 2023? Because if not, you should show us a more recent photo and one that is not a model shot where there would be makeup and lighting to help make her look even better. The first game came out 6 years ago, which you should also be taking into account because people age over time, but also technology for games is becoming more and more advanced. So some people might think she looks weird because of it feeling a bit uncanny valley, but her face could still be a factor and how they updated it. He then points out saying it is 100% that this is a self-insert that a writer named Ashley Poprick was the lead writer for this game, even though I've shown that is not true, and the tweet says they are not claiming that this is a self-insert. They only posted it for people to see and make judgment if it was or not. And if you search her online, it says she is an intern writer, not the lead writer. So unless you have solid evidence, you can't just use this post to claim that this is a 100% self-insert. Do some actual fucking research.
And now in a fucking superhero game, we spend the next 5 minutes cleaning up a house. And we get a flashback to when Peter was a teenager and he punched a hole in his wall and Aunt May helped him. Don't care, Aunt May had it coming. In fact, I hope they bring her back and kill her a second time in the next game.
The cleanup section was there to have Peter and MJ talk about what they have been doing since the last 2 games. And we also learn that Peter is still in a grieving state over his aunt's death, to where he still can't donate her stuff just yet. Again, it goes back to just wanting to hit something and not even try to understand what the characters are going through right now. As for Aunt May, I'm so glad you just skipped over the scene where she is trying to teach him that even when things may become overwhelming, you need to have balance in your life and focus on what is the most important thing in front of you right now before you can solve anything else by taking it one step at a time. You don't even try to understand that theme, just saying, oh, don't care, glad she's dead. Did you hate her that much from the first game? I really liked her. I don't see what she did wrong. She helped to support Peter whenever he needed it. So, not only do you hate different races and women, do you just hate old people as well? What the hell is wrong with you?
Now the game decides to waste the next 30 minutes building up Peter and Harry Osborn's friendship. As we saw in the beginning, they're not even pretending to make it a twist that he's Venom in this game. They pretty much gave it away.
I mean, they could have written it to where someone else could have gotten the suit if they wanted to go in that direction. Because for me, while I was playing, I thought Kraven would get it. But I'm glad he didn't, because I really like how Kraven was done in this game. Being a warrior who wanted to die a warrior's death in a great battle. But I understand why people didn't like that Harry had to be Venom, just to make it more personal for Peter. But for you, you possibly already knew that Harry was going to be Venom, because I saw your PS2 Spider-Man 2 playthrough where you already said you read leaks for the game, meaning if it was in the leaks, you already knew before the game came out and before anyone even played it. You complain it wastes 30 minutes introducing Harry, saying you already know he'll be Venom, but this is the first time we are seeing him in person. And what? Do you just not want them to build on their relationship with each other after he has been stuck in a science tube for a while now?
So the Venom symbiote is helping him fight off his cancer, so now he's completely fine to do physical activities. There's a walking simulator mission where you ride bikes. Are we gonna really have a bike riding mission? Just make it a cutscene, please. No, dude, don't make me. Don't do it. Don't make me ride my bike in a straight line.
Try to keep up.
It better be a cutscene. Fuck you.
Sure you're up for this?
Fuck you.
I like how you call his disease cancer, because if it was cancer, why the fuck did Norman not take Harry to get cancer treatments? Especially with how rich Norman is, he could have paid for the best in medical science has to offer to try to save his son. I bring this up because the disease that Harry's mother died from could not be cured with standard medical help. It is a rare disease that has no cure, which Harry, just like his mother, has as well and is dying of, which was why GR27, aka Devil's Breath, was being made in the first place, to save him. God damn, why would you just call it cancer? Why would you not make it clear that it is more than that? Also, during the bike section, you are clearly not just going in a straight line, for you see, you make turns as you go. If it was a straight line, you would be running into houses and not even be close to your destination. I like how you wanted it to just be a cutscene, but I bet if it was, you would still complain about it, and still not listen to the dialogue, since you don't actually care about what Pete and Harry have to say, and don't even try to get invested in the story at all.
And then you have a flashback back to when they were both in high school, and it's incredibly boring and a colossal waste of time.
Yeah, sure, a waste of time showing us what they were like when they were younger, and the fact when they were doing the locker heist, that this was the night Harry's mom died. Totally not important at all. During this scene, we learn that this version of Harry wants to make his mom's dream come true and heal the world, which is a nice little change since a lot of the stories with Harry always involve him trying to get love from his father and not receiving it. Though they do try to sprinkle a little of that in, which I felt was unnecessary, especially with how much Norman cares for Harry in these games.
And I might as well bring this up now, but this game has some god-awful dialogue. I mean, ripped straight from Reddit.
Paparazzi's bad enough. The paparazzi with guns?
Oh my god, not paparazzi with guns!
Epic. An impromptu shot of Ponage in action. I'm not a gamer.
No takers. Just me. Okay, well, you know, you come to me for the real, so I'm just trying to deliver.
He is just making a joke about feeling like a famous person being smothered by the paparazzi. Then you zoom in on him saying, "Y'all are the worst," you know that? He probably only hates it because the character saying it is black. I only found it funny because you could take that as he is saying they're bad at killing them, or just for doing what they do. There's just something I like about how he tells it to them straight to their faces. With Odyssey, again, it is just a joke. When she says that, even she was embarrassed by it, and says she is not much of a gamer. But I bet you didn't even hear the second part of that joke, because you were too busy face-palming. Then you show Danica, which I guess you hate just because she promotes her show, saying she tells the real truth about what is happening in the game in a way you hate. Most likely because he hates her viewpoints that are her opinions, and just for being a woman.
I'm like a B real estate agent. A B real estate agent.
Okay. You sound...
I'm peachy. Just peachy. I'm very Reddit chungus right now.
Come on, you're gonna shit on Spider-Man's B jokes? I thought some of them were funny, not all of them, but some. But that is something he would do, because Spider-Man always makes those kinds of jokes. And depending on the person, it could be funny to them, or it's a, ooh, oh, that was such a bad joke kind of reaction. If I had to explain it best, say Spider-Man makes a joke, you know it's like, oh, that's just terrible. But that's the point. He makes good and bad jokes. Most of the complaints so far for the dialogue are about the jokes and not actual dialogue between characters. Then you show the Yuri scene where she says she is peachy. You make it a joke about Reddit chungus. I don't use Reddit, so I don't know what the fuck you were talking about. Wouldn't the better complaint be that it is an overused line? I can't remember where, but I swear that is a line used in other games and movies as well. If anyone here can please let me know what games or films use that line, that would be great.
Hey, he isn't at the gardens either. But I found his inhaler and was able to science my way into creating a trail.
I was able to science my way.
Not losing him again. Could you not, please? I'd like to keep my fight parties.
Could you not?
Yeah, he scienced his way in. He said it that way to tell her that is how he was able to create a trail to find her grandpa, to reassure her that he knows where he is now. The scene where Peter's running up to that hunter and saying, "Can you not, please?" You're clearly making fun of his voice, which has nothing to do with the dialogue. You just hated the way it was delivered by the voice actor. Even though he would sound out of breath since he is running and punching someone in that scene.
Spider could not satisfy me like you.
How many gay jokes are in this fucking game?
Shall be your first.
I shall be your first. Oh my. Oh, okay. They're doing it on purpose now.
God, how do you take this scene and make it gay? Yes, I get it why some people are saying this about his dialogue. Oh, you're such a masochist, Kraven. See? Even I make fun of some of the dialogue like that, but come on. I love the scene where Kraven tells Venom he wants to die a glorious death. I just hate how you say they were doing it on purpose. That is all on you for having such thoughts in that disgusting head of yours.
So, me and her, we obviously need to breed. And then I execute all my sons. And then breed with the daughters. Execute all the grandsons. Breed with... Anyway,
What the fuck?
So in our next mission are two Spider-Men, and yes, they call each other Spider-Man. Gee, I'm sure that wouldn't be confusing at all to the public, especially when one sounds black, and is clearly wearing a different costume.
Who cares? Because if someone asks for their help, either in person or through the app, they know one of them or both will come to help. And why would one of them being black confuse the public and wearing a different costume? As long as they can help, who cares about their race or the different suit they wear? He is here to help just like any other Spider-Man. Hell, if you think about the app, they have it to where for some of the Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man app missions, you can be Peter or Miles. And in this world, with the app, people could request either one of them to help. They even have the little Spider-Man mask logos, so you could tell them apart. I mean, it is right there if you'll look for the details, and there are even missions tied to having only one Spider-Man requested for the job. Or you can go as Peter or Miles, basically saying the requester doesn't care which Spider-Man comes to help as long as they do.
Are guarding a ship carrying the Scorpion and some other prisoners from the raft.
Were there other prisoners? I swear it was only Scorpion and Lee. During the scene, they are focused on protecting the villains and the guards transporting them. The Spider-Men don't mention any other prisoners on the boat, so... whoops.
As Kraven shows up to break them out for his great hunt. As it comes up later in the plot, Kraven is dying of cancer, even his magic potions can't save him, so he wants to fight the ultimate foe who can finally give him an honorable death. And as you can imagine, this makes him one of the only other based characters in this game. At least he has a pretty understandable motivation, his design is straight ripped from the comics, it looks great. Kraven was certainly one of the only good characters in this game, even if I don't really like the idea of him having 1,000 minions. I mean, where's the sport in hunting this ultimate prey if you have an entire army capturing them for you to fight them in single combat? Isn't part of hunting tracking them down yourself?
Yeah, in my opinion, I really like what they did with this version of Kraven, where instead of the normal, oh, I'm bored, I'll go hunt in New York for a challenge, it is more of a task for him to find a worthy opponent before he dies from his cancer, which I really enjoyed. Though for his look, I would say this is just Insomniac's design for Kraven, and not that it was ripped straight from the comics. I mean, looking at them, they are similar in ways, but still very different. As you're saying, why doesn't he hunt them himself? I like to think that Kraven enjoyed hunting, and I mean, he does technically hunt some of the villains. He's the one that captures Martin Lee, and he actually does hunt the lizard a little bit during the lizard chase. But now that he is dying, he doesn't want to waste too much time on tracking and just get down to the battle as soon as possible. He wants to save his strength for the fight, which, when he goes through the villains, none were worthy until it came to Venom and possibly Lizard, but he never got the chance to face him thanks to Spider-Man. And I would say he is a good sportsman for letting every foe he battles keep their weapons and gadgets that they use. And it is a good learning experience for his disciples to go out and capture these villains, because they want to prove to Kraven that they are good hunters as well.
But whatever, the two Spider-Men fail, and there's this whole subplot with Miles trying to resist killing Martin Lee, aka Mr. Negative from the first game, because he killed his father, Jefferson Davis, which, yes, everyone has pointed out the funny irony of him being named that. That was kind of the point, yes.
So I looked it up, and this is the first time I'm learning about the real-life Jefferson Davis, who was the first and only president of the Confederate States. But was that actually the point of Jefferson Davis in the games and comics having that name? You say that was the point, but you don't show anything in your video to support this claim. And even if it was, who cares? Because the real-life person and the character in the game have nothing to do with each other as people. And most people probably don't even know that, just like me.
And you would think with Miles Morales being Peter Parker's student, protege, apprentice, whatever you want to call it, that maybe Peter would help him forgive Martin Lee, or maybe at least resist the urge to kill him. Nope. Miles does this all on his own. In fact, Miles takes care of all of his problems on his own, but not just his, but also Peter's problems. And people say he's not meant to be a replacement. Well, this game basically straight up tells you that he should replace Spider-Man. So you're just fucking lying to yourself, and it's an embarrassing lie.
Well, when Peter investigates the hunters, he tells him to focus on his studies, which I took it as he knows Miles will want to pursue Lee because of how personal it is for him. And I thought he was trying to protect him by trying to get his mind on getting himself ready for college. Peter, I feel, would rather take the responsibility of finding Lee so that he won't put Miles in danger, especially if he isn't in the right headspace and worried that Kraven may be too much for Miles and could kill him, which Peter would feel responsible for. But Peter in this story can't help Miles because, unfortunately, he gets sidetracked once he spends a lot of time with Harry trying to get his life together, and when the suit takes hold of him, making it to where Miles had to go in alone. That is how I saw the scene, anyway. I mean, Miles solving his own problems, isn't that part of the hero's journey, where they must try to do certain things on their own and become better from the experience? Even though he does it on his own, he still got help from his family and friends on his journey as well. In the first game, Peter's hero's journey was to learn to trust the people around him to help and not do everything on his own. Now, for Miles replacing Peter as Spider-Man, I honestly never saw it that way. Though when Peter said, "Why would the city need me when it has you?" to Miles, I just took it as Peter is giving Miles a pep talk, saying that he has become a great Spider-Man and is very proud of him. It is covered by Critical Drinker in his video about Sweet Baby Inc. that they were involved with the game's story, but even with this news about them, I just figured with everything that was going on with Peter not having his normal life together, that he could be relieved to know that there will be a Spider-Man out there to protect New York while he gets his life together. And when he does, he can come back anytime. I mean, look at what he says when you switch to him after beating the game.
Break time's over.
If all of a sudden another world threat came to the city, you bet your ass Peter is going to come back. But if I'm wrong about this, please let me know. I would like to learn more if it will help me improve myself in my videos in the future.
Now, I hope you enjoyed that mission, because the next one is another walking simulator one. Hooray! At the Emily May Foundation, where they shove another environmentalist message into your head. By no exaggeration, this was 20 straight minutes of slowly walking around and listening to all of these really cool inventions that are gonna save the world. It is some of the most boring shit I've ever done in a video game, man. It is straight up awful, and there's only so many times I can say that, but I didn't care about any of it. The end result is Spider-Man gets a job there. Wow, hooray.
isn't that kind of stuff been happening for years now? I mean, in the Ultraman shows, that was always a message they pushed by tying Ultraman's color timer energy to Earth's atmosphere.
ウルトラマンを支える太陽エネルギーは地球上では急激に消耗する。太陽エネルギーが残り少なくなるとカラータイマーが点滅を始める。
See? Instead of just complaining, can you tell us why you personally don't like it? Is it really wrong just to promote the protection of our planet? Or do you want the human race to die faster? Also, there are so many times I can say you only didn't like this section because it didn't involve you going around and hitting something. Yes, the end result for the main story is he does get a job, but as covered earlier, it is a way to introduce the EMF minigames, and you even skipped over the fact that we meet Dr. Connors for the first time, and he is Harry's doctor, especially with his reputation being known as the Lizard, getting a second chance in life.
Not too long after this moment, Scorpion gets killed by Kraven, which was a legitimately kind of enjoyable moment. Though something I've noticed that this game series has in common with the MCU is they have no problem with killing off villains. Apparently, Shocker, Electro, and Vulture all get killed off-screen in this game. So by the time this game is over, half of Spider-Man's rogues gallery are either dead or reformed, because yes, there's multiple reformed villains too in this.
I mean, I had that problem as well, because I like the idea of the hero and villain building a history together through their battles, but I wouldn't compare this to the MCU. Why? Because in most of those movies, you have a villain introduced and then die at the very end, instead of saving them for a future movie they could have used them in. Though, they did with some, like Loki. I never had a problem with any of the villains in this game dying because they at least were in the first game and made it feel like they had a long history with Spider-Man. And if you look around in that game, they have audio diaries from Otto to establish what each of their motivations are, and you at least got to battle them once in some 2v1 boss fights, which the Electro and Vulture fight was my favorite. I wouldn't say that half of the villains he fights are gone. There are still many Spidey villains that haven't been used yet, and if the DLC rumors are true, we will see a villain who has only appeared in the PS1 Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro and Ultimate Spider-Man game, I believe. They could also bring in villains that may not be his personal rival, but have battled him in the comics, like they did with Taskmaster in the first game, who fights all sorts of heroes. If they wanted to, those reformed villains could go back to being criminals, though personally I hope that never happens because I like the idea of thanks to Spider-Man's actions, they get a second chance at life.
I know some people are going to disagree with me on this, but I really think it's a waste of potential to just kill off almost every villain after their first appearance, especially since even though Spider-Man has one of the greatest groups of villains of any Marvel character, it's still only so deep. I don't think Green Goblin's going to be enough to carry the third game, but I guess that's a problem for 5 years down the line at this rate.
Yeah, but I mean, they wanted to show just how dangerous Kraven was, that when he fights someone, they will either have to kill or be killed. I like to think Kraven hardly focused on the Spider-Man since he knew they didn't kill, until he saw Spider-Man get the black suit. That is when he realized whatever that black goo is will make Spider-Man a killer. Same with Miles, he actually tests him to see if he will take his revenge on Lee, knowing that there is something between them when he struggled with Miles during the raft boat scene. But when Miles doesn't, he uses him as bait instead. Now, why do you think it will only be Goblin carrying the next game? At the end of this game, I would imagine Otto will have a big role to play, either with them teaming up or having their own agendas. Also, they may have a side story just like this game, where they could have you team up with someone other than Yuri to take down a villain that is separate from the main story. And they may have side missions with some villains in them as well, mixed with maybe more Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man app missions.
So the next mission, we finally get to see the return of Black Cat, and guess what? Peter doesn't even get to interact with her. No, this is a Miles Morales mission for some reason, and they tease that Doctor Strange is going to show up, but no, it's just Black Cat stealing a teleporting scroll, and you'll never guess why. Apparently now she's a lesbian, and she uses the scroll to teleport to Paris so she can get with her girlfriend. Are you fucking joking?
If you wanted Peter to interact with her, you should have played the DLC that involves Peter and Black Cat having to work together. Also, he sends Miles because he thinks that she will not listen to him, since in the details they broke off their relationship on not so good terms. Later on, when she calls and tells Peter about Tombstone, she does mention the fact that Peter didn't even show up, but lets him know that it is all in the past and they have moved on. So, they do have some interaction in this game, but not as much as they did in the DLC of the first game. For the portal, I never thought it was going to be Doctor Strange that came out of it, because MJ gives us the details about how the wand, not a fucking scroll, works. Telling Miles it opens portals. And again, going back to the DLC where we first met this version of Black Cat, she says she had to work for Hammerhead to save her son. But in the end, it turned out she was lying. With Spider-Man's reaction to that news beforehand, it clearly tells us that they did have a serious relationship with each other.
Then why are you stealing it?
If I don't, they'll kill my son.
Wait, your son? Damn it. Felicia has a son? Can't be. I mean, it could be, and I could be. No. I'm not gonna think about that right now.
But broke up, and she met a girl that she liked. Black Cat is established in this game as bisexual, not a lesbian. Why the fuck did you not change that while editing? Especially since you already knew Peter and Black Cat were in a relationship.
You're an idiot.
And what adds insult to injury is Black Cat is one of the only vaguely attractive women in this entire game. There is no other explanation for this except that the writers hate Peter Parker and they hate Peter Parker's fans. All the self-insert nerd people who Spider-Man was literally made for. That's why he's one of the most popular superhero characters ever since his creation, is because he is the perfect self-insert for the nerds who are reading comic books.
Okay, why the hell would you say they hate Peter and his fans just because he isn't with Black Cat anymore and, as you said, made her a lesbian? Then you go on to say people like to see Peter as a self-insert for themselves, which may be true for some people. Even I like to see myself a bit like Peter Parker, but not in the way you're thinking, which is being a chick magnet with awesome powers. No. I like to see myself as him when he is just trying to be the best person he can be and struggles with life just like any other person, but never gives up and continues to move forward to reach his goals and take on responsibilities given to him. That is the way I like to feel and see myself when playing games, watching shows, or movies made about Spider-Man, is that he is relatable. Also, why does a person reading a comic or enjoying other media like this have to be labeled as a nerd? You could have just said people instead, because aren't you referring to yourself as well, since you seem to like other Spider-Man related media, making you a nerd as well?
And so Peter Parker's life is shit, man. So many bad things happen to him. It is a running trope across all of his comic book series. And so what did they do? They gave him a supermodel girlfriend so that he has one thing in his life, one good thing to keep him going so he doesn't just blow his fucking brains out.
Yeah, that is what keeps him from ever giving up or, as you say, blowing his brains out. Having a hot girlfriend. Not the words his uncle gave him saying with great power comes great responsibility. And the fact that when using his powers for self-gain, he doesn't care about stopping a thief from escaping, which, with the power Peter has, could have easily done. But didn't, which made it to where he lost his uncle, killed by the same man he let escape, which made him take those words to heart.
Yes, Uncle Ben is dead, and in a sense it's really I who killed him. Because I didn't realize in time that with great power there must also always be great responsibility.
And through everything he goes through in his life, even in the darkest of times, he would always live by those words to never give up and always help when he is needed, since he has the power to do it. Because of this, it has made him a better man for it. But no, fuck all that. As long as he got some pussy, he is just fine. Jesus fucking Christ. Read a fucking comic and actually study the character, you dimwit.
What do they do in the games? They take that away from him by making her a fucking 50-year-old man-jawed and although Black Cat is still somewhat attractive, in the comics she was a fucking bombshell, dude. Easily one of the most attractive characters. Just like, you know, Catwoman, who she's blatantly a ripoff of. And while the Arkham games came out before the wokeness explosion in every development studio, just compare what Catwoman looked like in Arkham City or Arkham Knight to this. I mean, shit, in the 90s cartoon, which was for children, they made sure to make Black Cat hot as fuck.
I love for him, he only cares about female characters as long as they are hot, and not for who they are, what they feel, and what their goals are. And in this game, I don't see Peter complaining about MJ's looks. He was more worried about almost killing her with the black suit, and thought he ruined their relationship. But who knows, maybe they will change MJ again to meet fans' expectations. But, like I said, it didn't bother me as much. For Black Cat and Catwoman, I mean, they are basing their looks off certain versions of them from the comics, but still adding their own flair to them. You could say that about many characters adapted from the source for other media, like Rogue from the X-Men. They were trying to match that style from the comic for the cartoon. And funny enough, this isn't even Rogue's first costume design. The costume she wears for the cartoon is actually the redesign that made her popular. Making them look good may have been a part of it, but they were also just trying to be accurate with the designs.
And so, you know what? This isn't just a slight against Peter Parker. This is a slight against me specifically. Fuck you, Insomniac. And fuck anybody who praises, encourages, or even is just okay with ugly art. Because that's exactly what this game is. It's disgusting, demoralizing propaganda trash.
It's so childish. It makes him sound like he is saying, "How dare you get rid of my fapping material, Insomniac?" Why did I sound like Yoda a bit there? Why would you say this? But for the propaganda trash part of your rant, that is your opinion. That is an important part you keep leaving out. Just because that is how you look at the game doesn't mean you are right about everything you just said, and people will have their own observations about this game. Not every person will play this in a way where they are constantly looking for propaganda like you.
And the little cherry on top was an especially bad bit of dialogue that I had to hear 4 times because I kept dying during this part.
Think they're here for the sea lion exhibit?
Oh, I want to see that. Did you know sea lions can swim up to 25 miles per hour?
I wanna see the sea lion. Did you know that sea lion?
Are you fucking joking?
Well, that is your fault you had to listen to the same dialogue over and over, not the games, since you didn't try to really engage with the combat and overall just suck at the game. But really, that's the dialogue you hated? Again, as covered, a lot of his complaints about dialogue is about a joke. The fact Miles is talking about sea lion trivia while in this dangerous situation is insane and can be seen as funny in this situation to some. But you seem to have hated the joke just because you hate listening to Miles talk at all and have such a great hatred for the character in this game overall. That is all on you and your personality.
I seriously have to ask you if you're one of my black viewers, which, believe it or not, is 12% of my stream audience at the very least. Do you actually think Miles Morales is cool? And I mean Insomniac's version. I think the Spider-Verse one is completely fine.
No, I am not, but what does being black have to do with liking Miles in this game? Are you saying white people or any other race can't like him because he is not of the same ethnicity? Now, do I think this version of the character is cool? I mean, he has cool action scenes just like Peter does and even cracks jokes like any good Spider-Man. But as for his character, I thought he was done alright in this game as being a teenager who has been Spider-Man for a while now but still has a lot to learn and through the game becomes a Spider-Man that Peter can be proud of. That is how I feel about this version of Miles. You say you like Miles in the Spider-Verse movies, but you don't explain why. Tell me why you like that version. Don't just say you like it. Go into detail, like how Miles from the films has to deal with getting these new powers and the consequences that can come with them, but still finding the strength to don the mask and fight for his family and everyone he wants to protect, since now he has to step up and be Spider-Man for his city. And no matter how many times he gets knocked down, he will always find the strength to get back up. You know, something like that.
But Insomniac's Miles Morales is fucking Urkel, and you can't change my mind. They tried to make him just Peter Parker, but with black skin, but he's actually worse than that. He's a fucking whiny nerd bitch.
Wasn't planning on it. I'm just here to state how I feel about these characters, the story, and to see if you are even trying to be accurate in your arguments, which, so far, are not great. Now, comparing Miles to Peter, I thought you played the first game. Like I said before, Peter's uncle died because he let a criminal go when he had the power to stop him. While in the first game, Miles doesn't have powers and can't save his dad from getting killed when Martin Lee bombs the Osborn rally. If they wanted him to be just like Peter, why was his story told so differently? He learns a different lesson from his dad.
Hey, you got this, Dad. I mean, come on, you saved Spider-Man. I'm pretty sure that makes you an official superhero.
A superhero. Or maybe I'm just a guy who doesn't give up.
Which Miles experiences in his game and in this one, where he is put in situations where the villains keep telling him to give up. But through his dad's words, he pushes through and finds the strength to keep going. He never needed to learn to be responsible like Peter. He already was. He just needed to know he is more than a hero, but someone who will never give up. Also, whiny nerd bitch. Wow, really bringing out the 90s bully cliche here.
Now this is about the time where the story starts to just become pure padding. We get a mission at an amusement park where we get to see that Mysterio and Tombstone are now good guys. Now, do we get any real explanation for how this happened? Of course not. No, it would actually be cool to see how these villains redeem themselves. They would actually have to earn it.
I mean, yeah, but wouldn't that just be more padding? I thought you had a problem with the game being too long already. Also, I feel they were going for the surprise factor, that this is the first time we see Mysterio and the fact he is reformed, but then they make the storyline where it looks like he's going back to his old ways, but in reality there is more than meets the eye. For Tombstone, we first met him in the first game as a side mission, and these games take months apart from each other, so a lot could have happened, and judging by his job, he probably figured he'd rather make money legit by doing what he knows, which is applying his mechanic skills, instead of committing crimes, especially if Spider-Man could keep remaking the formula to dampen his powers.
But no, not one villain that gets redeemed earns it in this game. The third one being Mr. Negative, which was pretty fucking obvious. Anyone could have guessed that.
How could you say they didn't redeem themselves? I mean, you didn't even bother with Mysterio's side mission, where at the end you fight Mysterio, but it turns out to be Betsy and Cole trying to frame him to cover that they were trapping people in the Mysteriums, so they could steal people's credit card information. And, like I said, Tombstone probably figured it pays better doing a legal job instead of crime. Now, can you really say Lee didn't redeem himself? I mean, when he fights Miles, he learns his name and finds out that he is a victim of what he did in the last game, due to him being consumed with revenge. When he realizes this, he wants to die for what he did, but was saved by Miles instead, which after that, he could have just left him for dead, but he didn't. Because now that he knows who and what he did to Miles, he feels it is his responsibility to save him and change his ways for the better. Toward the end, he even helps Peter, who is being consumed by the symbiotes, and decides to turn himself in to serve out his sentence. How is any of that not redeemable? He basically helped save the city with what he did.
And after Miles goes into this weird VR universe that Mysterio came up with and fights some guys, then it just becomes a walking simulator mission as Peter, where you get to do a bunch of carnival mini games that are pretty half-assed, and some of them are literally just watching someone enjoy a ride.
Well, if you didn't want to spend a lot of time here, you should have just continued the main activities you had to do. But I saw on your stream you did all of the extra ones. Why did you do that? it is your choice if you want to do all the activities for the prizes or not. But, of course, you only hate it because you are not doing Spider-Man stuff. You can't just look at the scene and think about it must be nice for Peter to take a break and enjoy a night with his friends. I mean, I had fun with some of the wacky motion controls for the games and rides. Aw, we're not wearing our hats anymore. Come on. Why wouldn't you wear the hats? Alright, time to ride the roller coaster.
I'm really nervous. Don't worry about it.
Hmm.
What are the chances the person who gave this prize to would be the single rider?
Before the ride even starts. You could have talked about that, and if you think the controls for these sections are good or not, but nope, just complain about it being a walking simulator.
As someone who's actually been to multiple theme parks throughout his life, including one of the greatest roller coaster parks in the world, Cedar Point, you should actually go and do these things instead of trying to live vicariously through a video game. Trust me, it's worth it.
That was not the point of the scene. The point, as I stated already, is Peter gets some time outside of the mask and has a normal night without any trouble. Yes, it is simulating games and rides, but you're supposed to listen to what the characters have to say and how they feel during the scene. No shit, is a lot more fun to actually go to a carnival and experience it in real life. But what if there are people who can't experience such joys due to body issues like high blood pressure, heart disease, etc.? Some could look at it in a way to experience such things if they want, but that is not the goal of the scene. They wanted to have a quiet moment for the characters to talk before shit hits the fan.
So anyway, Kraven's goons show up, they kidnap Tombstone, and finally, after a lot of unnecessary build-up, Harry uses the Venom symbiote to help save the day. And I actually kind of like this part of the story, even if, again, it does feel like padding. Harry's trying to be a superhero too, but he can't really control the Venom symbiote all that well. And as a nice throwback to the comics, the next time they team up, he's wearing a costume very reminiscent of the Agent Venom costume, which is when Flash Thompson got the Venom symbiote. Yes, that really happened.
I wouldn't call it padding because it establishes how good things are going so far for both Peter and Harry. Also, the concept of Harry trying to be a hero just like Pete has been done before. But with the way Harry is presented in this game, I like he decides to fight crime with Pete because he feels with the suit, he can help people and heal the world just like his mother wanted. I like how you mentioned Flash Thompson is the original Agent Venom, but skip out again on the details, not even giving a quick summary that Flash went to war, got his legs blown off while protecting other soldiers from a grenade, and signed up for secret government operations where Venom was captured, bonded, and used by Flash to go on secret missions for his country that were too dangerous for normal people. I know I'm probably missing a bunch more details, but it gets to the point.
So after saving Tombstone in the next mission, we kind of get to see just how ridiculous it is that he's a good guy now. I mean, he literally filed his teeth down into basically shark teeth. He's a giant fucking thug, and we're supposed to accept that, I don't know, he just had a change of heart off screen.
Yes, in the first game, Tombstone was a bad guy to where he even killed one of his guys, but with what I said and a lot of time passing, it is not impossible for him to change his ways. And in the Miles game, it was said he was still in jail, so who knows what he was doing in that time. Also, you're judging him on his looks, saying, how could a guy with shark-like teeth change? Have you heard of never judge a book by its cover? There is a lot we don't know about this version of Tombstone and why he would change. But who knows? If rumors of the DLC are right, and depending on the version of a certain character they go with, we could learn a lot more about Lonnie in the future.
And then we get to see a little bit of a tease that the Venom symbiote wants to be attached to Peter, not Harry. Could that possibly be foreshadowing?
Are you retarded? But they already did when Venom tried to grab Peter after the whole Ferris wheel incident. Why didn't you mention this scene before? When it learns that he is Spider-Man, it tries to go to him immediately in that scene because it wants a host with actual powers. Foreshadowing already happened a while ago, buddy. I like to think of this scene as Venom trying to test the waters to get a taste of what it really wants.
After some more padding with Miles that isn't even worth mentioning, we get one of the worst missions in the game. Insomniac heard everyone's complaints about the Mary Jane missions in the first game, and instead of addressing criticism, like many modern egotistical developers, they decided to double down.
You only see Miles talking to his mom as padding just because you hate the character and didn't care about his story to pay attention. In this scene, she wants to check in on her son, you know, like any good mother would do, where he then tells her what is on his mind, and after bringing up Lee, she tries to help Miles by telling him in her own way that staying in the past will not get you anywhere, and he must move forward with his life and not let Lee drag him down. It's because he took his mother's words to heart that he didn't exact his revenge. How the hell do you see this as padding when it is important for the choices he makes when he finally meets Lee? But, okay, I guess we can move on to the MJ stealth missions. Why didn't you just put the part where you complain about her face and this together at the end of the video when you finish going over the story instead of just going all over the place? Hell, you don't even mention what she was doing and how she ended up in that situation. You just skip to complaining that they doubled down on the MJ sections. So, let's see what he has to say about them.
Now the Mary Jane missions have turned into glorified The Last of Us missions. I mean, seriously. Oh wow, it's like The Last of Us, guys. Remember The Last of Us? It's just like that. It's just like The Last of Us. Remember how much you guys like The Last of Us? Okay. Now what? What? Fucking Assassin's Creed. That's... They wanted to be like Last of Us. In reality, it was like Assassin's Creed.
Are you fucking with me right now? How the hell can you compare the gameplay of MJ in this game to The Last of Us? They could not be any more different from each other, especially since the gameplay for MJ is a lot more simplified compared to The Last of Us. Why would you say such a dumb thing? Well, I know why, but still.
And Sony games have so little confidence in the average player's abilities that the tutorial extends not just beyond some simple prompts, no, the very first enemy you sneak up to can't kill you. Yeah, how's it going? Kill her. Kill her. What the fuck? No. No. Guys, I'm playing the game. This isn't a cutscene. What the fuck? Oh, dude, no. No. Oh. I think that's how I'm gonna open the video. This is how I'm gonna open the videos with this. Oh my god. It's over. It's so fucking over. It's so fucking over.
Did it ever occur to you that was a glitch? I mean, in your stream, you don't even restart the checkpoint to make sure that it is designed that way. So, here, let's see what happens when I do it.
Watch it, you knob. There you are.
Oh no.
Grab the reporter! Zappan! Who touched me? Found ya! Watch it, you knob! Found ya! What? Here's the bird!
Oh no.
Hunt her down! Watch it, you knob! Found ya!
Oh, look at that. I got beat by him. Huh. Maybe you should do more testing instead of taking something at face value. I mean, your job is to be a game reviewer. This is shit you should be testing.
And even when you get to the actual gameplay part where you can die, these enemies are so deaf and brain dead, you can straight up sprint up to them and stealth kill them. In fact, you can do it to 2 enemies in a row if you're fast enough.
Checking it out.
They're so dumb, as soon as Mary Jane takes cover and goes around a corner, they lose sight of her and are all confused and don't keep tracking your location. All of this on top of the fact that a single taser to the neck knocks them out.
I know, isn't that fun? I really enjoy these sections because, as he didn't mention about the first game's stealth missions, when you get caught, you can't fight back. You get a game over cutscene and screen. I way prefer being able to fight back and only restart a checkpoint if I get killed due to my own actions. I like what they did here because I find it really funny running up to these guys and taking them down. Also, these missions are a lot quicker than the ones in the first game depending on how well you play them. I will admit, I wish the enemy AI were smarter and did pose more of a challenge, but overall I prefer stealth missions like this than in the previous game. I mean, don't you want to go back to playing as Spider-Man as soon as possible? Well, these missions make that possible. Now, the taser is not a normal taser. It is from Sincaria, so I imagine it has a lot more kick compared to a normal taser. And that is just how they wrote it, that it is powerful enough to take down someone.
When normally it takes like 8 punches to knock out a basic enemy as Spider-Man who has super strength. Now this is the part where some nerd says, actually he holds back against normal humans, otherwise he would kill them. Yeah, but he holds back so much that it takes 8 punches versus 1 taser? Why doesn't he just have electric fists at this point? In fact, Miles Morales could just electrically charge his punches to knock out people instantly.
You aren't mentioning one of Spider-Man's core traits that actually takes out enemies faster, which is his webbing. Why are you only punching when you could shoot a couple of webs at an enemy near a surface where they will be webbed up and out of the fight? Especially when you upgrade the shooters to where if an enemy is close to you, it will send them flying away like they got hit by an impact web from the first game. You suggest electric fists even though he had electric webbing from the first game, which stuns enemies. But to tell you the truth, it all comes down to if Spider-Man did beat all his opponents with only a few punches without using anything else, you would say it is brain dead and boring to play. That is why they give you gadgets and abilities to mix up the combat. And they expect people to actually engage with the game and get good at the combat, finding different ways to take enemies down. Now, Miles' electric powers during combat, how can he gauge if he will knock someone out with it or accidentally fry them if he turned up the juice a bit too much? I mean, it probably isn't good to keep getting hit by electricity multiple times, and I imagine Miles holds himself back whenever he uses it on the people he battles, to where even his ultimate move doesn't kill anyone, just knocks them out.
This gameplay is so unbelievably bad, dude. It is truly an embarrassment. And when we finally make it through this segment, the whole point of this mission was to rescue Dr. Connors, aka the Lizard. But of course, Kraven shows up right before she can rescue him, and actually, we get a pretty cool moment where the girl boss finally gets defeated.
Why is the gameplay so bad? Is it only because of your hate for MJ and nothing to actually do with the section itself? Because you can't say the gameplay for that section is bad if it actually works the way it is supposed to. For this moment in the story, yeah, the point was to find and rescue Connors, but you skipped over the scenes to get us to this point of the game, where Norman asks Peter and Harry where Connors is, and is worried because he never takes sick days, believing something has happened to him. Which is what MJ was investigating at Connors' house and called Peter about before the whole mission even started. The scene with Kraven, I really liked it. But not because MJ was a girl boss being defeated, as you say. It was just a nice tense scene between her and Kraven, where she tries to appeal to his humanity, but he just ignores her just to bring the Lizard back for his hunt. I really enjoyed the scene.
And briefly, we get to play as Spider-Man again, only for them to take away control in just 5 minutes by having Peter get stabbed by Kraven.
When you were editing this, why didn't you, in playback, time your own stream for that section when you were playing as Spider-Man? This is the same part you showed when complaining that a cutscene starts every 10 minutes. It actually took you less than what you said to complete that section. I mean, you are being generous by saying it took you 5 minutes to do all that. I thought you hated this game. Why are you adding about 3 minutes?
Dumbass. We don't even get a boss battle here, no. Insomniac thought it would be more interesting for him to get stabbed during a cutscene, and then we get this major fake out as if Peter Parker's gonna fucking die halfway through the story in a Spider-Man game. And to the shock of absolutely no one, the Venom symbiote attaches to Peter and he gets the black suit.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock!
Of course it's not a surprise. They've been building it up the whole time of when he will get the suit. But why would you want a boss fight? Because wouldn't that just create more padding if there was a boss fight here? If you did fight Kraven here, they would probably make it to where you lose even if you drain his health. And the same thing would still play out, which you would hate for being a bullshit boss fight then. They wanted to give a reason why the suit could finally get the chance it needed to bond with Peter and get to the black suit gameplay. But technically, Peter does die in the scene for a moment, but is then brought back to life thanks to Venom.
Now you would think there would be a lot of tension right here because now Harry is going to start dying from his cancer again. Which honestly, if you think about it, doesn't really make sense. You would think the Venom symbiote would just kill all of the cancer cells in his body and then he would be fine, but I guess that wouldn't be dramatically interesting. And I'm fine with the route they chose. What I do have an issue with is that it takes far too long for Harry to start turning evil. Instead, we get a very, very half-assed Bully Maguire sequence. Because the writers are giant cowards.
You do know Venom has its own thoughts, right? Venom didn't give a shit about Harry and was forced to be used as a temporary cure for his disease. But still went with Harry because I don't know if they used this symbiote lore for this game, but a symbiote needs a host to survive as well. On to the next point, maybe it couldn't fully destroy the disease because remember, it is a rare genetic disease, not cancer. You really think Norman would go to such lengths using an alien goo monster just to cure cancer? Especially with how scientifically advanced this world has been shown? The best it did was to keep the disease at bay. Harry is not even just turning evil for the sake of it. He is mad that he feels useless and can't heal the world in his state. Plus, when Peter won't give him back the suit, he thinks he's being an asshole because Harry never experienced the mood changes that Pete goes through until the end when Venom and Harry rebond together. Also, you can't call this version of Peter a Bully Maguire. He doesn't even get a dance sequence. But then you go on to say the writers are cowards. Why are the writers cowards? Please explain. But I'm just going to assume it's because he really wanted Spider-Man to just go around and kill people. And probably not even just bad guys as well.
Most of the time, Spider-Man isn't even an asshole, and it doesn't help that Yuri Lowenthal is a very bad one-note voice actor who has only managed to have such a prolific career despite his lack of any vocal range for purely nepotistic reasons, and no, I'm not gonna elaborate on that, you'll just have to look it up.
I mean, he just got the suit. Why would he start to be a jerk right away? And yes, it does start to make him more aggressive in short bursts, taking time for the suit to really corrupt him. But it gets sped up even more from the space rock Venom touches later. That is why I was fine with how they paced his transformation to nearly losing control. Though, I don't blame people if they have a problem with the whole, oh, he touches a space rock and now all of a sudden the suit corrupts him even more. But for me, I was fine with it. Because I knew what they were trying to do with that. Now I know nothing about this nepotism talk about Yuri Lowenthal, but of course with a lot of things in this video, he doesn't just say what he means. So if you want to, please tell me what he is talking about because I don't really care since this is just him voicing his opinion on the voice actor and I want to keep my focus on his review. But for me, I thought he did a great job in this, just like he did in the first game. I think my favorite moment of Yuri's performance is when he burst out of Kraven's cage. I was blown away with the anger he put in Peter's voice.
You lack motivation.
Now you're in for it.
But voice acting aside, Peter's steady decline into being a total chud was very sloppily handled, to the point where he goes from being relatively normal but slightly more confident into a complete sociopath and then a monster over the course of like one mission. It actually felt like multiple missions were cut from this game's story because the change happened so suddenly.
What do you mean over the course of one mission? This is all done in multiple different missions, not just one, with each mission showing a different level of aggression depending on the situation Peter is put in. You also need to take into account he wears the suit for days and never takes it off, so why wouldn't it make him even more angry the longer he wears it? It took what was already inside its host and used it to change them into what it wants them to be like, especially using the grief that Peter is feeling for the death of his aunt right now. In movies and cartoons, it does similar things, but unlike some of the other Spider-Man where they know it's an alien off the bat and are just cool with it, this Spider-Man thinks it's an exosuit that has side effects and doesn't know it's an alien until it is too late, and Venom gets a pretty good amount of control over his mind after grabbing the space rock. I imagine if Peter knew sooner, he would have wanted to get that thing off of him as soon as possible.
So next up we have a spy infiltration mission, as Peter discovers the location of where Kraven's goons are hanging out, having a party, and we get to see yet another huge woke moment. And everyone just thinks this is okay, this is fine. This totally means nothing. Your lying eyes, your pattern recognition, that's just schizo shit. I was seriously disgusted when I saw this, and it doesn't help that most of this mission is yet another walking simulator mission.
Oh, you mean this moment near the start of your video? Why are you treating it like we haven't seen this already? Don't put this in the beginning if you're just gonna show it later and talk about it now. For women fighting men, do you really find it is impossible for a woman to beat a man? I feel with the right training and endurance, a woman can find the strength to beat a man, which is something to take into account in this scene, that this is not your average woman. These women have been trained by Kraven for, I imagine, almost their entire lives to be fighters. I know you're looking at this and saying that it's woke propaganda, even though most people would just look at this scene as two mooks fighting each other and one is getting their ass kicked. But, as you said, I guess I'm just blind and not normal at all for not making a big deal about this scene. The walking segment, as you call it, doesn't even last that long. Once you meet Dima, you're back to playing Spider-Man, and if it was all a cutscene, you would then complain that the cutscene is too long.
You get into a couple fights at the end, and it almost seemed like we were going to have a reenactment of the famous 90s shocker scene that I'm sure we all remember.
Which is why I'm skipping the clip. But before we move on, I have to mention, I love that he leaves out the whole reason why Spider-Man is even here. To get the serum for the lizard back to save Connors so he can save Harry? Why are you leaving out a bunch of story stuff out of your story synopsis?
But no, the actual Kraven fight is a lot more lame than that. The whole point is Spider-Man learns that the Venom symbiote is weak to sonic frequencies, but weirdly enough, the symbiote's not weak to fire in this game, at least not directly. There's even a part where Venom later on walks straight through fire and doesn't get hurt. That seems like kind of an unnecessary change from the comics, but I guess it doesn't really matter that much.
Why would being in a church with Kraven be a reference to the Shocker moment? If they wanted to do that reference, they would have done it. As for the fire, yeah, they changed it to where symbiotes in this are fireproof, which you should know since Harry even talks about it, and we have a scene where Harry went into a fucking lit up furnace. Which I say is a big change and matters a lot, because now it limits the ways Spider-Man can defeat Venom with only being able to use certain loud sounds until he gets the anti-Venom suit.
So now we're up to 2 moments where we could have had a boss fight with Kraven, but didn't, and I want to remind you that we're over 5 hours into the game's story, and the only boss was at the very beginning.
That may be true, but if you count the side missions as you progress through the story, you can actually fight Yuri and Mysterio as bosses early in the game, depending if you did them, which you did the flame side mission in your streams I saw, but skipped out on Mysterio just because you didn't want to bother doing the challenges.
If I didn't make it clear enough already, the pacing in this game is completely off, where it's not just really slow, but after having to watch all of these cutscenes or holding forward in the walking simulator sequences or solving these brain-dead minigames, you're then thrown a really long, high-octane action sequence where the game expects you to suddenly be on top of your game. Let's just say that didn't mix well with my ADHD brain. It was starting to piss me off by this point.
That is a you problem. If just walking in a game and watching cutscenes drains you of so much energy that you are not ready for a battle, that is all you, buddy. Even though in that scene, before you go to the chapel, you fight a room full of guys. How are you not ready for the fight at the chapel when you just finished one not too long ago? Even if you have ADHD, that doesn't excuse the structure of this review and how you made it with terrible points about the game and just ridiculous claims of thinking the most simplest thing is a woke propaganda message throughout the whole game and trying to push your view onto other people throughout this review without even trying to pay attention to the game to give yourself a chance to make a proper criticism.
Next mission, Peter returns to the Emily May Foundation to team up with Harry to create a serum to return the lizard back to his human form. But since Kraven is now trying to hunt Peter, the hunters attack and destroy the Foundation. And this is where it's implied that Harry starts turning down the path of evil.
Again, doesn't mention they need to cure Connors not just to save him, but Harry as well. You don't even mention how the hunters knew Spider-Man was at the EMF. As for Harry, I wouldn't say evil. It is more that he is upset that these hunters are ruining his mother's dream. I mean, when he confronts Peter after he got the suit off, he is not being evil. He is dying and wants the suit back, not only to save himself, but to get back to healing the world, which is what Venom uses to manipulate him.
And now we finally get to the E3 demo mission, and you've already seen all this already. You know exactly what happens even if you didn't play the game. So it's not really worth covering. You chase down the lizard, it's a huge cinematic sequence where you're barely even touching the controller. You know it's a good game when you can play it with one hand.
Actually, there are some changes to the scene here. Like, we don't see the hunters pulling in like we did in the trailer. When Peter exits the basement, he doesn't change from his original suit to the black suit. He already has it on. When he beats the hunters outside of Connor's house, instead of the game telling you to switch characters, we get a cutscene of Miles hanging out with Haley before he gets a call from Peter and goes to the fish market, which in the trailer starts him near a slingshot instead of leaving from the park, where the dialogue is completely different to where Genki already has a hunter drone hacked instead of what they actually did in the game, and appears in the market section in a completely different way. The scene when Miles enters the fish market is different. We get a scene where Miles is crawling on a pipe and he sees the lizard's tail that breaks the pipe, making him fall in the similar spot, just like the E3 demo trailer, meaning they cut the scene down a bit for the trailer. The whole scene when Miles meets Peter in this section, there was no moment where Peter gave the drone a blood sample to track Lizard in the trailer, and Kraven never shows up for this chase. He only shows up for the chase in the city. These are some changes you could have been talking about. You say you could play this section with one hand, but what about when you have to hit the QTEs? And why did you run into stuff if you could play it with one hand? Why didn't you try to move the stick to dodge and not just jump? But no, you just let Miles run into things without even trying to move him. I mean, they did this kind of thing in the first game, but mostly used QTEs to have Spider-Man do what he needed to do in the scene. While with this, they were trying to mix in the ability for the player to control how they want to move Miles to make it to where the player is interacting with the scene instead of just only hitting QTEs.
Finally, next mission, we catch up with the lizard and get a real boss fight. And my only real complaint with this is something I didn't mention back in the gameplay section, but every single boss fight has an insane amount of dialogue during it. And look, I'm not arguing this on the basis of realism. I couldn't care less about that aspect, to be honest. What I do care about is most of the dialogue is shit or just completely unnecessary. Once again, it feels like this is there to hold Zoomer's attention but I feel like it is absolutely misplaced here. If you're fighting a boss that requires you to pay attention to what the enemy is doing so you can react accordingly, the talking is just a distraction. People can say I have a skill issue with this game, that's completely fine by me, but I am not lying to you when I tell you that the talking unironically distracted me and made me worse at the game.
Well, sorry that you aren't like most people who can play a game and listen to dialogue at the same time. I don't see how the dialogue would distract you as long as you are looking at your opponent while fighting them. It shouldn't get in your way. You're doing the same thing just like in God of War Ragnarok, complaining about Freya giving you battle advice and blaming her for your death instead of yourself for not playing well.
Don't just stand there! Move!
I love.
It's still in the way!
Stop telling me what the fuck to do. She's literally getting me killed.
You're just making more excuses just to try and make the game seem worse than what it is.
And halfway through the fight, it turns into a chase sequence across New York, which actually was a kind of fun part, admittedly. But Kraven, I guess as an homage to King Kong, manages to snipe the lizard off a building with a crossbow.
What the hell does this scene have to do with King Kong? Just because he climbed up a tall building? But he doesn't even climb up the Empire State Building. If they were going for a Kong reference, why didn't he climb that building? Also, Kong was shot by biplanes, not a crossbow. Can you imagine if a crossbow took down Kong instead of machine guns?
Such a beautiful creature.
Even though just seconds ago we saw cops. Yes, the cops apparently exist in this game despite their extremely reduced presence. Yeah, that's something you'll probably notice. As a response to a common game journalist complaint about Spider-Man helping the police. I know, a fucking superhero helps the police. What a crazy idea, right? Insomniac decide to remove the police from all but just maybe 2 or 3 missions in the entire game, and I don't think Spider-Man even ever directly interacts with them.
Yes, I do agree that they don't have a big presence in this game like they did in the previous games, but also, the police in those games were very light on Spider-Man, telling him to leave to make sure he doesn't get arrested, because he is still breaking the law as a vigilante. But most of the cops still want his help, especially with the villains that no normal person could deal with. In this game, they show some cops still respect what Spidey is doing and help out by taking criminals to jail, like Darren from the hard Bebop mission. At the end of Mysterio's mission, they arrest Betsy and Cole. And they are actually at the beginning of the game helping people evacuate the area after Sandman's attack. I personally would like the interaction with the police and Spider-Man to come back, and maybe even stronger to where you personally help them out, or maybe when you haven't finished beating all the enemies during a crime activity, they could show up and help you during the fight, like they did in older Spider-Man games.
But anyway, to get back to my point, we see the police shoot at Kraven with assault rifles, and it does nothing, yet one shot from a fucking crossbow is enough to take Lizard off the building, which ultimately doesn't matter because there's still another phase of the boss battle.
Okay, well, wait, I'm confused. The police never shoot at Kraven. We see a police helicopter fly around, but they don't get a chance to do anything. Then you go on to say it doesn't matter because a crossbow takes down Lizard. Did you fuck up and were trying to say the police were shooting at Lizard, but said Kraven instead? Why didn't you re-record that? Because what you just said made no sense at all. Also, that arrow from the crossbow looked pretty big, so I don't see what the problem is that a giant arrow would make a Lizard fall. Hell, in the actual scene, when he first shoots at the Lizard, it is with an explosive arrow that knocks him off the roof, then shoots him with a second arrow that has a timed explosive.
And Peter injects him with the cure and rescues him from drowning. And now we get one of the big plot twists of the story, that the Venom symbiote is in fact an alien, which everyone who's read any comic or seen the cartoon knows that he's an alien. The only reason this is even a plot twist is because it seemed like a fake out that they were going to do the Ultimate Universe version of the story where he was made in a lab. So I'm kind of glad they actually stuck to the comics on this one.
Both Original Venom and Ultimate Venom are from comics. Why didn't you clarify saying you're glad they went with the alien version of Venom?
And Dr. Connors warns Peter that the Venom symbiote corrupts your mind. And now, of course, since we've been told this in the story, all of a sudden Peter's transformation into a monster skyrockets from this point forward, because we gotta rush this shit along. We got 2 main characters, there's no time to develop one complete plot line.
What the fuck are you talking about? You just skipped over the part where Venom grabs the rock, which made it possible for it to corrupt Peter faster. Why are you leaving that out and claiming that, oh, the story is now being rushed, even though the scene gave a reason for that, and you just ignored it? This is just as bad as when you said in God of War Ragnarok they escaped off screen, even though this is what happened.
Time to go. Go where exactly?
He refused to elaborate and left.
How?
It's giant stuff. Okay, follow me, quickly.
Angry Boda didn't even fucking do anything. Why did she exist again? Oh, right, diversity points. Right. Game's not woke, though. 10 out of 10.
Motherfucker, you watched the scene and left it out of that review on purpose, just like you did with this, just to create your own narrative.
And ironically, even though a lot of people kind of shit talk that you play Miles Morales for about half this game, Miles Morales has almost nothing to do with any of this. His subplot with Mr. Negative is the only connection to the main plot. We really could have used more development with Chud Mode Peter, as I'm going to call him, because he doesn't really act like Bully Maguire. He just acts kind of like a crazy animal psycho guy.
Well, that is how they wanted to tell Miles' story in this, where Peter starts to be too busy with Harry and being corrupted by the suit. He doesn't keep his life in balance to help him, forcing Miles to figure things out on his own, but still getting advice along the way to where he goes to visit his dad to ask if he should just focus on finding Lee. But in the end decides he still needs to help people no matter what, and even gets motivated that if Peter won't help him, then he will find Lee on his own. For Peter's attitude in the game, that is usually how he is supposed to act, just like in other media. He is usually more aggressive and easy to anger to where he almost kills people, which Venom is making him do, so he can feed off that negative energy. I like how you keep saying he is not like Bully Maguire, which I say good. I don't need to see this Spider-Man go shopping for clothes and humping his junk out in front of a store.
Which, I don't know, is kind of just more boring. I would like it if it was a more subtle descent and Peter just realized that the suit was making him evil, not it being so blatantly obvious to the audience and in your face.
Do you even know how certain versions of Venom work? He can easily corrupt a host's mind into thinking that what they are doing is what they want to do. And in this game, Peter does slowly get corrupted bit by bit. But the process is accelerated, again, by the rock you didn't mention, which helped Venom get more control faster than usual. Because, by that point, Venom has a lot of control over Peter's thoughts, making him think that he doesn't need anyone else and just needs to kill Kraven to complete the transformation.
And I actually want to suggest a secondary option if you don't want a more mature, serious route. You could just do what the 90s cartoon did. Believe it or not, in the original comics, the black suit didn't actually corrupt Peter's mind. That was an idea the cartoon came up with first, and let me give you a little bit of a sample of what that sounded like.
It's like this. I'm through with not getting what I want. That's funny. I give up too. I give up trying to be a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
And I actually think this could have made for an interesting opportunity in the game as well. Maybe throw one of Peter's C-list villains at him and he just fucking brutalizes him, or even better, actually kills him. That would have set up a great character development moment where he realizes what the suit has done to him and then he has to tear it off himself. Now, of course, that's not the story this game is going for.
Well, at least you finally did some research, because yes, that is true about Venom in the comics, but I feel that the way Peter acted in this is what they essentially did, just like the cartoon. And you wanting Spider-Man to kill in this game would be bad, because that is exactly what Venom wants, is for Peter to kill so he could take full control and start to take over the world. Later, we even have Peter saying this to Miles.
Watch yourself! Harry looked a lot different than you did when you had your suit. I think that would have been me eventually, if you hadn't saved me.
If he did kill, how do you think the story will go? Because then Miles would have to fight Peter as Venom to save him anyway, or have it to where Peter gets killed because he is too far gone. And what would Harry be doing during all of this? If Pete died, would Harry just get Venom still, or just get killed off during the battle? You have to think about how certain things would change the story in many ways, to where there would be a Marvel Spider-Man 3 with only Miles in it as Spider-Man, if they wanted to make it to where Peter was too corrupt to save. If they did that, we would miss out on what would happen when Peter meets Otto again in the sequel, and everything else they are setting up with him and Norman.
And speaking of all of this is when we get to the next Mary Jane mission. If you've been sticking to the main story, it hasn't even been 2 hours since the last one. We have to play as Mary Jane again. And I had enough of this shit, so I just speed ran that. And this is when I really pushed the limits of how bad the stealth system was. And the setup for this is just as cringe as the mission itself. Basically, Peter finally needs to sleep after, saving the world a million times. And while he's sleeping, Venom takes over his body. Meanwhile, MJ has to defend the house and single-handedly tases like 20 hunters by herself.
I mean, shouldn't that be good for you though? The fact if you speedrun it, you can stop playing as MJ faster? I'm glad they made it like this so it doesn't take too long to finish. Now, MJ is not just defending the house, she tries to tell Peter, but he disappears from his bed, which you did not make clear when saying Venom takes over his body, and she has to defend herself. You of course don't even talk about how she upgrades her taser by adding a web shooter to it, which for me, I'm surprised she can do that. But it is a cool upgrade to change the stealth around to where you can blind enemies to get in close, or web them to a surface if they are near one. Also, you say like 20 guys? How many did you actually take out?
Yeah, MJ. Fucking, this is The Last of Us, goddammit. I'm running straight out there. We're seeing if we can speedrun this. Speedrun.
Can't go out the window.
Speedrun strats.
Downstairs is my only shot.
Speedrun. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Speedrun. Oh, do I actually have to shoot? Okay, yeah. Oh, it's a web shooter now? Okay. It's a shooter now, guys. Wow.
If I don't find Pete before they do.
Wowie zowie.
On my way to
The game.
headed toward the next trap, not till I lose them. Pete's up ahead in that new construction.
Do that. I mean, it said distract, but I don't think there's any point in doing distractions. If you can just run up and tase them, why do you even have to engage with the mechanics? Ooh, got him, MLG. Record time, dude. If it wasn't for those 2 deaths. Yep.
Okay, 17, which is close, but as we saw, you did what she would do in that situation, which is to take out whoever is in her way to try and get to Peter as fast as she could, and you did skip a lot more enemies that you could have taken out. So, now, let's see how many enemies in this whole mission can she take out if you decide to do that. In total, you can take out 35 enemies, with the 2 robo-dogs included if you don't use the distraction on them in that section. This number is only possible if you even decide to take them all out instead of moving on. So I say 17 is a lot more reasonable than 35. Be glad that you get to choose how many you can take out. Imagine they made it to where you did have to take down all 33 hunters and 2 robo-dogs before you can move on. That is why I like the way they made them. Quick and easy.
And if this mission wasn't bad enough, it ends with Mary Jane cornering Peter in a tunnel, and she sees that he's become a monster, and so there's a little bit of a chase scene that is almost impossible to fail, by the way, and I had to let go of the controller for several seconds for Peter to catch up, and we get a very lame game over sequence. Oh, thank God. Jesus Christ, that took way too long.
Something's wrong with you. Really.
So, you will test to see if they'll kill MJ, but you won't test other things in the game. Got it. Also, when are you going to talk about Miles? You don't even mention that she calls him to help and get Peter inside the tunnel so she could be alone with him to see what she can do and discover that he has been sleeping this whole time and tried to wake him up, which resulted in the chase. Thanks for skipping over all those story bits.
Oh, and the cherry on top? Failing the QuickTime events here does nothing. Yes, this is yet another Sony game where the QuickTime events are meaningless.
Well, if you compare the scenes when you do it or not, if you hit square, she shocks him, but if not, she stumbles and then you continue to run, which happens with some of the QTEs in this game. I know why you are complaining about it, saying, why is there no game over screen with a funny animation? But then go on to say because it is a Sony game. Did you forget the first game that, as you would say, is a Sony game, had a bunch of QTEs that you could fail and have to start over? I will never understand people's problem with QTEs. I never thought about them too deeply. I just saw them as, oh, press this if you want to continue the game while showing a cool or not so cool animation, depending on the game. Though today, QTEs used in games sometimes just let you continue even if you fail. But they can have some fun moments in there for failing. For instance, when escaping with Tombstone, if you fail the QTE, Harry saves Peter, then Pete returns the favor, which I thought was pretty cool. You only get that scene from failing. They decided to let the player keep going when they fail, so you don't waste your time in sections of the game and can continue to play instead of starting over. I would love a game to come out that has QTEs in it, and if you fail a single one, you would have to start from the beginning of the level again, no matter how far you got, which I guess would give people pretty good reason to press the button on screen if they wanted to continue.
And so, what are the results of this mission? Well, Mary Jane writes a scathing article about Spider-Man for J. Jonah Jameson. Okay, is that really supposed to be a source of conflict between these two? You could easily just reason it away as MJ trying to keep her job, but because Peter is in Chud mode now, he's obviously pissed about it.
Oh yeah, that, but also don't forget Miles getting captured by Craven when he was there trying to help MJ and Peter, but saw a crane operator in trouble and saved him, but the guy turned out to be a hunter in disguise and drugged Miles before he could react. But I guess that isn't important at all in your story synopsis. For the story MJ wrote, yeah, that is exactly why she wrote it. She said that is what she was going to show Peter to let him know that she was going to write bad things about Spider-Man to keep her job before she was attacked. She wanted to tell him and get his input on it, but Venom made that impossible. And yes, she knows it is an alien by this point, but she doesn't know what the effects of the symbiote feels like when it is affecting Peter to act this way. That is why I like when she gets turned into Scream, so she can experience what Peter went through.
And luckily right after this, we get the only legitimately good dramatic scene in the entire game.
Oh really? A scene he thought was good? Okay. And it looks like he is going to show his reaction to this scene as well. Let's see what he thought about the scene.
I need that suit back.
Yeah, but...
Pete.
Venom's my waifu.
What do you
Wait,
remember
what are you
about
doing?
last
Why are you
night?
looking at your chat? Pay attention to the scene.
I just remember feeling tired.
Pete, you're not yourself. That suit is changing you.
Disgusting. Stop zooming in on her. She's so gross.
Hey, idiot, who cares about MJ's face right now? Stop talking over the scene and pay attention to what they're saying.
Yeah, it's pretty great, isn't it?
Why don't you pop some more pills and say what you're really feeling?
Hey, don't.
I'm busting my ass out there trying to save you, and this is what I get?
I said don't.
I saw your story.
I tried to tell you about that.
Yeah, but you didn't, did you?
I can't lose this job,
Your
Pete.
job is to write the truth.
I did.
The truth is, I'm the hero here, not you.
Yeah. Everything he's saying is correct, though. Am I supposed to think he's a bad guy? He's actually being objectively correct.
No, he is not right. He is being corrupted by Venom to say this, by putting these thoughts in his head, because even without superpowers, MJ and everyone around Peter and Miles always try to be heroes in their own way to help anyone in need, or to tell people the truth about certain things, like when MJ reported in the first game about Devil's Breath being made by Oscorp. Miles, before he got powers, helped keep Feast together, and Rio running for councilwoman to help her community. Venom is making him think that, so no one will stand between them. Spider-Man without Venom would never think like this. He would want to support people's dreams and work together with anybody to take care of the city and keep people safe. I mean, every crime alert you get is from a person in the city trying to do their part to let Spider-Man know there's trouble that needs to be stopped. Because again, that was a theme of the first game. Peter thought he had to do it all alone, but he learned he didn't have to and could share the responsibility with others. MJ and Peter learned to trust each other more throughout that game and helped save the city.
I have no genuine critiques here. If even half of the scenes in the game were like this, I wouldn't complain about all of the cutscenes and the walking simulator sequences.
Except you did by complaining about MJ's face in the scene. But to sum it up, you wish the game had a story and characters that met your standards, and none of them did due to you looking at this game as a woke piece of shit and glossing over many important details and scenes to where you don't even mention them in your review.
This is why I wanted more of Peter with the black suit, because we get to see one of our favorite heroes, our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, who genuinely tries to be as good a person as possible, slowly be corrupted and become more arrogant. It's just inherently pretty interesting. Unfortunately, this is pretty much all we get, outside of him acting like a weird sociopathic rage monster in just a second after this.
I agree, they could have done that, and I would have welcomed that as well. But they decided they wanted to speed up the process, which they at least gave a reason with Venom touching the alien rock, which I still can't believe you didn't put in your video, leaving out important information to explain the sudden change.
Not to mention, that little scene right there is a massive source of drama. Well, that and the fact that he was neglecting his butt buddy Miles. Yes, that is a real plot point, that he wasn't answering Miles' calls, and so now he's upset at him. And so the writers force Peter to apologize for the rest of the game.
Of course Miles is upset. Early in the story, when he wants to find Lee, he wants to wait on Peter so they could look together. But Peter gets too busy and corrupted to help with Miles' problems, prompting him to start having to do things on his own. He is upset about not getting calls from Peter because they are fucking friends who are supposed to be working together to keep the city safe and help each other out when needed. And during the story, all Miles wants to do is just be Spider-Man at first, but learns he needs to be Miles as well. Remembering the person behind the mask is an important part of his life. The same goes for Peter, who spent a lot of time as Spider-Man and not so much as himself outside of the mask, almost losing himself in the process. Now, for the text on screen, why put that there? Why didn't you just go back in your edit and record the section at the tunnel where you explain what happened to Miles and then continue from there? Why put this here? This is so lazy, because now we don't even know how you feel about that scene. But, as you put it, I kinda forgot. No, you forgot completely because you just don't even try to give a shit about this version of Miles and what his story holds. But moving on to why he hates that Peter has to apologize to everyone.
Despite the fact it's not his fucking fault that Venom was influencing his mind. Get ready for this point to come back up later.
But most of the characters didn't even know that was a factor, especially Rio. She had no idea why Peter was acting the way he did toward her. She was worried about what happened to her son, and even stands up to this monstrous-looking Spider-Man to tell him to go find and help Miles, because that is what matters to her right now.
And this next mission was actually pretty solid as well. Basically, Miles ends up tracking down Mr. Negative. He's been captured by Kraven. They have a 1v1 boss battle where Miles decides, obviously, not to kill him, which I think is definitely the wrong move. It's way too boring. It's yet another thing that makes Miles way too similar to Peter, but without any of the character flaws.
Well, good. I thought the fight with Mr. Negative was fun as well, but I like the idea that Miles went in wanting to kill Lee, but in the end doesn't, because when he gets sucked into his head and Lee uses his memories to make him doubt himself, to where Lee gets an image of Miles' dad to use against him to try and make him give up, Miles gets the strength to fight back, knowing that his dad would never want him to give up, to where Miles tells Lee who his dad was, which shocks Lee and helps lead him down his path to redeem himself. And it's thanks to this experience that Miles can move on and not let Lee hold him back from moving forward with his life. Thanks for skipping all of that. As for you saying Miles doesn't have any flaws, I mean, one I notice is he doubts himself, thinking he can't do some things on his own. Like when Sandman was attacking, he still wanted Peter's help. But when he confronts Lee, he says,
Miles. No. I'm done listening to you. Losing my dad? It's not what's holding me back. I was the one doing that. But not anymore.
Realizing that he kept holding himself back, not because of the challenges he faces, but because of his doubt about himself. You never covered his own game, where that comes into play. When Peter leaves with MJ to Symkaria for a story, Miles is put in charge of protecting the city for a week, and when he accidentally destroys a bridge when he was knocked into new form, he blamed himself and doubted himself, thinking he needed to live up to being just like Peter as Spider-Man, but had to learn to be his own kind of Spider-Man and save Harlem from being destroyed, which you could say he continues on that path until everything he goes through in this game teaches him to balance both sides of his life and to stop holding himself back from being the best Spider-Man and person he can be.
So anyway, instead of killing Mr. Negative, he helps him escape, and so off-screen, Miles fights Kraven 1v1, and spoilers, he loses. Remember that for later. So of course, Peter shows up, he goes ballistic, and again, this just shows the writers are completely toothless, because despite beating the absolute shit out of all these goons, he never actually kills anybody.
Just tell us now you have a problem with Miles getting beat by Kraven and later fights Peter and, at the end, Venom. But you have to think about how much time has passed after that scene and what made Miles weak in the first place. The battle with Lee both physically and mentally drained him. But even with that, if Miles didn't battle Lee, I still think Kraven would have beaten him, because Miles wouldn't want to kill him, and I imagine Kraven wouldn't hold back and beat him unconscious to use him as bait still. But, hey, that is how they did the scene, and before Peter gets there, Miles gets plenty of time to recover during the boss fight with Kraven as well. The part where you say the writers are toothless for not having Spider-Man kill here, I looked at it from a character perspective. The fact he does go surge mode and is almost this far gone, but doesn't kill anyone, shows there is still a bit of Peter Parker in there resisting that urge to kill, until his fight with Kraven in the second phase, where he almost does it. But Miles, after recovering this whole time, steps up to stop him.
So anyway, you fight your way there, you fight Kraven in a 1v1 boss battle that's actually admittedly pretty good, even if I was pissed off at the time on the stream. The second phase of the fight is one of the only boss fights in the game with a legitimate gimmick, that being the symbiote's weakness to sonic frequencies, so you have to like web up this bell, right?
Yeah, it was really fun to fight Kraven, but I wouldn't say he is the only boss with a gimmick. Many of the bosses have their own gimmicks. Yuri blinds Spider-Man during one of the phases, making it look like she is teleporting around. Lizard will run on the walls and throw rocks at you if you don't take him down. And Mysterio will split himself into copies that you have to battle to finish the fight. Do you think for this review you would talk about what you liked about each of the boss fights or disliked? But nope, you never do. Just talk about the second phase's gimmick, but couldn't go into more detail about what you enjoyed about those and this boss fight.
But just as Spider-Man might kill Kraven, now notice how I say might, because he hasn't even knocked Kraven unconscious. That's an important plot point here. He's still choking him out as Miles shows up and attacks Peter to stop him from killing Kraven.
Dude, who cares? Just because Kraven isn't knocked out doesn't mean he shouldn't be stopped. The fact Spider-Man is choking him tells Miles that Peter is going to kill him, because Peter never does this when taking down someone. Whenever Spider-Man fights regular mooks or supervillains, he never chokes them. He will either knock them out with melee, web them up, or use the environment to help defeat an opponent. God, I hate how you blame Miles for interfering in your stream.
He's not even incapacitated yet. Why would he stop? Also, I don't think biting one of Venom's tentacles hurts him, by the way. That's bullshit. Okay, let's be real. That was Miles' fault, right? That was Miles' fault. Let's be honest. He didn't even stun him yet.
Killed him, man! What are you doing? You're in the way, Miles!
Yeah, that canon. Good ending. Canon.
Even though, because Miles did that, Peter didn't get fully consumed by Venom.
Now here we have the first major moment of the story that legitimately pissed me off. Despite losing to Kraven in a 1v1 fight, Miles is able to defeat Peter with the symbiote suit on.
I mean, you could say the same thing about Peter in comics, cartoons, and other media about beating Venom. It seems impossible at first, but he never gives up and always finds a way to fight back, either by tricking the suit to leave its host, or finding a loud enough sound to hurt the suit and separate it, or any other way he can figure out to defeat Venom. But let's hear his reason about why Miles can't do the same thing.
And I just know there's going to be people making excuses for this, saying that, well, Miles' bioelectricity abilities are more effective on the symbiote, and he also could ring the bell in the arena. Well, first of all, it's fucking stupid that his electricity is good against everything in this game. Yeah, not a single enemy resists his powers in any way. In fact, most of the time it's the opposite. And while the bell argument is fine, I still don't think it should have been enough. Miles already feels like a Gary Stu in a bunch of moments throughout this game, but this is truly the moment that solidified his place as the replacement for Peter Parker, because not only does the student surpass the master, but a more powerful version of his master at that.
Well, it's fucking electricity. There aren't a lot of things that it can't hurt, except probably Electro, but he's dead now, and maybe Tombstone since he has tough skin. I would be curious to know if he can be hurt by electricity, like animated Superman, since Superman in that show is invulnerable, but electricity still hurts him. But if you wanted enemies that could resist his powers, you should have played the Miles Morales game, because that game has enemies with shields that actually nullify his powers and bounce it back at him. Hell, they even upgraded Rhino with that stuff when Roxxon captured him in that game. And at least Venom in this only gets hurt by Miles' electricity and isn't like the ultimate version where electricity was its weakness. Because if it was, then Miles should have just destroyed Venom right then and there. The bell is definitely enough because it stops Peter from moving so you can get extra hits in and do more damage. Miles is also talking to Peter as well to try and get through to him, which, in the final phase of that fight, actually starts to work to help Peter get the strength back to fight. Now, if Miles was a Gary Stu, why the hell did he need help with Sandman, guarding the raft ship, freeing Peter from the second symbiote, and taking down Venom if you say he was a Gary Stu? Why would you even say this? I mean, for fuck's sake, he gets captured by Kraven. Wouldn't he be disqualified for that title? For getting captured and not escaping on his own? Meaning he shouldn't have been beaten by Kraven then? I wish you would think before saying anything that is just nothing but garbage.
And again, it robs Peter Parker of a great character development moment he could have had. It is embarrassing when the 90s cartoon with its over-the-top voice acting handled this better than the $100 million AAA video game.
I can see why people have a problem with this, but for me, it never bothered me because I didn't see this scene as Miles replacing Peter. I just saw it as Miles helping Peter, who not only is his mentor, but a friend that he cares about going through this pain and is doing everything in his power to save him by encouraging him to rip off that suit. The only thing that would have ruined the scene for me is if they had Miles just pull it off instead. I would have been a bit upset, but he doesn't. Peter is the one who has to do it, not just for the Spider-Man 3 reference, but just to show that even through everything he has done with that suit and how much he was corrupted, Peter was still in there fighting to get out. Though, if I had to change it, I would make it to where after fighting Peter as Miles, we then switch to do a boss fight in Peter's head where he has an internal battle, and after beating Venom, then tears it off. But that is just what I thought of as an idea they could have done, but I'm still happy with what they did.
So, with the help of Miles, Peter rips the suit off and they capture it, and they have a conversation on a nearby rooftop, which is the beginning of Peter's various groveling, apologizing moments that you're going to get for the rest of the story. None of this was his fault. Venom was manipulating his mind. Peter didn't even choose to put the fucking suit on. Venom latched to him to save him from dying. So remind me how the fuck any of this behavior, any of his actions were his fault when he was being mind controlled.
I wouldn't call what Peter is doing groveling. I say it is in character for Peter to apologize, even if it wasn't his fault. Because Peter is a person that when anything really bad happens, he feels fully responsible for it, even if it is not his fault. Because that is just who he is. I mean, look at this scene from the first game.
Dr. Octavius, why? How did I let this happen?
See? He says, how could I let this happen? Even though it wasn't his fault that Otto wanted revenge on Norman using the arms that they created. He had no idea about it and blames himself for not seeing it sooner since Otto was a close friend to him and still wanted to believe there was still good in him. In this game, yes, Venom was the cause, and he could have told everyone why he was acting the way he did, but Peter was still the one being used to be that way to the people he cares about, and most didn't know the effects of the suit. So you bet your ass he is going to apologize to them, and it is not just for them. I bet Peter would feel relieved to know that he hasn't lost his trust with people he cares about. Okay, to help with this, let's look at a different Peter Parker who went through a different but similar experience with Venom, just like in this game. And that would be the Spectacular Spider-Man, where, just like in the game, it attaches itself to Peter without him putting it on himself. It latches itself to him without his knowledge. As the story continues, they both start to become very aggressive the more they wear the black suit, to where even the costume changes from one design to another. Both Venoms take Peter's body out while he sleeps. A friend helps convince Peter what he is doing is wrong to give him the strength to fight. Though, with the game, Miles helps with the bell and telling Peter to fight it during the battle, while in the Spectacular show, Flash gives him advice that convinces Peter something is wrong.
Yeah, your aunt's sick. Poor puny Parker. Even Sally feels bad for you. But not me. If you're hanging up on the she-geek, that proves you're still a stuck-up egghead. A guy who can't even see when his friends are trying to help.
Okay, if Flash Thompson's making sense, something must be seriously wrong.
And then Venom goes into his subconscious where Peter didn't start to save himself until the memory of Uncle Ben came in and saved him and convinced Peter to fight. Yes, I know it is Peter's memory of him, but still, he needed help from Ben to find the strength to fight. He didn't do it all on his own. Both get the suit off and look at this.
And guys, look, I'm so sorry about how I acted.
School?
Did he just apologize for the way he was acting just like Peter in the game did? I know the circumstances are very different from each other, but this Peter was manipulated by the suit as well, but still apologized because he is a nice guy who doesn't want to be a horrible person to his friends and loved ones, and would say sorry even if it wasn't his fault, which I feel applies to many Peter Parkers in different media, including the one in this game.
So anyway, Peter decides that they need to destroy Venom because he's simply too dangerous. You can't afford to give him back to Harry because Norman is working on a different cure, which, of course, as you could probably guess, is the Goblin serum.
I mean, at the end of the game, he says get the G serum ready, but I thought that was something he already had made, but didn't want to risk using it on Harry, probably because it is untested, and he doesn't know what it might do to him. That is why we had that scene where he was on a computer angry because he still can't make a proper cure. But once he sees his son in a coma, which he blames the Spiderman for, he then says to use it. So I wouldn't call it a cure, it sounds more like a last resort.
So Peter makes his way back to Connor's lab alone, which is kind of stupid.
Yeah, he could have brought Miles, but he wanted him to find his mother first to let her know he was okay before anything else. And Peter didn't expect Harry to be there and attack, because he starts to try and tell him what happened when he wore the suit, but Harry unfortunately wouldn't listen, which I say is dumb. But they wanted to put him in a state to where he would get the suit back. I was thinking maybe to make this scene better, have it to where Peter with mask on still meets Connors, which, by the way, where the fuck was he? He said he was ready to destroy Venom, but never showed up, which was strange, but anyway. They start the process to destroy Venom, and Harry sees this, and without thinking, with the last of his strength, he rushes in and lets the suit touch him just as Connors hits a switch to kill it. And smoke starts up with a loud crash, and we see Peter yelling for Harry, and when the smoke clears, we see Harry start to change into Venom. Then pretty much have Peter get Connors out, then Norman walks in, and it plays out just like it did in the actual game. I think it would have been better if they did it like that, to where Peter doesn't have a face-to-face with Harry, to not even get a chance to explain why they have to destroy it. But I'm sure there are other and better ways to do the scene as well, but oh well. We still at least got a cool looking Venom out of all this.
And Harry is there waiting for him, and the Venom symbiote just kind of breaks out of containment after a dramatic moment between the two of them.
You could have at least said or shown Harry breaking the jar to let us know what the dramatic moment was. Why leave us to fill in the gaps, and don't you want to open up about how dumb that scene is? Well, I guess not. He'll be angry with women and different races in the game for promoting woke propaganda, but not talk about how that containment jar broke with just one hit from a fucking cane. Okay.
And in yet another contrived moment, Venom is born, and he is way more powerful than he was being attached to Peter, which is not explained in any way, but I will let it slide because it's a rule of cool moment.
Well, in comics and cartoons, usually Venom got so big when it was with Eddie Brock because of their hatred for Spider-Man, and he was a bulky guy pumping some serious iron. In this, I can only assume Venom fed on the negative energy Harry was giving off, and the suit being already pissed off, it just super juiced it to become Venom. Or they wanted it to be like those Tom Hardy movies, where he just looks like Venom already, but just without the spider. Your guess is as good as mine.
And this Venom is more overpowered than the comic book version, at least in the 90s comics that I read anyway, because he's now like 12 feet tall and basically unkillable from this point forward. You're going to see a lot over the course of this game. They wanted Venom to be a planet-wide threat, which is kind of a problem because Spider-Man is a street-level hero, and it's already been confirmed that the Avengers and Doctor Strange exist in this universe, so this is a little too much to ask for someone in Spider-Man's power level.
Now, do you mean this specific Spider-Man, or are you referring to all Spider-Men in other media? I would say Insomniac Spider-Man is more than just a street-level hero, especially after saving millions of people from the Devil Breath crisis in the first game. He helped save the whole city and stop the infection from spreading to other places in New York and around the world. Also, do you not know there are stories where Spider-Man has done more than just street-level stuff? I mean, do you not remember in the 90s cartoon you keep bringing up where he had to lead a team of heroes against villains in the Secret Wars arc because the Beyonder wanted to see which side would win? Then there's the multiverse story, where he had to work with other versions of Spider-Man to stop a version of himself corrupted by Carnage. They were planning to make a multiplayer game based on Insomniac Spider-Man called The Great Web, but it was cancelled, which, if it did happen, it would have made their Spider-Man more than a world-saving hero if he helped save multiverses. I mean, there are so many stories that show that Spider-Man, yes, is still a street crime fighter, but can also be more depending on what the situation calls for. Hell, there is a story where he saved the whole universe without even knowing, which I find crazy. Oh, fuck. There are so many more points I could talk about just to prove his point wrong, but let's move on.
But I'll admit this is actually just a minor complaint, because for me personally, I thought everything that happens from this point forward was actually pretty cool, even if a lot of it was poorly written in certain ways. And Venom is one of my favorite anti-heroes slash villains, though don't expect him to come back as an anti-hero. He is clearly fucking evil in this version. I'm guessing this can be explained away by the fact that Harry Osborn is dying and he wanted to save the world through environmentalism, and so this is influencing Venom to have this global plot to turn everyone into symbiotes. Whereas Eddie Brock just hated Peter Parker, and the Venom symbiote acted like a scorned ex-girlfriend in the original comic book version, so there was obviously a lot of potential for redemption there. And I like anti-heroes who kill people like the Punisher, so it kind of sucks that this version is just blatantly evil.
Well, you don't know that this is the end of this Venom, and there's still maybe a chance for him to be an anti-hero, because at the end it looks like Venom is destroyed, but people keep talking about wanting a Venom spinoff from this universe, so who knows, maybe there was a tiny piece that survived, or he gets resurrected in the hive mind like it says here. And maybe they could write it to where Venom is separated from the hive mind and becomes its own being, saying he was listening to Canal, who I looked up, and he is actually the god of the symbiotes. So what if Venom wanting to take over the world was not because of Harry, but because of his god sending him there to do it, and Venom was using Harry's dream to make it easier for him to control what actions he wanted Harry to take to achieve its goals, like he tried with Peter? But one big question would be, who will be the host? I would assume they would find a way for it to get to Eddie Brock to appeal to fans, but who knows what they'll do.
But yet again, I have derailed from the plot synopsis. The good news is this is the best mission in the game, because you actually get to play as Venom, but only for this mission. And the gameplay is extremely basic. You're basically just spamming square and hitting circle to block or deflect projectiles. But it actually feels like a superhero game, like Hulk Ultimate Destruction. The only thing it's missing is being able to pick up and throw cars, but it's pretty much got the rest.
I didn't mind the controls being very simple at all, because unlike Spider-Man, Venom is just an all-powerful brute with the way he moves and takes people out, which I enjoyed very much. Which makes me wonder, if they do a spin-off, how will they change the way he plays if they decide to make it a sandbox, just like Miles' game? Why did you compare this to Hulk Ultimate Destruction instead of the Ultimate Spider-Man game? In that game, Venom can throw cars, but to go back to you saying now it feels like a superhero game, none of the scenes you did as the Spider-Man to save people and stop crimes never counted as feeling like a superhero game. But being the rage monster going around beating the shit out of normal security guards makes this a superhero game now. Huh. Weird. You had so many more examples of this being a superhero game, and you chose this moment.
and you beat the absolute shit out of like 100 of Norman Osborn's goons. Then you beat up a bunch of hunters, and finally Kraven shows up. You get another boss battle. You absolutely wipe the floor with him, and then Venom chops his head off, which is easily the best moment in the entire game. Finally, it felt like there were stakes, there were consequences to actions, and best of all, it was just a really cool and fun moment. It was very simplistic, but it doesn't go on too long, and the boss fight was decent enough, though more brain dead than the rest easily, given how simplistic the gameplay was for that mission. But I will take simple and fun over complex and overly drawn out boring crap, which a lot of the rest of this game is composed of.
Of course this is your favorite moment, seeing a man getting his head bit off, because that is all you want in your games. Just people getting killed in unique ways and not caring about characters and the overall plot of a game. You just want blood.
The only real problem I have with this entire sequence is that it just makes the entire Kraven plotline feel kind of pointless. He existed purely to be a jobber to Venom, to make Venom seem like a real threat, the most powerful thing that Spider-Man has faced so far, because we just got to see how badass Kraven was. He easily killed Scorpion. He was able to fight Spider-Man with the symbiote almost to a standstill. He defeated Miles, albeit off-screen. But much later, right at the end of the game, Miles Morales is a match for Venom. He fights Venom in single combat and is able to fend him off, and Peter gets a plot device power that allows him to fight Venom. There's a real reason. Miles does not. So the power levels are fucked in this game. Okay, I just had to rant about that for a second.
You call him a jobber, but without Kraven, none of this would have happened. A lot of the scenes would have played out differently if Kraven wasn't involved with his hunters. Because without the attack on Coney Island, Harry wouldn't have had to have used the suit and wouldn't have found out Peter is Spider-Man, meaning Venom wouldn't have acted up to try and get to Peter. It might have taken longer before Venom started to act up, but Kraven accelerated its activity. Without Kraven stabbing Spider-Man, Venom never would have gotten the chance to bond with Peter. For Miles, without Kraven, he never would have fought Lee and grown from the experience, because I imagine the prison transfer would have just gone according to plan. Connors would have never been turned into the lizard where Peter chases him to cure him, and wouldn't have stumbled upon the secret lab under the city where the alien rock was being held. Kraven is definitely not just a jobber. Without him, none of what I just said may have happened. But maybe it would still eventually happen, but it would have taken longer instead of just a few days, which is how long the story takes place. Also, you should realize Kraven won in the end because he got exactly what he wanted, to die a glorious death at the hands of a worthy opponent. Because if you think about it, Peter, if he didn't get knocked out, would have tried to save Kraven no matter what. But because he didn't, Spider-Man lost and Kraven won. Now, about Miles, he fights Venom but doesn't beat him. Peter does that at the very end. But before Venom even fights Miles, he battles Peter with, as you are saying right now, his plot device, which is the anti-Venom suit, which lets Peter really hurt Venom. Why are you not taking into account that Venom was just in a battle before he went to the EMF to stop MJ and Miles, which in this point of the story, the heroes are trying to destroy the alien rock to stop the invasion? Peter got some really good hits in before Venom knocked him out, and just because Miles doesn't have an anti-Venom suit to fight against Venom, doesn't mean he couldn't still fight back with what he has. To go back to this point, in other Spider-Man media, Peter never needed an anti-Venom suit to win. He found many ways to beat Venom without such a suit, and I'm sure this Peter could have as well. Now, I assume you're saying Miles beat Venom because you fight him and take his health down in the gameplay, but when the scene continues, you move on to a series of QTEs, which shows Peter and Miles working together to get the rock from Venom. In the end, Miles didn't beat him. Him and MJ were busy preparing the particle accelerator to destroy the rock, with Peter holding off Venom so they could do it.
And now we're finally in the third act, and unfortunately we get yet another hour plus of padding before the end. We definitely should have only gotten maybe 1 or 2 more missions here and then the final fight with Venom, but I guess they had to build up how crazy over the top the stakes are because now Venom is turning normal people into symbiotes.
Well, what you call padding is stuff that needs to be addressed by the characters in each of these scenes since they were already set up in the story and now is the time to resolve all that stuff. If they only had you do 2 missions after Harry becomes Venom, there would be many things that would go unresolved.
And so Peter actually uses his smarts, for once, and recalibrates his Sonic Blast gadget to stun the symbiote, which I guess that makes sense, that's okay, but the game just keeps going. There's a mission where you have to rescue Miles' mom and Genki from a subway. Why the hell is this even a mission? Again, it's just padding. It's like they forgot that Miles has nothing to do with this fucking story, so they just had to insert this here.
What do you mean Miles had to do something in your text? He literally comes up with the idea and has the tech on him to be able to gather the sounds they needed to simulate Kraven's bell, since he was studying music tech for college. While Peter provides the concussion burst devices to change them into sonic bursts to hurt the symbiotes. The subway mission, like many of the others you complained about, is the first of many nests that you can destroy. It is introducing you to how this will work in the sandbox, so you're not surprised when you go and do them. For story reasons, Rio and Genki were out looking for Miles when he went missing and got caught up in this mess. And after being saved, they reunited, which I really liked when she hugged her son while still keeping his identity safe. And this is where Miles promises to be better and make sure that once this is over, he will focus on himself to be there for his friends and family as Miles. You keep doing this all because you don't care about this Miles, and you miss major story events because of it.
Now we get to arguably the worst part of the entire game, the Scream boss battle. Mary Jane gets infected with the symbiote, and she turns into Scream, who actually is a symbiote from the comics, and we get the most blatant, transparent, feminist rant I think I've ever heard in a video game. I'm just gonna play some clips from the boss battle, and you could judge for yourself.
Okay, before we get into this, I just want to let you know I didn't look at the scene this way. I saw it as these were bottled up emotions she kept to herself, but because she is infected with Scream now, it is using those feelings to give itself power, which I feel he never brings up that symbiotes feed on negative emotions. But let's see his examples, and I'm just gonna tell you how I felt about them when she said these things, okay? Here we go.
Done begging for validation from you, from anyone.
Validation? If this is about your job,
It's about me. Hey! It's not my job in this stupid house.
Typical woman. Me.
Oh, I was trying to listen, but then you cut in with your comment. Why the hell are you using a part from your stream where you complain about the scene? Doesn't that take away from it when I'm trying to watch it? Why did you not just find a clip online or record the section to where you were not talking during the scene?
MJ, just talk to me!
I'm done talking. Done begging for validation from you, from anyone.
Validation? If this is about your job,
It's about me. Hey! It's not my job in this stupid house. For once, not about you.
About me? MJ, what do you mean?
You stay out of this.
From what I can gather, the symbiote is bringing up that MJ feels that everything is always about Peter and all the good he does, and having to do what others want instead of what she wants. MJ feels that everything she has done has not been what she actually wants to do and wishes to be seen for all the good she does, but thinks she is being overshadowed by Peter and is stuck in a job where she can't be herself. That is how I saw it, but let's continue.
Don't listen to those voices! They aren't telling the truth! I heard them too! I know how it feels!
always about you. You can't keep a job. You can't pay the mortgage. Did he do without Spider-Man? Look how it's doing with you.
I can still fix this. I always do. We always do.
I always come second. I live in your shadow where my dreams turn to dust.
Okay, yeah, I was on the money there. So the symbiote is pulling these thoughts out to use, but that is the thing, you fucking dumbass. Mary Jane is being forced to say these things to Peter out loud. These are the emotions that are buried deep inside that she doesn't want to show Peter. So when Peter has to hear all this, he never knew she felt that way, to where in the fight, he changes his sentence from I to we, realizing that he does still think like he did in the first game, where he feels he needed to take responsibility for many things as Spider-Man. Also, why is the dialogue so cut up? Just play all of it, because you're leaving out certain dialogue bits.
Don't listen to those voices! They aren't telling the truth! I heard them too! I know how it feels!
Always about you. You can't keep a job. You can't pay the mortgage.
I have a job! With Harry! We'll be okay!
And for how long? There's only one job you care about. Spider-Man!
That's not fair! People need me! You know that!
What would the city do without Spider-Man? Look how it's doing with you!
I can still fix this! I always do! We always do!
I always come second! I live in your shadow where my dreams turn to dust! That is the truth!
What are you saying? You do make a difference! What you do matters! Read your book! You said you want to help people!
Nobody read it!
Yeah, because there's shit.
How would you know? You didn't read it, which I would think for you would be impossible. Also,
you need to shut the fuck up!
I'm trying to understand more.
I think most of this game was written by a woman. No, it didn't. Shut the fuck up, Peter. You're such a bad liar, really. Your book helped me, MJ. What a fucking simp. Fighter simp.
I don't believe in for a man I can spy, so you can be happy.
I didn't realize! MJ, you can quit! I can figure something out!
I can't trust you! I can only rely on us!
No! I'm sorry, MJ!
Dude, seriously, he is trying to save the woman he loves, and I believe he would have read her book because all he ever wants for people is to support them and their dreams any way he can. Now, what she said here, it sounds like deep down she feels that whenever she helps Peter, she doesn't get to do what she actually wants to do, and even brings up Jameson saying she writes words she doesn't believe in to make him happy and keep her job. But this MJ is the kind of person who just wants to write about the truth and hopes her words will reach, help, and inspire people with her writing is what I got from it. But no, you just say her book sucks just because you hate this version of Mary Jane for being a woman who wants to help in her own way.
I was wrong! You don't have to trust me, but please, trust yourself!
Let me do what I have to do!
You're right! I've been selfish! I was so wrapped up in my own life, I never thought about yours! But let's handle this MJ's way! Let me help you fight this!
It seemed in that part Peter's trying to get through to her by telling her that she needs to fight by trusting her own beliefs and not what Scream is trying to push her to believe. Just like Peter, when Miles helped him, he is doing the same thing for her, trying to have her focus on her actual thoughts right now, and not the ones Scream is using against both MJ and Peter.
Fuck.
You just want to stay the stronger half! What? You don't feel special anymore?
What? No! You're stronger than me in so many ways!
What the fuck? Why did you not play the rest of it?
You've been single-handedly holding our lives together! I'm sorry, MJ! I took you for granted!
MJ is gone!
No! You aren't! I'm sorry I caused you so much pain! The house! My job! Our life together! I promised you I'd be better, but I wasn't! I should have listened! I should have been there! We're a team! Me and you! I never want your life to be worse, to make mine better! Your dreams are just as important as mine!
You're lying!
You're just as important!
Enough!
God, there is so much to unpack here, and you just cut all that from your review. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, so he never thought about how while he was saving the city, MJ feels she got stuck with trying to keep Peter's normal life together since he is having mortgage problems and they want to be in a serious relationship where they share the load. But she felt that she was holding the full load, trying to keep everything together, and that made her lose herself to where she was willing to write a story she didn't believe in just to make ends meet. Realizing this, Peter wants to change to be better by letting her know that he never meant to hurt her with these responsibilities and wants her to achieve her dream as well, and ends it with letting her know she is important. Let me remind you as well, she is being forced by an alien to attack him. She is not doing any of this herself, because you even skip moments where MJ speaks trying to resist with Peter's help, even saying this.
Remember your book? You said you want to help people!
Nobody read it! Nobody cared! That's not true! If I helped one person, it was worth it!
You probably think she wants to write a book just to be famous. No! She wants to help people just like Peter does. But again, I never looked at this scene as a feminist scene. I just saw Peter trying to save Mary Jane from Scream and working out some relationship stuff along the way.
Watson, where are you with my apple fritters? I'm starving, and
Jonah? Kiss my ass. I quit.
Watson!
You're so cool.
What the actual fuck? If anyone says this is a good story, stop listening to them, please, for love of God.
Well, sorry everybody. You have to stop listening now because I thought the story was good for what it was. I mean, have you seen Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League story? Holy fuck. His Marvel Spider-Man 2 review was made before his Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League video, which wasn't even a review, but a shitty clip show. He should at least now look at Marvel Spider-Man 2 as at least a good game in terms of story, and a great game for the gameplay aspect in my opinion, compared to this.
Your entire planet with my fists alone. What can you... Finally, you're justifying Brainiac's interest in you. The violence you'll keep.
But you wouldn't know a decent story if it bit you in the ass. So yeah, those were all his examples, and they were all shit, since he only said they were bad because he saw the scene as a feminist rant, instead of actually listening to the actual words being said by both characters.
Man, I got nothing more to say here that I didn't already say during the stream. This was painfully bad. Mary Jane is obviously the self-insert of the lead writer for this game, and this rant must be directed toward her ex-boyfriends or some shit.
You say that, but as I've shown, that is not true at all. The lead writer was John Paquette, not Ashley Poprick, which could have been easily found out with just one internet search, but you didn't bother to do actual research to see if Ashley Poprick really was a face model for the game, even though all I've seen is they still got Stephanie
Tyler
Jones for the face. You can't make a stupid claim like this unless you provide more evidence besides one Twitter post that proves nothing. Next time, do some actual fucking research.
Because this is some of the most out-of-touch, narcissistic bullshit I think I've heard in any piece of entertainment. It reads like a parody. And before anybody says that, oh, that's the point because she's got a symbiote on her, so that's not really what she thinks. No, the symbiote is enhancing what she already felt. And that's why Peter is constantly fucking apologizing and acting like a bitch the entire time. Fuck you, Insomniac. It's unbelievable. I've got nothing more to say, really.
That is why I covered everything MJ said, because I even know that what she is saying is how she feels deep down in her subconscious. But Scream is forcing it out of her, and MJ, as I've shown, is still trying to resist and overall is forced to attack Peter throughout the whole scene because MJ would never want to hurt Peter. Scream is the one in control of her body and is making her do all this until the end of the boss fight. Yes, these are true feelings she has, but MJ is still being forced by Scream to say these things, to try and hurt Peter. But as I've said before, he listens to those words, apologizes, and tells her to never give up on her dream, and lets her know just how important she is in his life, and they work together to release her from Scream's control. Which, I love you'll defend Peter's actions for being controlled by Venom, but you won't do the same for Mary Jane with Scream. Okay.
So eventually, Peter gets attacked by a bunch of symbiotes at the same time, and they're trying to bring his trace venom molecules in his bloodstream or whatever. And so, Miles and Mr. Negative team up to go inside of the negative zone in his brain or something. I don't know how the fuck this works. It happened earlier in the game, and I just skimmed over it because who gives a shit.
Of course you skim over Peter having symbiote cells inside his body, not even mentioning that Connors was the one who told him about it. Doesn't even mention why Spider-Man got swarmed since they were going to the Capitol building to save people, and doesn't even know this is the place where Miles' dad was killed by Lee. You don't even show the scene where Lee saves Miles from the symbiotes and just show them going into Peter's head, then complain about how Lee's powers work. I thought you played the first fucking game. What is your problem with his powers? He was always able to get into people's heads. He did it to Peter in the first game, but he only wanted to control Spider-Man to get revenge on Osborn for his parents' death. But Peter's will was too strong and he fought his way out of that state. And in this, they just made it to where he, instead of just controlling, he can now look deeper into people's minds, probably because he had a lot of time in prison and took that time to learn and understand his powers even more.
Basically, you just fly through the Shadow Realm, and you fight a bunch of melee-only enemies who you can infinitely air juggle. Yes, this is that brain dead. At least we get a throwback to the first game with the Sinister Six getting a little cameo in there. And this mission ends with Peter getting the anti-venom powers.
It is only brain dead if you make it brain dead. I mean, you act like everyone is going to do what you did there, but you know they won't, right? So calling it brain dead and fighting the way you did is all on you. You mentioned the little cameo from the Sinister Five and not even show the purpose of that scene where we see a haul of Spidey's villains murdered to show that is a thought Peter has in his head but never wants to act on. But the biggest problem I have is you just skip over a ton of character stuff just to say at the end you get the anti-venom powers. You skip the part where Lee and Miles talk to each other while journeying through Peter's head, to where Lee even tells Miles what was his motivation for bombing City Hall, which was to get revenge for his parents. And you skip the part where Lee explains he might die having to put all his powers into freeing Peter, and Miles coming to terms to not forgive Lee for what he did, but to not let him hold him back anymore so he can move on to create his future. And we even learned that Miles' new powers were not given to him by Lee, but he was evolving. After they break through, we see Peter grieving over Aunt May, blaming himself for not being able to save her, and to show he hasn't moved on yet, as shown in the beginning of the game as well, which is something Venom would have fed off of when he first bonded with Peter, along with every other negative experience he has gone through over the years, and used it against him to try and keep him trapped. But, thanks to Miles and Lee, they all made it out, and then we see him get the anti-venom powers. God, you're such a lazy fucking reviewer, leaving out all these story points.
If you haven't heard of Anti-Venom, yes, he does come from the comics, and it is Eddie Brock in the comics, who of course doesn't exist in Insomniac's universe because he had too much Chad energy, I guess.
No, he does. In the first game, one of the backpacks has a goodbye card when Peter left the Bugle signed by everyone there, even Eddie Brock.
You're an idiot.
And the whole purpose of Anti-Venom is to kill symbiotes. So you know what that means? It means that these new bullet spongy enemies that you've been fighting for the last hour can actually be defeated normally, thank God.
That, but also it gives you back all your symbiote powers because he never even mentions that you can customize which abilities you want to use. I mean, that is something you should have talked about. What did you think about how they handled giving the player their symbiote powers back? Since when I played, I had a feeling that we would get something since they have a skill tree for the symbiote, but I didn't expect anti-venom, which was a really fun reveal for me, since I only first ever learned about anti-venom from the Spider-Man Edge of Time game.
But the worst part of this mission comes right at the very end, as despite Peter now having a real reason to contribute, something that makes him stand out from Miles, since Miles is pretty much just him but better, he says this.
Why would the city need me when it has you?
Now all of you can stop coping, seething, and dilating, claiming that Marvel's not trying to replace Peter Parker since he's a straight white male. Insomniac just straight up told you that Miles should replace Peter because he's better in every way, and he's also an oppressed minority, and he's very cultured. And Peter, at the ripe old age of 26, is busted and slow and useless despite just being given a power which would justify his existence in this plot. This is where they decide to put this line.
Okay, now for me, as I've said, when I played this game, I never looked up stuff about Sweet Baby Inc. and how they interfered with the writing of many games, such as God of War Ragnarok, which luckily turned out great, though this doofus would disagree. And only after I watched Critical Drinker's video did I find out that they touched Marvel's Spider-Man 2. And looking at it, I can see what people were saying about Miles replacing Peter, but I'm sorry, even with that, I still had a good time with this game. Even the ending where I said this.
I should have been talking to you, Pete.
I got this.
Let me start again. I got this.
Yeah. It's like, I got you, man. I can handle it.
All of it. Go be Peter Parker for a while.
Hell yeah.
Are you sure? It's a big city. I can handle it. As long as I can still call you for advice. You don't need it.
I like that.
Maybe not now, but there'll come a time. I'm here for you. Always. Big bro.
Hell yeah. I like that. That Miles now learned to become a full Spider-Man. Like, yeah, he's always felt like he needed Pete's help, but now he can just do it on his own. And Peter can finally live a bit of a normal life, but he'll probably always come back as Spider-Man if need be. I like that. That is how I viewed the game's ending, and as someone who played the first and Miles game, I wasn't disappointed with my purchase. The only thing I would be ashamed of is if some of my money did go toward their studio. If it wasn't clear enough, I went into this game not looking for woke or any form of propaganda, because when I play games, I focus on if I'm enjoying the gameplay and if I'm having a good time with the story. So my view of the game was very much more focused on characters in both the main and side stories, and I enjoyed what the game had to offer. If you would like to see what I was like and get an idea of how I felt while playing, then check out my playthrough of it on my channel. I definitely still think the first game has the best story out of the other two games, so I hope in the future they will not rely on that studio for future projects, and maybe that is why the DLC hasn't come out yet, due to their interference. Overall, I just saw characters I enjoyed watching, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with them in the next game. But what do you mean, be useful in this plot? Peter is. It took both Peter and Miles to come up with the plan with MJ to stop the invasion and save the city. But I guess you mean his comment to Miles. But Miles says this is a two Spider-Man job, which Peter obviously knows. He was saying that to compliment Miles and tell him he has grown into a proper Spider-Man who he knows can protect the city even when he is not there with him. Now, I will admit, if they really do make it to where Miles is the main Spider-Man of the main story and Peter is sidelined in Marvel's Spider-Man 3, then I will be very disappointed because I feel it will be a major mistake not to have Peter return and have him face off with Norman as the Goblin with everything they've set up in this game. That is why I hope they will write it in a way to where both Peter and Miles are important to the story for the next game.
This is the writers saying fuck you to the audience and that they hate Spider-Man. People who hate Spider-Man were put in charge of writing a Spider-Man story. You know, kind of just like comic books over the past 15 years. But Sony fans are fucking idiots. They'll eat this slop up. They don't care because they hate themselves. They are the soy boy beta male Redditors who hate themselves.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
So, yeah, as I said way back, he didn't even talk about Sweet Baby Inc. and their involvement with this game at all for this entire review, and just blames only the Insomniac writers, especially the ones who were women and minorities, saying they hate Spider-Man, which, if they did, why the hell would they even make this game to begin with, if it won't make a profit? And accuses people only playing this because they are Sony fanboys with no word about Sweet Baby Inc. until he played Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, and mentions them in a way to make it sound like he has talked about them many times before.
9 fucking years of development hell, and they have a 10-hour co-op looter shooter. Oh, and we can't forget that Sweet Baby Inc. worked on this game.
But you did forget, you didn't mention them at all in this game review. Just because you bring it up in Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League doesn't excuse you for not bringing it up here. I wouldn't consider myself a Sony fanboy. I do own a PS5 and I do play a lot of games from PlayStation, but that is because when I see a game that I'm interested in, I sometimes see what others say or judge from a trailer if I want to play it. Hell, the first Spider-Man game is the whole reason I picked PlayStation over Xbox, because I used to play on a 360, but when I heard at the time the newest Spider-Man game was coming to PlayStation, I knew which console I wanted, and I have no regrets since I loved Spider-Man ever since I was first introduced to the character in the PS1 game. To clarify, I did not buy a PlayStation as a Sony fanboy. Just because Sony has the rights to Spider-Man doesn't mean I bought it because of that. I saw the trailer, got excited for the game, just like I did for God of War 18, and decided I wanted to play that, and I still think he has become one of my favorite among other Spider-Men. And in this game, I still really enjoyed him and all the characters as well. So, I hope for the third game they do something great with both Peter and Miles in the future, and get rid of Sweet Baby Inc., and really focus on writing a good story.
Okay, back to the plot. Venom is trying to retrieve this meteorite from Dr. Connor's lab that he landed in from space. Somehow this thing will help him infect everybody with symbiotes. It's not really explained.
From what I saw with Peter, when Venom grabbed the rock the first time, that you didn't bother to show, it seemed to enhance Venom's powers to make it stronger when they touched it, and is a source from which more symbiotes can be created as long as a powerful one, in this case Venom, holds it and activates it. I looked up the spiral on it, which is said to be the symbol for Canal, which could lean into the possibility Venom was controlled and sent by Canal to take over the Earth. But, of course, he never bothered to look up Venom's history over the years to find that out.
And we get an almost good scene with Norman Osborn seeing what has become of his son. And Spider-Man shows up right in the nick of time, but of course, it's way too early for a boss fight here. So Venom gets a hold of the other piece of the meteorite, and I'll admit, I don't even remember when he got the first piece. Again, I was trying to pay attention, but this shit was very boring.
I wish you can go into detail about the Norman and Venom scene. What made you say that it almost was a good scene. Also, why are you complaining about no boss fight here? Like I said with Kraven, even if you win the fight, Venom, I imagine, still would have gotten the rock, and the story would have just continued. For me, I saw it as the classic, oh no, he got the MacGuffin and will take over the world if we can't stop him. You say you were trying to pay attention, but not very hard since you didn't remember that the first shard we saw was in the display case in that lab when Connors tested it on Spider-Man. You should have paid attention because the second shard was just under the first one, which I find funny and have to ask, why was it put there instead of in another place? That is something to complain about because the game unfortunately never explained why it was just there under the first shard. Also, being bored by the game is no excuse when you are supposed to be a game reviewer who includes a story synopsis to explain it in detail. But you just put this together and not even go back to look at your own stream just to get context on a scene. So fucking lazy.
And we're given an actually interesting ethical dilemma. Dr. Connors tells Peter that he has to kill Harry to stop Venom, whereas Norman Osborn wants him to save his son. Unfortunately, because this is a modern superhero story, Spider-Man doesn't consider killing Harry for even a second, so it's not really a real moral dilemma, but we almost had something interesting there.
What the hell are you talking about? He does kill Harry at the end of the game, and of course Peter would never want to kill not just his friend, but anyone. And that is what makes Spider-Man such a good person and character I like. He is someone who will never give up on anyone if he can help it. But I like in this game they make it to where he does get through to talk to Harry, and it is because of him that Peter was able to do the hardest thing he had to do. Again, my argument here is you say Peter never has to deal with that dilemma of killing his best friend, but he literally does. The only reason Harry lives is because Miles used his powers to bring him back, and I'm sure you'll bitch about that later.
And as Peter escapes the building, we get to see that New York is already covered in giant tendrils of symbiote slime. And we meet up with Miles again, and he has the ugliest fucking superhero costume I think I've ever seen.
Oh, that's it about Miles' new suit? Wow, I have to say, you went really light on it. For me, in my playthrough, I did say it looked good, but after really looking at it, it is a suit where I don't mind the body of it, but I don't like the shoes. And no, not because of the whole product placement stuff. I prefer when the feet of the suit are connected to the whole thing. The biggest thing I don't like is what he did with the mask, cutting off the top to show his hair, which I saw as a reference from Miles' game.
Thank you. 1,000 times. Thank you. You ever need a haircut, drop by. It's on the house.
How would that work with the mask?
I've seen stranger.
But yeah, I would have preferred he just had a normal Spider-Man mask with or without the hood up, because if he had the hood up, I think it would have looked a bit better, but it is definitely not a suit I would wear since the game has so many other better suits.
So you would think, now we get to the last mission. Nope. There's another mission where they have to infiltrate the symbiote nest and get this meteorite that's going to help him infect the entire world with symbiotes or whatever. Who cares? But the real issue is that this is another fucking Mary Jane mission.
Dumbass, that is the final mission. It starts off with Peter distracting Venom and Miles distracts the symbiotes as Mary Jane makes her way into the nest to get the rock. When you finish with her, you fight a 2-phase boss fight with Venom until he realizes the rock has been stolen and flies over to get it. Then you battle Venom as Miles, and then the rest of the game is finished with QTEs. What the fuck is wrong with your head? Why did you not review your stream? You don't even cover the fact they know where the rock is because the mission before the finale is when Venom was trying to convert Peter and in doing so gave him access to the hive mind where he saw the rock's location, and then we get to the final mission to beat the game. And this is the mission where Miles finally asks Haley out at the worst time, but I loved it for that silly factor.
Incredible. I like you so much, and I think you like me. Do you want to go out? On a date?
Not the best time to ask, but hey, when are you gonna ask? Yeah.
Well, it's a date then. After all this is over.
So confident. The fact that he can ask a girl on a date while all this shit is happening. This is insane. Why do you never revise and review your footage before you publish a video to fix your mistakes?
And it becomes a straight-up third-person shooter. If it wasn't obvious enough that they were trying to make a discount Last of Us with the last two Mary Jane missions, it just straight up is a shooter. And it's so brain dead. So fucking unbelievably easy and brain dead.
Out of so many other games that are considered third-person shooters, why do you keep going back to The Last of Us? The MJ sections play nothing like that game. Did you want to compare her missions to The Last of Us? Just to try and be like, see? Sony games all play the same. Only problem with that is, these are their own sections that have nothing to do with the main gameplay mechanics you use for the whole game. Now, about it being brain dead. I'm sorry. Do you love this MJ section that much that you wish they actually made it harder for you to beat just so you could stay and play this section over and over again instead of just having a short and fun little shooter section? I thought it was fine because it changes up the gameplay a bit and doesn't overstay its welcome, and for the rest of the game you get to play as the Spider-Man after. I also just like seeing MJ help to save the city like she did in the first game, but on a bigger scale.
This game's combat system, despite my personal complaints, is good. I don't think it's as good as, like, Arkham Knight, but it's good. This is not fucking good. This is terrible. It feels so half-assed. Mary Jane shouldn't have even fucking been here. She has unbelievable plot armor at this point that she can go into a nest full of symbiotes and defeat all of them and come out unscathed. The amount of secondhand cringe I got from playing this is unbelievable. It's almost funny, but it's not because you have to play it.
Yeah, the combat is so good that you barely bothered to talk about it. As for Mary Jane, you make it sound like she didn't go in prepared for the situation, even though she did, and you don't mention that Peter gave her the ability to fight back against the symbiotes by upgrading her taser to shoot sonic blasts. You just hate the idea of a woman helping the heroes in any situation. You did it with Freya from God of War Ragnarok, now you're doing it with MJ, just because she is a woman. Also, you say it's all due to plot armor, but no, it is her skill with that weapon and the upgrade from Peter that made it possible for her to get the rock. The way you say it makes it sound like she did all this without the weapon. Now, if you didn't want to experience cringe, as you call it, from this section, well, you shouldn't have played the game then. I mean, you are the one who wanted to make a review on Marvel's Spider-Man 2. No one is forcing you to play it. It's your job. After all, you did say you are the one real gaming critic.
Being the one real gaming critic, it's not good, guys. It's not good.
Why can't we just
Everyone's
fly over these guys
against
straight
me.
to the mat?
Boo-hoo-hoo. Oh, boo-hoo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo.
So now, we finally get to the huge showdown with Venom. And guess what? Your anti-venom debuff that worked on every other version of the symbiote suddenly doesn't work until the second phase of the boss. Why? I don't know, because I guess we had to drag out this boss battle for 4 fucking forms, and 2 out of those 4 forms, you're playing as Miles Morales, because he's there, he exists, he has to contribute. This is clearly Peter's moment to fight his best friend. That is the dramatic buildup of the story, and they still had to have you play as Miles Morales for the second half of the fight, no less. So Miles gets the final in-game blows against Venom.
True, it does seem like during the first phase, it doesn't really have an effect until phase 2 to get rid of the armor. But even so, we see him using it on Venom in cutscenes, and it is not enough, since I would imagine The Rock has made Venom even more powerful than before, to where even Peter's anti-venom suit hurts Venom, but is not enough to save Harry, since the bond between Harry and Venom is too strong now to free him without killing him. For Miles, you say he has to contribute, even though he has already so many times over, with not just helping Peter with the symbiote, but with the other stuff he did for Peter and other characters throughout the game that you didn't show, just to try and make your point that Miles is useless and shouldn't be here at all. Who cares that Miles got the in-game final hit? Peter is still the one who has to deal with Venom, while Miles charges the particle accelerator after getting the rock back by teaming up on Venom in the end.
Against Harry Osborn, a character he barely knows, and yet they still force fucking dialogue between the two of them as if he has any emotional investment in what's going on. I don't care what anybody says. This is forced as fuck. He shouldn't even be here.
Why the fuck should Miles not be here? What else is he going to be doing other than helping save the fucking city from an alien invasion? Yes, Miles and Harry didn't spend a lot of scenes together, but why would he not care about Harry? Miles cares about Peter and all the people around him, so seeing Peter's friend like this, Miles is going to do what he can to help save someone he barely knows because he is a caring person who worries about other people's well-being and will do whatever he can to help. You know, the basis of any fucking superhero?
Anyway, after some really over-the-top bullshit, Peter finally purges Venom from Harry's body, and he starts dying from his cancer again. Meanwhile, MJ runs the meteorite through the particle accelerator. Yes, MJ's here too.
Wow, how the fuck did you miss what was happening? You even mentioned the scene where Connors told Peter that the only way to stop Venom is to kill Harry. Why do you think Peter during the whole scene was screaming? He was hoping Harry could be saved, but is then told by his best friend that he has to kill him or Venom will kill Peter's friends and then him. Because, if you think about it, Connor said the bond with Venom and Harry was perfect now, meaning it was also inside of his body. So when Harry gave Peter an opening to his chest, Peter was hitting Venom and Harry with the anti-venom powers, which killed him. I'm surprised you didn't bring up the argument about giving Harry the anti-venom suit. In my playthrough, I make a joke saying, why doesn't Peter give his suit to Harry? And I just figured the anti-venom powers in this are not the same as the ones in the comics, because in that media, it can cure cancer. But in this game, again, Harry is not suffering from cancer. And it seems to be only made to destroy symbiotes and nothing else to help Harry. Miles is the one who charges up the particle accelerator and gets it ready to destroy the rock after getting it back. But then Venom tries to take it one more time, and MJ helps Miles with getting it back. And before Miles could push the button, he gets trapped and tells her to do it. She is mainly protecting the rock from being taken. She has nothing to do with the setup of the particle accelerator. And again, only pushes the button because Miles gets trapped. Why wouldn't she be there? If this was going to be the last time she gets to be with the man she loves, where else would she rather be?
And they destroy it, which conveniently vaporizes all of the symbiote webbing and all of the minor symbiotes from the city. Yes, it's one of those shitty plot lines where it's like a hive mind that can be killed, so that there's no real consequences to the story. And speaking of lack of consequences, Harry doesn't even die here. As he's about to, Miles defibrillates his heart with his powers, which ultimately doesn't even fucking matter because Harry's still in a coma, unless they're going to turn him into Green Goblin in the next one, which is sort of an implication, but I hope they subvert their subversion and just have it be Norman Osborn be Green Goblin, because Harry being the villain twice in a row would be kind of shit. But again, it just shows how toothless these writers are. They couldn't even kill Harry Osborn. This would have been the perfect moment to do it. But no, Miles has to be the Black Messiah, and he saves Harry, even though he might as well be functionally dead.
What do you mean, like a hive mind? That is exactly what it is. They say it throughout the entire fucking game, and you call it lazy, but don't do any fucking research to see, oh, look, turns out in the comics the symbiotes are a hive mind to where even dead ones are never truly gone. Why would you call this lazy writing if it is lore accurate to the symbiotes in the comics? This was one fucking search away and you couldn't even do that. Now, you say there was a lack of consequences, but isn't the consequence for Harry being alive now is he has to be put through something that may hurt him even more by his dad? But I do agree that I would like to see Norman as the Goblin. Also, just because he will be getting the G Serum doesn't mean he'll be the villain in the next game. But we won't know until they make the third one or maybe hint at something in the DLC. I wouldn't call the writers toothless with the fact they killed many of Spidey's villains and a scene that actually involves teeth, but no. You say that about the writers because for you, the game wasn't violent enough for you, which this is not that kind of game for the level of violence that you want. Go to God of War Ragnarok for that kind of stuff.
Gore doesn't exist in modern games.
For fuck's sake!
And then we get yet another fucking terrible scene where Peter takes a break from being Spider-Man to be Peter Parker. Now, some people have interpreted this as him retiring and Miles taking up the mantle, but you and me both know that Spider-Man 3 would fucking bomb, much like Miles Morales did, if Miles was now permanently Spider-Man. So of course Peter's gonna come out of retirement in the next one, but it still is cringe as fuck.
Again, you never brought up why people are saying this because of Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement with the game and how they were putting their own bullshit in it. Also, I don't believe you when you say Miles' game bombed just because of the character himself. I mean, look at some of the scores for the game and from this post I showed before. It's sold very well over the years. But I do agree that I don't want Peter Parker to be replaced. I would just love to see them work together again and maybe team up with other allies as well. I'm just glad I never experienced cringe like you do because, trust me, you don't know what real cringe is.
And then we get two credit scenes, one in the middle of the credits, where Norman meets up with Doc Ock. Obviously, they're going to team up in the next one.
I mean, probably, but how would you get that they are teaming up from this dialogue?
The Spider-Man. You know who they are.
Why?
They ruined my son.
Good. We all have to experience loss. Even you, Norman.
I can't imagine what will happen. If I had to take a guess, maybe Otto will use Norman by saying, I'll tell you who Spider-Man is if you get me what I want or something like that, but that is just my guess. We'll see in time.
And then the end credits scene where it shows Miles' mom is dating some dorky fat Asian guy and his daughter is Cindy Moon, aka Silk. So we're now going to have 3 Spider-Men in the next one. Instead of Spider-Gwen, it's going to be Silk.
Why do you have to call him that? His name is in the subtitles, you dick. Then you say Cindy Moon will be the next Spider-Person to play in the third game? But you don't know that. They could go in the direction like they did with Miles in the first game, where she doesn't have powers at first, but then something happens, and then she becomes Silk later in the story, since Insomniac seems to be setting up that this might be the last Spider-Man game they'll make, but if they do make more, they could let her get powers in a different game, but it's too early to know for sure.
Because it wasn't enough to have a minority Spider-Man, we now also need a woman Spider-Man. In fact, just fucking kill Peter Parker already. I'm tired of this bullshit. This story fucking sucks. So in conclusion, should you buy Spider-Man? Well, you already did or you already didn't. But just in case you were waiting for my review, no, don't buy this woke piece of trash.
The story sucked for you. Just because you hated playing the game doesn't mean other people will. Also, why do you want them to kill Peter in the next game? Just because you want to prove that they are trying to replace him with spider people who you hate for not their character, but for not being white and for being a woman? Which, you say the story sucks, but I know you won't miss out on reviewing Marvel's Spider-Man 3 when it comes out, and shit all over it for the wrong reasons. Because all you care about is getting views for your channel and hoping people won't tear your shitty videos apart just to get your clicks. If they already bought the game, then why the fuck would they go to your video for your review, which is clearly centered on what you want people to think, instead of letting them decide for themselves? And oh yeah, what a joke. Waited for your review, since you think other reviewers are shit except yourself.
It's slopping time. I love slop. I look forward, I know. I'm trying not to start this immediately spicy, but given that this is the first major Sony release since you know, the last incident that happened. I look forward to the Grifter Squad pretending that this isn't woke, you know. And, you know, I'm not just talking about EFAP, by the way. I'm not. Trust me, I'm not just talking about that. Mike, thanks $2. Be careful, Mauler is watching, dude. Oh no, I'm quaking. I'm quaking in my boots. Big Red Snake, thanks $2. Really an MJ boss fight. This is never-ending vain. Yep. I feel nothing anymore, though. I don't have any more over-the-top reactions, because, like, this is just fucking slop. Just know, if anyone, any YouTuber you watch praises this, you need to stop watching it. This is not a matter of, oh, it just, in his opinion, he thinks it's good. No, they sold out. Whoever the fuck it is, they sold out.
You have to keep in mind, I thought Raid Shadow Legends was one of the less bad ones. That's why I took that one, on top of them paying a lot.
You say don't buy it just because to you it is woke, and you are trying to state that as a fact, providing no real evidence for this claim and wanting people to follow in your cult of bullshit.
Do I need to remind you of the gay homecoming dance mission? Do I need to remind you where you play as Miles' deaf girlfriend? Do I need to remind you that this is one giant story to set up Peter Parker's replacement?
Do I need to remind you that all those arguments you made were shit and you never went into detail on what makes helping a couple for homecoming and playing as Haley woke? Do I need to remind you that you said they aren't replacing Peter Parker for Miles, but now you change your mind and are agreeing with people who are saying this?
Of course, Peter's gonna come out of retirement in the next one. Do I need to remind you that this is one giant story to set up Peter Parker's replacement?
What fucking changed?
Even though Miles had almost nothing to do with the overall plot. You could have easily cut him out of this game and just had Peter team up with Mr. Negative, or maybe exploit Venom's weakness to Sonic, or, you know, bring back his comic book weakness to fire. Maybe have Human Torch show up, because he's actually friends with Human Torch in the comics. Literally anything other than playing as other Spider-Man for no fucking reason other than diversity points. And the Spider-Verse movies are surprisingly popular. That's pretty much it.
How the hell would you make it to where Peter does all of this without Miles' help? I can't imagine how hard it would be just to make it to where Miles isn't a part of this story. You don't even bring up an excuse for him not to be there, like why didn't they write it to where Miles left the city for some reason, like Peter did in Miles' game? Making it sound like you're suggesting he is in the city still, but just does nothing at all. Why would Peter go to Mr. Negative for help at all? You make it sound like Peter knew Lee's powers were effective against symbiotes, even though Miles didn't even know until Lee saved him and Peter. Also, I can't even imagine what would happen without Miles there to help Lee on his redemption arc. About exploiting Venom's weakness to Sonic's, the game does that. In both Peter and Miles' boss fight with Venom, you can use the environment to hurt him with Sonics, or use the Sonic Burst gadget, which we even see being used when they blow Venom's head off with it. Moving on, if symbiotes were weak to fire in this game, the Cult of the Flame would easily destroy them with their fire weapons. As for you wanting Human Torch, how do you know they could have got him? Because I imagine there are licensing for many Marvel characters, and you can't just put them in a game without certain people's permission. Now, for in-game stuff, you say they know each other in the comics and other media. Yes, but we don't know anything about this world's Fantastic Four, because the Baxter Building actually used to be Fisk's building in the first game, until Spider-Man put him in jail, and the building was sold and turned into the Baxter Building. Also, in this game, when you go to the roof, you can see that the Four is not fully painted yet, meaning they have not been there long, and we don't even know if this Spider-Man has even met them yet. Then you say you want the Human Torch just so you didn't have to play as Miles because he's just there for diversity points. And because of the Spider-Verse films? Even though he has every fucking reason to be there to help Peter no matter what, because that is what he would do even if he wasn't a major part of the plot. Miles would have been there to help and save the city alongside his friends. Because that is the kind of character he is.
So yeah, is the gameplay good? Yes. but you're not even playing the gameplay that much of this story, dude. I mean, sure, if you're one of those people who likes 100% in games, plenty of the sandbox is just fighting guys, but honestly, I'm tired of that shit. I just want a good fucking story, and not even necessarily a story, but a good campaign, right? But no, the campaign missions in this are some of the worst parts of the game.
There are plenty of moments in this story where you are doing a shit ton of gameplay, but then you complain you're tired of sandbox games. Then why the fuck did you play this if you weren't going to engage with the sandbox, to where you miss out on the Mysterio boss fight, the Bebop mission, which I'm actually glad because I don't want to hear what you have to say about that.
This is a deal breaker.
No. I can't believe it.
There goes our best hope for a big donor. There's still the fundraising gala. If we don't find that second truck, there is no exhibit. Without
Good.
an exhibit, there is no gala. Without a gala,
Good.
the museum will have to close.
Good.
That won't happen. I promise. Here. This belonged to Clyde Stubblefield.
Who?
Oh, the original funky drummer.
Literally who?
Do you know how often his rhythms were sampled?
Never. It's a lie.
He was so influential.
Fake news.
Line from funk to hip-hop.
Fake news.
And the tease for Chameleon. You say the story is the worst part of the game, but don't add that it was the worst part of the game for you, trying to manipulate people to agree with your viewpoint instead of letting them decide. And how can anyone trust your viewpoint on the story since you didn't even pay attention to it and left out many details in your story synopsis?
Where you're just swinging around the city, having a good time, fighting some bad guys, kind of like the OG Spider-Man 2. It's actually a decent game, but as soon as you start doing any of these woke side quests, or the extremely terribly written story for the numerous reasons I outlined earlier in the video, then it starts going to shit. It's just terribly paced. I never thought I would say an Insomniac game has terrible pacing, given their track record with Spyro and Ratchet & Clank, which are both vast majority gameplay. Same goes for Sunset Overdrive.
Reasons that were not good had a major lack of fucking detail in them and were based off your opinion of your playthrough of the game, which you only played once and not multiple times. You complain about the story's pace only because you didn't even try to get invested in what was happening. You only cared about finishing the game to make your not even half-assed review for a game you didn't even give a shit about.
And I'm gonna try to be as fair as possible to this game, but holy shit, the story pissed me off so fucking bad with all the woke shit that, like, I'm not even gonna talk about the gameplay that much. It's not even worth it, because, like, if you like the first game, you'll probably like this game's combat. I'll probably cover some of the ways they made it worse, but I'm not gonna go in detail. Most of this is gonna be talking about the story. It's gonna be talking about the horrible walking simulator bullshit. It's gonna be talking about all the cutscenes, talking about the woke shit. That's probably going to be most of the video. This is going to be one of those where I don't talk about gameplay as much, I'm thinking, because it isn't really worth it. But no, this is another legitimate Sony-certified movie game, and it's not even a good movie.
God, you did this to God of War Ragnarok, now you're doing it for this game just because it has cutscenes you don't care about, and just say it is a bad movie? Motherfucker. If you want an example of a bad movie game, check out the Dark Pictures anthology by Submassive Games, where there is no gameplay and all you do is walk, touch shit, and push a button to advance the story. No gameplay, just stories that don't make sense and suck. The only good that came from those games was Salim being an absolute badass for fighting alien vampires. Hell, their newest release has a mode called Movie Mode, where you can choose the style of how you want the game to play out, with characters doing certain dialogue and making their own choices based on the game settings, and you just watch the whole thing without having to play the game. So stop fucking calling games like God of War Ragnarok and Marvel Spider-Man 2 movie games when they clearly offer more than that, you putz.
It's a mishmash of a bunch of different famous plot lines from the comics, but for no reason, really. I mean, Kraven's Last Hunt doesn't even play into this except just to set up Venom. That's it. And Kraven was the best character. So yes, Insomniac is dead, at least to me. I'm sure this game will make money. It's a Spider-Man game. Of course it will.
Why mention the comic plot lines? It's more like a mishmash of comics, cartoons, movies, and other Spider-Man games over the years. You say Kraven is the best character, but don't even go into detail about what you like about him. Not even like talking about, did you like the idea of, instead of the normal Kraven the Hunter storyline where he's bored of normal hunts and so comes to New York to hunt Spider-Man, he's more of, he's on a time limit and he's trying to find a worthy opponent to have a worthy warrior's death. You know, something like that? Now, let me give you this. For finally saying something was your opinion, instead of just saying that Insomniac is dead and hoping people will believe what you say. Because yeah, they are far from dead since the DLC still needs to come out and the Wolverine game is still in the works, which, if it is rated M, I imagine you will review it and probably call it great based on the killing of people and not the actual character work or story. You say it'll make money for just being a Spider-Man game, but I didn't play this game just for that. I really enjoyed the story and characters of the first game with its DLC, and was excited to see what they were going to do next in a sequel after establishing Miles in his own game to get a feel for what he has to offer. And as I've said, I thought the story for this game was good, but it could have been better. Just saying it's a Spider-Man game doesn't mean it will always do well. I mean, look at Spider-Man 3 based on the Sam Raimi movie, which I had fun playing but knew this was not a good game. Did you even play it for your channel before Marvel Spider-Man 2? Nope, didn't think so. You skipped the first and third Tobey Maguire games, but play the second one.
But clearly, they don't have very many talented developers at their studio anymore. They blundered this game in a lot of different ways. And they clearly care more about pushing their progressive politics than they do about telling a good story. Many such cases.
Can you tell me how they blundered it instead of just saying that they have no talent? Like mentioning Sweet Baby Inc., which had a big involvement with the game. But no, for the whole review, not even one peep about it. Also, what cases? Give examples. Don't just leave it up to the viewer to figure out. You say this, but how the hell is anyone supposed to know what you're talking about unless you give examples for people to argue against or not? Which I imagine most people would be against you.
I want to remind you that I used to be a massive fan of Sony. I loved my PS1, my PS2, I even liked my PS3.
Okay, what do the consoles have to do with the games? Shouldn't you be bringing up the games you had fun on those consoles with and not just the hardware itself? I mean, the games we had back then compared to now, you should appreciate just how far technology has come to bring games to a whole new level of quality.
And the sad thing is, I used to love superheroes too. I grew up on my dad's comic books. I played a bunch of great superhero games growing up.
Why the fuck are you showing Mercer from Prototype murdering an innocent person to show the point of playing a great superhero game? I played Prototype, and I think it is a fun and weird game, but I never saw it as a superhero game, especially in the end, where he gives up on humanity and decides to infect and kill even more people who have nothing to do with him and are purely innocent bystanders just because of some shitty writing in some comics that take place between Prototype 1 and 2. This is the worst example to bring up as a superhero game.
And more recently, I played some great PS2 classics I'd never touched before. Be sure to check out my last superhero games video if you want to hear me talk about some good games.
Which I'm not going to cover the whole thing because I want to stay focused on his review, and most of the things he said about Marvel Spider-Man 2 in that video ended up here. But there was one thing that caught my ear.
Superhero games are absolutely a subgenre that needs to return on a larger scale because they were actually fun. If video game developers are so intent on creating these giant empty sandboxes, can you at least give us some fun mechanics to play around with? Picking up cars, running faster than a train, leaping tall buildings in a single bound, that sort of thing.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
How the fuck can you call Marvel Spider-Man 2's sandbox big and empty, while showing the sandbox of PS2's Spider-Man 2. What the fuck is wrong with your eyes for you to say this? That is just insane. Oh boy, okay. We're close, almost there, almost done.
Infamous 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. And that's exactly how a superhero game should be done. Well, Sony's fucking dead to me now.
Well, thanks for telling us you like Infamous 2. That really added something to this. Also, wasn't Sony already dead to you ever since you made your shitty God of War Ragnarok review and even a video just to say how shitty Sony fanboys are? How many times is Sony dead to you?
I look forward to putting this on the worst games of 2023. Not because it's objectively as bad as Forspoken, or Gollum, or Immortals of Avium.
Objective and game criticism don't go together. They just don't.
But because I despise this game, much like I despise Starfield.
Okay, I know nothing about Starfield other than I have heard other people not liking it, but how does this game compare to Starfield? You can't just say you despise Marvel Spider-Man 2 like you do with Starfield without saying why you do. Because what the hell are people supposed to draw from that since they are two completely different games?
So that's about it. See you next time, guys. Alright, here we go. Miles, no, choose life! Not bad, not bad. Okay. That's more fun than I've had in the last several hours playing this game.
Wow, yeah, that was great. Watching you make a 17-year-old jump to his death. Yeah, that's really funny, man. So, that was his review for Marvel's Spider-Man 2. Overall, a horrible video where he twists the narrative to suit his own viewpoints and was very unfair to the game in both gameplay and story aspects, to where he missed many story details and didn't even try to pay attention to the game or engage with it at all. Never brought up Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement and just blamed Sony and Insomniac for having diversity hires and women as writers to say that is why the game is bad, to where he didn't even research the actual head writer of the game. Didn't try to understand the characters throughout his playthrough, such as Mary Jane, to where in his streams he just always complained about her face and for her being a woman, not bringing up any actual character critiques. Which goes for many other characters throughout the game, especially with Miles, which he hated for just being a non-white Spider-Man, and didn't even try to get to know him. He doesn't understand the character of Spider-Man at all, saying he wants Peter to be a Giga Chad, not understanding what Spider-Man's core values are that made him into the hero he is today, and constantly just wanted to see death throughout this game, wanting innocent people or just anybody to be killed. I highly recommend you don't watch this for an actual review on the game, but if you did, get a second opinion from other videos or on a review site, because this man only cares about getting into the YouTube algorithm and doesn't care about the quality of his videos or providing actual information for a person seeking information to understand a game and decide to play it or not. Throughout his playthrough, he was more focused on looking for political and woke arguments throughout the game instead of actually paying attention to fully understand its story. Even though this game does have Sweet Baby Inc. attached to it, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is not as horrible as what would come after. And as I've said before, I'm looking forward to the DLC. And I hope they have a better story for the third game. I want to let you know, I made this video just to inform you about this reviewer to help you try to avoid getting bad information on a game. I hope you don't take this as me trying to tell you to go buy and play Marvel's Spider-Man 2. Because, like I said in the video, I feel if someone wants to play a game, it should be their choice, and should only go to a reliable reviewer to learn more about a product that they may be interested in. For me, I like what they did for many of the characters throughout this game, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with them next. But yeah, this was the first time making a video like this. I hope you enjoyed watching, and I would like to make more in the future, but don't expect another one anytime soon, since this took me a very long time to get done, and I have many other projects I would like to get back to, and just life in general. But I'm glad I was able to get my feelings out about his review. Anyway, thank you for watching. This has been CB Ultra 768, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye!
I need your help. Mr. Morales, is it? Are you sure this isn't something you can handle yourself? I'm sure.
Gay.
Okay, class. I'm gonna get fired. I know, but you gotta see this.
Alright. My god, do I get to play the game? Nah, I'm kidding. It hasn't actually been that long. It hasn't been that long for a modern game.
Why today?
Oh shucks. Sandman, you rascally rascal, you.
That's the fucking writing quality. Bring back Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire is better than this. Woo! Why does he look like he's made of, like, Play-Doh? Look at that. That doesn't look good, guys. How is Insomniac? I'm holding it. Alright, there we go. Insomniac is, I think they're slipping. They've hired too many diversity hires.
Give him today's forecast, Spider-Man. 100% chance of rain. Got him right where we want him.
Wow, isn't Miles cool, dude? Look at that. Wow. Peter's a pussy, a loser. He can't do electric shit. He sucks. We should retire Peter Parker. In fact, we should retire the white race next. Look, that's the part they never will admit to. Never. If we can begin with the traitorous white women first, then, you know what, fuck it.
Marco's storm is generating a lot of electricity. What happens to the surface tension of sand if you turn up the voltage?
Glass. I get it. Or fulgurite, whatever. Yeah.
You absorb enough energy. I'll shoot it right at him. You want me to
Gonna overheat the glass. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I don't know. It's still kind of lame. Why can't we just build a giant oven and then... Never mind. No, it's too early for this.
Because we promised to protect this city.
The city's destroyed. I hope after the next cutscene that there isn't a city left. This is like the end of Man of Steel. Remember when everyone got mad about the end of Man of Steel? Well, they're not getting mad about this because it's a video game.
Thought I lost you there. Can't get rid of me that easy. Time for Genki to work his magic. Genki, you there? Dude, this is nuts. I know, man. But listen, we need a big water source by Wall Street.
Let me check the grid. Stay safe, dude.
Guys, the water tank on the Matheson building should do the trick. We're talking 10,000 gallons here. Got it. Thanks, Genki. Hey, sorry, what'd I miss? He's trying to eat me! Let's give him a drink instead! Did we do it? Nope. Marco's at Pier 4 Beach. What happens if he gets all that sand? Think he just did. Gonna need you ASAP, Miles. Yeah, I see him all right. I'm right behind you. Any ideas? Yeah. Class is back in session. Marco's storm is generating a lot of electricity! What happens to the surface tension of sand if you turn up the voltage?
Oh, you're right. That's when I shot the mini.
A plus. You absorb enough energy. I'll shoot it right at him.
You want me to get hit by lightning?
Can you handle it?
There's only one way to find out.
Sand everywhere.
You destroyed Krypton! Krypton had its chance!
You're the ones who are gonna need help when they come for you.
They, with 3 parentheses, when they come for you, Spider-Man. Not even your spider powers can save you from the Jews! I don't like the white on the suit. We're gonna change this suit as soon as we can. It just color clashes.
Looks like a drone.
I guess it's supposed to be like red, white, and blue, American flag or something, which is ironic given the devs probably hate America. But, you know.
My suit is sandy in all the wrong places. Might be time for a change.
My PP has said. Yeah, unironically, juvenile writing like that would be more charming. Me PP have said. Look at that. Look, I gotta investigate.
The house to keep Beast afloat. And now I'm sinking.
How about you use your spider powers and fucking get some kind of high pink? Are you a genius?
Hey, pal! Don't let him get away!
Hey, sorry, pal. I'm a wrestler, not a cop. I figured, why should I get involved?
What happened? Brace yourself, son. I have bad news. Your Uncle Ben has been shot. Murdered.
Can we snap Aunt May's neck now? I know she obviously can't die here since she already died, but can she die again and create a time paradox? Like MGS3, we kill her here, we get a non-standard game over, you know, like a good game would do. But this isn't a good. This is a movie, not a game.
I wasn't good at anything.
He should be seeing me right now. Is he not seeing me? Wait a minute. I have to find out if he can actually fail this. Modern video games, ladies and gentlemen. Modern video games. I'm so tired. I'm so tired, man. How hard is it to just have a game over right here? How hard? How hard is that? Does this really drive engagement up? If so, I want normies dead. I want them actually dead. They ruined my hobby. They fucking ruined my hobby. Alright, can I drop from the ceiling and get seen? Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. That's the game over. I wish the game over was him, like, smacking with the flashlight or something. At least that'd be funny. Oh God, you have to restart, too. I have to find out if you can actually fail this. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh God, you have to restart, too.
Huh. Well, I mean, it seemed like you guys were doing good. She was at your house?
We'll figure it out. You always do. Eventually.
Is Harry moving into Cuck Peter? Is that what's happening? I guess it's better than Miles doing it. Miles has his deaf girlfriend.
I have no idea.
That's actually, you know what? I actually sympathize for Miles. He's a fucking superhero, and the best he could do is a deaf girl. Oh. Why would I even want to be a superhero? If that's the best I can do, I'm becoming a chud. I'm becoming the ultra villain chud. Fuck this world. I'm not being a hero to settle for a man jaw or a deaf girl. Fuck off.
Where do you think that's cute? I killed the little one. Little one? You better be talking about the other Spider-Man, because I'm a half-inch taller than him, at least.
Jesus Christ, why is Miles so lame? Listening to his dialogue makes me wonder, like what the fuck? You might as well just whitewashed him at this point. Miles is an Oreo, 1000%. Oreo Miles. No exaggerated swagger.
You're too much, man.
Boo.
Hang in there, Miles.
Okay, well, we need to switch. I need to blow through to the next story segment so I can play as him as little as possible.
Now, where's your boss?
Yeah, he does look like Azrael. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's either a reference to that or Assassin's Creed. Maybe it is an Azrael reference. What, Marvel can't reference DC? Are you kidding? Marvel has ripped off a shit ton of DC characters. So, reference would be an upgrade from a ripoff. Raven's magical mojo juice makes him immune to venom or something, I guess. I don't know. He drank like a mystical potion or some shit, and the mystical potion, I guess, makes him immune to the scorpion venom. That's plausible, I suppose. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's like, you know, that works for me.
That's the Tiara Apitai. One of the rarest flowers in the world. Its extract has some pretty powerful medicinal properties. I tried to get some years ago to counteract Scorpion's poison, but couldn't afford the flights to Raiatea? Guess Craven could.
I miss when Spider-Man was just like... When Spider-Man was just one guy saving the city by himself with no help. He got moral support from MJ, specifically her pussy, of course. MJ's pussy was moral support. That's the unspoken part, obviously. You're not going to see that in any comic books, unfortunately. Bro, how much have I streamed this week? I don't have the energy. I've told you guys, I'm an introvert. This is actually getting physically exhausting for me now. I know, the only reason I've even been able to keep it up this long is because I'm talking to words. You know, you guys are just words on a page. Playing as Spider-Bot would actually be fun if I was just allowed to play the game. Like, these are the developers of the Ratchet and Clank games. Games where you're actually playing the game the vast majority of the time. Now, of course, the last few, they added more and more story and cutscenes, but still the majority of the time, you're playing the game. I'm playing as a little spider bot with a pulse gun on it. Let me shoot, guys. Let me actually shoot things. This is a glorified walking simulator mission. What the actual fuck? Oh, man. Sony's fucking dead. I look forward to Sucker Punch making a shitty game next, since they're the only ones left.
Whoa, guys, can we take this outside? Is everyone okay? Besides me knocking you out, obviously?
Really? 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 Spider-Man's asking the criminals if they're okay. You fucking kidding me?
You can save the explanation. We've both moved on. He's a good one, by the way.
We both moved on. I haven't moved on until you've been impregnated, bitch. I wish Spider-Man was like that. God. Where's the superhero for the Chud hero? My brother was talking to me, basically saying how superheroes are a psyop because, you know, they basically teach you not to kill your enemies. Which, you know, I've basically been talking about how that's a psyop for quite a while now, right? And, I don't know. I need... The Punisher is too base for this world, I guess. That's it. Oh, wait. Shit, I'm stupid. I don't want to do this anymore. Just end the side mission, please. I hate science. I hate it. Grug smash with club.
May used to have a green thumb with her tomato plants.
Aunt May's dead and she had it coming. My dislike of Aunt May is 100% real, by the way, and not me being itchy. I don't like her. And not even because of One More Day. Though, yes, One More Day is pretty fucking cringe comic, but... I just don't like Aunt May. I don't like Aunt May. I hate the problem is this is pseudo edgy. It's not like they killed any of the heroes, but they're fine with killing the villains. Kill Miles, and then I'll praise your game for being, for pushing boundaries. I legitimately don't know if that's a... Yeah, I guess it's a woman. I think I see tiny titties there. It just looks like a creature. That could have been HRT titties. They're so small. And that's the point, isn't it? Is that a coincidence that no fucking females have any breasts whatsoever? And some retard, and it's always a retard. Fuck! I did that on accident. God damn it, we didn't get to do the game mission. Oh my god.
Extra precautions.
My brain is melting. I hate Sony games. I want everyone in Insomniac decapitated. Every single one of them.
Tell me some good news. Well, it's news. Generator's busted. Wait. Okay, I'm not out of...
Got some bad news. Your boyfriend has bowel parasites and an anal prolapse. He got a train run on him the other week. You're just not enough for him. You're just not enough.
But they're all overpowered for my size.
You guys wonder why I can't have this shit in my streams. I mean, in my videos, I can't have the stream clips. It's so blatant with a lot of the shit. It's painful. Actually painful. That's you guys see why I wanted to stream this, right? Imagine if I was playing this and I wouldn't have people to complain to and give me money. You know what I mean?
Mom, do you need me to go?
Didn't you just finish telling me how busy you are?
Yeah, but I always have time for my community.
Kill me. Kill me. Yeah, the community is shooting each other every day. How many murders in New York City? Okay, how much gang crime? I don't know. Insomniac clearly had no confidence in the gameplay of this game. Because Seriously, half the game is not playing the game. Actually, over half, really. Even if it's not technically a cutscene, it doesn't matter, because it's not the actual gameplay. Yeah, I know her body proportions. Wide shoulders, no hips, no ass, no thighs. It's a man. It's a man. This is to confuse Zoomers' sexualities. If you make women look like men, then they'll sleep with trannies. That's the psyop. Adonan the Stoic, thanks $2. This section is going on for way too long. Yep. Killer. Snap her fucking neck.
He's a good man.
Tear her head off of her shoulders, dude. Fatality, motherfucker.
There are no good men.
But there's great women.
Only good prey.
Yeah, now step on her. Wow, what do you know? The game's actually fun now. Who's still breathing? Yeah, dead. Snapped that woman's neck. Actually did. Oh no, they're still alive. Haha. No, wrong. Incorrect.
That was fun.
So much for spider sense. Accidentally kill a guy. Yeah. Come on, Bully McGuire. Come on.
You should ice that.
No, shut up. Don't say that. This is pussy shit. It's too much of a slow burn, which is ironic, given that I've heard this story isn't that long. Oh no. It's a Black Panther suit. It's called Forever suit. Wakanda forever. Oh man. This devs is so out of touch, dude. That's so fucking cringe. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're right, it's not New York. This is politically acceptable New York. Oh my god, remember when we did this in Infamous Second Son, dude? Wasn't that like fucking next gen? Oh, I have to spray less hard. Wow. Next gen. Oh my god. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention at all. I'm dragging it across the screen. Yeah. It's okay. Trans flag colors. That's definitely a coincidence. I guess the pink isn't light pink enough, but it's kind of close.
And lizard.
You agree that porn is not indicative of sexuality? Yeah, if you're a porn addict, it's not. Because after a certain point, you're not even... It's hard to explain, but... we don't have to talk about this. We don't have to talk about this. We talked about this multiple times already, but... What are you doing? But yes, basically, if you're a porn addict, you aren't even like... It's almost like a form of voyeurism, basically, where you're not self-inserting, and you're not... I don't know, it's fucking stupid, it's fucked up. You probably just read the Your Brain on Porn website, and then that would probably explain it better than me. Shut up, Marcus Wolf. Yeah, I already know you guys are into like feet and scat and femboys. So and Goro and Vor So I don't really care what any of you guys think. So, you know. Cope, seethe, and dilate about it. Down forward punch, thanks $2. The Coomer to Truant pipeline is real 100%. Yeah, that is actually also true. That's basically autogynephilia. Is basically just they have a porn addiction, so they dress like a woman in real life and jerk off. So remember that mission in Prototype 1 when the leader hunter takes Dana and you have to go and try to rescue her? All that in full gameplay, no script. Yeah, but that's not as cinematic. It's not cinematic.
He's mine.
You sure?
He's mine.
Got big teeth.
So do I.
I'm gonna take a bite out of him.
He's not normally like that.
He's not like that, right? He doesn't always act like that, right? Is he always so scary? Is Spider-Man always such a badass cool guy? Oh, gee willikers.
I hate the writing. I hate it. I hate millennial writing. I can't wait till Zoomers write games. It's gonna be the most disgusting shit you've ever heard in your life. We actually do need a great reset of a kind. We do. But it's gonna be the kind where, I don't know, billions must die. So.
It makes me a better Spider-Man.
Yeah. We're better like this. Why would you want to hurt us? And then you slit his throat is what you do. But no, this game could never do that. Have actual consequences? Nah, fuck you, dude. Only Kraven's allowed to be cool and kill villains.
Eyes on the target. Pursuing.
I love POC hunters. Women are so strong. You don't even know how strong women are. I didn't know before I played this game. Women are the strongest, you might say. Alright, I'll catch up on the super chats. While ugly MJ is talking to us.
I thought Connors was gonna help you get it off. What about Harry?
Sorry, can we do this tomorrow? Just so beat from Lizard Wrangler.
Yeah, you don't even need to sleep with MJ. The suit can jerk you off. The suit could mold like a fleshlight or something. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Better girlfriend than MJ. Sweet. COVID-1984. Thanks for $5. Here comes MJ, a normal woman, to save a superhero and save the day. Welcome to the modern world. Yep, you got that right. I mean, I'll be honest though, there's nothing necessarily wrong with the trope of a lover saving, you know, the good guy from turning evil. Like, that's kind of like a classic narrative thing. But, first of all, MJ is disgusting in this game, so that kind of ruins it. But the other issue is that, I don't know, this whole game has, like, the lefty poison, so I can't take any attempt seriously for them to actually use good narrative cliches, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Here, let's do, I want to see what happens here. What? You still live? They let you fail the quick time event and you live?
That's my exit.
Dude, this is a 91 on Metacritic. A 91.
Got this under control.
All Miles talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man. Not school, not his friends. How to help you. Go help him.
I'm glad we had that scene in the game. That added so much.
You'll never defeat me! Spider-Man doesn't kill. You never fought this one.
You can't tell the difference between the two Spider-Man? Different voice. One is shorter than the other one.
I see a boy terrified of being alone, of failing his family.
Keep talking! You're not getting away from me!
Keep talking. You're not gonna. I'm gonna beat you up. Do you know how cool I am?
I'm serious. If I was black, I'd be upset at his portrayal of, you know, of Miles Morales, because he's just a fucking whiny bitch.
He saved me. Told me to find you. This was the only way I knew how.
Yeah, to have a giant sky beacon like it's a fucking superhero movie from a decade ago.
I'm going to lose May's house because of them and Craven.
Yeah, yeah. See, look, Venom's telling him. Venom's right. Kill Craven. Kill anybody, please.
I can't let this go. I'm finally everything everyone needs me to be. Yeah, you don't even answer my calls anymore, man.
Don't even try it and make this not sound gay.
I still love you. Yeah.
Oh, did Yuri die? That'd be sweet. No, she didn't. She lived, of course.
That's beautiful.
Normal human cop. Moral powerful. Hell yeah. Snap her neck.
Hey, what's your name anyway?
Designation F1D0.
Fido.
Good to know at least one hunter has a sense of humor.
This log is cached to a server. Dare I?
How deeply do you believe in your
I hate
firewall?
this. It's crazy how the superhero game actually feels like a superhero game now.
Terrific. How do I stop them without hurting them?
What do you mean? You hurt people all the time. You just don't kill them. There's a difference between hurting and killing. What is this? The writing is getting worse somehow.
He was right. These things are fierce. Gotta remember there are people in there.
I hate that he's saying this. The Craven's minions were humans too. You're beating them up the same way. It doesn't make any sense.
We did it.
We did it.
Let's get to your mom and Genki.
I did it. Not Miles. Miles did nothing.
Save me instead.
I told you. I'm trying to save the most lives.
Hope she dies.
They'll do that pretty well.
Kill her off screen.
You gonna turn me in now? I'll let you know when I find him.
She's such a a thumb face, you know? Like it's round, like I don't even know what the fuck they were trying to do. I mean, they made everyone uglier, period, but it's got one of those thumb faces. Yeah, it just kill her, please. Smother. Oh, here we go. Big Red Snake, thanks to the $2. Oh, hell yes. Yep, instantly more fuckable. I knew it.
I always come second. I live in your shadow where my dreams turn to dust.
Good.
That is the truth.
What are you saying? You do make a difference. What you do matters.
No, it doesn't. Spider-Man's a great liar.
Let me do what I have to do.
You're right. I've been selfish. I was so wrapped up in my own life. I never thought about yours. But let's handle this.
What is this revisionist history bullshit going on? As if MJ even matters. She's easily replaceable. Especially this version. Like in the originals, who's a supermodel, so it was like, oh, okay, yeah, you should probably keep her, Pete, unless you get Black Cat. Black Cat's better, but you know, bad. This is so bad. Oh my, what the fuck are you talking about?
Your dreams are just as important as mine. You're lying. You're just as important.
I think I hate Spider-Man after this. I legitimately don't like him. Fuck it, replace him with Miles. They make me hate Spider-Man. Replace him with Miles, fuck it. Honestly, this Miles is just as bad, so I don't think it really makes a difference.
This isn't what you want.
How do you know what we want?
You're Mary Jane Watson. You want the truth.
Yes. I want the truth.
That's what makes us snap out of it. Being a reporter. Not caring about Peter. But being a reporter. You fucking bitch.
We don't need you.
The city needs you. I need you.
Don't lie to me! Pete! I need you too!
Miles is at City Hall.
Go.
Gross. Peter kissing his mom again. Fucking freak. God, look at that disgusting creature. No form at all. No feminine form.
Is that me?
You caused a lot of pain, man.
Debt I will spend the rest of my life.
This is not earned, dude. Martin Lee being good, again, it feels like virtue signaling. Because he didn't actually decide to be a good guy. There was a time skip, and then he just was a good guy. That's bad writing. It's, and again, you know, it's because he's a POC, kind of, even though Asians are only sometimes POCs. It depends on who you ask, I guess. Good. Bring her back and then kill her again. And then kill her a third time, and then a fourth. Aunt May sucks.
You know something? You suck.
You need to know. Harry's gone. Host and symbiote are perfectly fused.
Not true.
You can't.
Because he says we instead of I.
You can still.
We're Venom! Listen to me, Brock. You've got... Stop calling us that! We are Venom now! From now on, we're poison to Peter Parker and Spider-Man. We're Venom!
Harry, we need to get that thing off you.
Do not call us a thing. We are not, Harry. We are. The symbiotes found a better partner in me. Me? Not us. Wait! No!
If May, my dad, if they were here, they would want us to stop thinking about them. They'd want us to help people.
I love how Miles is fucking counseling Peter now.
Still in there.
The student is teaching the master.
Like hell to get him back.
I've said it probably 4 or 5 times across these streams, but Insomniac made multiple of my favorite games of all time. And this is how far they've fallen. It's unbelievable.
Let's split up.
They used to make video games that were fun. Like, the main purpose was the gameplay. Everything else was secondary.
Cut off a piece at low power.
Right, so what if we crank the power up? Like way past 11.
Might destroy it. And free everyone connected to the hive mind.
Theoretically.
But that reservoir's gotta be mobbed with symbiotes. And you know Harry's not
How
gonna let them
convenient, there's a hive mind that stops all the enemies. That is such a bad writing cliche.
Me.
Everything is an ant hive. You can just...
You know, for illustrative purposes.
You fucking
Harry's still
fag,
Harry.
I said.
He thinks he's healing the world.
I love how MJ is part of this plan. I hope to God in the third one she dies. I want her to die more than anything, but they're pussies and won't do it. But yeah, if the... You know, that's my hopes for the third game. They kill MJ. She can't have a real gun because guns are bad. Not that guns would really help here, but still. You can't have a real gun because guns are bad. But you can have a sonic gun. Because I'm sure, like, splitting someone's eardrums open, making them deaf, that's fine. That's cool. Sure, it's completely non-lethal too. Yeah, you're right. Rusty cheese knife. The gun does more damage than the fucking Peter vials. Enough with this. Oh yeah, kill her, please. I know she doesn't die, but I can dream. I can dream. He should have killed her. If he killed her, this would have been an okay story. But no, it's a shit story. 4 phases is too fucking much. I'm glad MJ helped. I'm glad. That's good. Don't worry. I'll grab them. I'll grab the super chats at the end. It's just... Sure, it's gonna cut to credits any second now.
Tragedy has tried to tear this.
Oh, here we go. Independent journalist,
But we somehow kept
MJ.
going. We battled sickness, evil, cataclysm.
We didn't do shit.
We are tired.
Spider-Man and Spider-Boy, Spider-Boy did shit. You, MJ, have the greatest plot armor ever seen by any character. Like, holy shit.
We're all ready to return to normal, but
How could you take anything seriously that's going on when MJ walks into the nest of symbiotes and fucking kills like 100? Oh, I'm glad we had an extra post-credit scene for that.
Don't worry about it.
Dozens would have been harmed or killed if not for the intervention of Spider-Man, New York's second hero to go by that name.
It's my home too.
Witnesses say gunmen carried out this attack on orders from Wilson Fisk.
I doubt that. Bye, Haley. Hope to see you again.
Miles, Haley, this is Albert.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Oh, and this is my daughter, Cindy.
Oh, Silk. That's why someone brought up Silk. Okay. Oh boy, we'll get a third Spider. Now Gwen Stacy will come back from the dead, and we'll have Spider-Gwen, and then from the future, May Parker will come, and then we'll have another one, and then fuck you, game, you piece of shit.
I've always known you're a special guy. And
Oh man.
lucky you're...
It's funny how over the course of this year, I basically discovered I could say whatever I want during streams with no consequences.
Well,